Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 3054. The palanquin and the person in the palanquin were the main characters today. The 4 dragons that appeared earlier were merely the palanquin drivers. Beside the palanquin stood 2 dragon ladies. One of them had fluttering purple hair, and it was Fu Ling. She was originally guarding the dragon blood flower, but today was the grand day of the dragon race, so she was naturally summoned back. The other dragon lady didn't look special. Other than her outstanding looks, she was no different from an ordinary human. The 2 dragon ladies held flower baskets and stood on the palanquin's left and right. When they flew over, the flower petals in the baskets flew out, creating a pleasing flower rain in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. The flower rain wasn't an ordinary flower rain. The petals of various colors exploded in the sky, and the colorful lights dazzled everyone. Just this scene alone was enough to make everyone unable to take their eyes off it. They secretly exclaimed that the dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Even a grand wedding could be played with so many tricks. Such extravagance wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Not long later, the palanquin arrived. The 4 dragons stopped and floated a few hundred feet away from the palace. Everyone looked at the palanquin, and a heartfelt smile appeared on Fu Chi's face. After today, the dragon lady in the palanquin would be his, and it was naturally a joyous occasion for Fu Chi. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 figures abruptly appeared. One was a middle-aged elder with a skinny figure and red hair. He had a dignified expression. Although he didn't reveal any aura, anyone could feel the immense pressure from him. That kind of indescribable pressure was something that even the 4 dragons that had revealed their true forms could not compare to. Beside the middle-aged elder was a silver-haired woman in palace attire with a cold expression. The aura that she exuded made everyone shudder. Everyone only took a quick glance at her and didn't dare to look at her again. It was as though their bodies and minds would be frozen if they looked at her too much. The last person wasn't very old. He was a man and looked like a young man. He had a gentle smile on his face as he stood there reservedly. Once the 3 of them appeared, Fu Chi and the others became serious. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 3 elders." The arrogance of the dragon race was only targeted at creatures of other races. In front of the strong of the same race, even the most arrogant head would have to bow down. Hearing Fu Chi and the others' exclamations, the 300 cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They quickly lowered their heads and exclaimed in their hearts, "So these are the 3 elders of the dragon race." First elder Zhu Yan, second elder Fu Tu, 4th elder Zhu Kong. The 3 of them were overlords in the entire dragon island, especially the great elder and second elder. Both of them were rank 10 dragon veins and were invincible on the dragon island. Although that Zhu Kong did not have a rank 10 dragon bloodline, she was still a rank 9. Normal dragon race members would not be able to match her. It was said that in the past, there were 4 elders on the dragon island. There was also a 3rd elder who also had a rank 9 dragon vein. However, for some unknown reason, the 3rd elder did not appear this time. However, this kind of secret was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. The 300 cultivators had been living in half of the dragon city for a long time. Naturally, they were not clear about the internal situation of the dragon island. In front of the temporary imperial residence, there were more than a dozen dragon race members gathered. This could be said to be the power of the entire dragon island. Other than the grand wedding of the dragon race that happened once in 10,000 years, it was very difficult to have so many dragon race members gathered together. First elder Zhu Yan's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Second elder Fu Tu had a naturally cold expression. The 2 did not say much. Only the smiling 4th elder, Zhu Kong, nodded towards Fu Chi, "Congratulations." Fu Chi respectfully said, "Fu Chi is extremely grateful for the elder's love." Zhu Kong said, "After the grand wedding, I hope that the 2 of you will treat each other with respect and love." Fu Chi quickly said, "4th elder, don't worry. Fu Chi will definitely not treat Qing unfairly." I will also give birth to a dragon child for the Dragon Island as soon as possible and continue the bloodline. Zhu Kong smiled slightly and did not comment. Fu Tu frowned and said, enough with the nonsense. Help Zhu Qing down. With her order, the dragons naturally did not dare to disobey. The 4 dragons in front of the sedan parted to the sides. Fu Ling and another dragon girl reached out and lifted the curtain, softly saying, Elder Sister Qing, it's time to come down. Zhu Qing did not move and sat as steadily as a mountain. Fu Ling timidly sized up the second elder. Seeing that her expression was becoming colder and colder, she softly said a few words of persuasion, but it was to no avail. Fu Ling could not help but break out in a cold sweat. She naturally knew that Zhu Qing was not satisfied with this marriage. The entire Dragon Island knew, but the elders were here. Even if she was not willing, what could she do? If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely become a joke. The smile on Fu Chi's face slowly disappeared, and he could not maintain his expression. Fu Tu's expression also became cold, as he turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan looked down and remained indifferent. Fu Tu could not help but snort coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to personally get Zhu Qing out of the sedan, a figure suddenly flashed past. In front of the sedan, a young man leisurely appeared. Most people did not notice how he had appeared, but the elders of the dragon race narrowed their eyes and looked towards that person. Fu Zhen frowned and shouted, chase him away. What was this person doing? He actually ran out in this kind of situation and blocked the front of the sedan. Was he seeking death? If it was any other time, Fu Tu would have already killed him, but today was the wedding of the dragon race. It would be best if there was no bloodshed, so she endured for a while. A resounding dragon's roar rang out as the 200-foot-long red dragon coiled its body around the palanquin. It raised its head high and stared at the palanquin with its eyes wide open. It looked like it was going to protect the palanquin. The other 3 dragons were immediately blocked outside. Zhu Lai, what are you doing? Fu Qi frowned as she looked at the red dragon pulling the sedan. The dragon opened its mouth and Zhu Lai's voice boomed like thunder, nothing, please wait for a moment. Zhu Yan, who had been calm the entire time, finally looked up. After seeing the back of the figure blocking the front of the sedan, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zhu Kong also had a surprised expression. Even if his cultivation was not bad, he was still a little confused at this moment. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai gently took a deep breath and looked at the person in the sedan with the red veil on her head. Reaching out, he gently smiled and said, I've come to pick you up. With these words, everyone was shocked. The 300 cultivator all looked at Yang Kai's back in shock, crying out in grief in the depths of their hearts. What was this? Acting so presumptuously in front of more than a dozen members of the dragon race, and even saying such words to a dragon girl who was about to get married, this was crazy. If something similar happened in human territory, it would definitely be a case of bride kidnapping. But what kind of place was this? This was Dragon Island. Today was the wedding day of 2 members of the dragon race. This guy shouldn't have lost his mind, right? Had he brought the bride kidnapping to the dragon race? The group of dragon race cultivators had strange expressions. It was clear that they had not yet recovered. Fu Qi was the same. He still had not realized what the scene before him meant. But in the next moment, his face suddenly turned ashen. Because after that human said those words, Zhu Qing, who had been sitting in the sedan the entire time, suddenly trembled. Pulling off the red veil on her head, she looked forward in shock and cried out, "Why have you come?" She simply did not dare believe her eyes. Yang Kai had actually appeared before her. Looking at the face that she had been thinking about day and night, Zhu Qing even thought that she was dreaming for a moment. But the person before her was so real. That familiar aura and smell told her that this was not a dream. Yang Kai really came. He appeared in front of all the dragon race cultivators without any hesitation, and on such a day that made her despair. The person in front of her was like a burning sun, his bright light sweeping away the haze in her heart. To pick you up. Yang Kai winked at her. Zhu Qing's eyes immediately reddened. She shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have come." She was happy, but more than that, she was worried for Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not come today, she would only be suffering alone. But since Yang Kai was here, how could he escape? The dragon race could not stand humiliation. After today, Yang Kai would most likely become the enemy of the entire dragon race. There was no hope for him to leave here alive. So it's like that. Yang Kai lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he turned around and said, "Then I'll be leaving." "You dare." Zhu Qing panicked. She hurriedly stood up and rushed out. She grabbed his arm and glared at him as she said, "You're already here and you want to leave?" Yang Kai grinned, "It looks like you don't want to get married." "That's good." Zhu Qing grabbed his arm and her expression suddenly dimmed. "We'll die. In life, we'll share the same bed. In death, we'll share the same cave. That's not a bad thing." Zhu Qing's eyes were a bit wet. She leaned against him. In a short moment, she had thought it through. Yang Kai was already here, so it was not realistic for him to leave. The only thing she could do was to face the storm of the dragon race with him. She slowly turned her head and looked at her clansmen. She saw countless pairs of incredulous eyes. There were not many things in the world that could shock the dragon race, but the scene in front of them was definitely one of them. At the dragon race's wedding, there was actually someone who dared to steal the bride. The one stealing the bride was actually a human. Zhu Qing was actually very close to that human. The dragon race cultivators were all dumbfounded. If the dragon race was like this, then there was no need to mention the humans and beasts. They were all dumbfounded. Of the 300 cultivators that stayed to watch the ceremony, many of them did not like Yang Kai. After all, in the past month, they had worked hard, but Yang Kai did not need to do anything. Naturally, they felt that it was unfair. Only now did they realize that this person was so fierce. They did not know what kind of bear heart or leopard guts he ate to actually dare to steal the bride of the dragon race. Compared to this, what did the past month of slacking off count for? There were many strange things in the world, but today's matter was an eye-opener for everyone. Fu Qi's expression was especially ugly. The person he was going to marry was actually holding on to another man's arm, looking like they were in love. They even said that they would share the same bed if they were born, and share the same cave if they died. What did this put him in? Once this matter was out, no matter how it was resolved, he, Fu Qi, would lose face. Fu Ling had tried to persuade her several times before, but Zhu Qing did not move at all in the carriage, making him feel awkward. Instead, this human just said a few words, and Zhu Qing actually took the initiative to rush out. Chapter 3055. This was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only was this a humiliation to him, but it was also a humiliation to the entire dragon race. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. Where did this blind fool come from? How dare he be so impudent? He was furious as he roared. His wedding was disrupted by someone else, and his dragon lady was in someone else's embrace. No matter how good Fu Qi's self-control was, he still couldn't tolerate it. Zhu Qing stared at him coldly and said, "Fu Qi, you better watch your mouth, this is my man." "Your man?" Fu Qi's eyes popped out as he staggered. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai with resentment. "It's you." He knew that Zhu Qing was having an affair with a human outside. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have had the chance to get the marriage arranged by the elders. He originally wanted to subdue Zhu Qing after the wedding, then leave the Dragon Island to find trouble with that human. Who knew that this guy actually came to the Dragon Island by himself, and even acted so impudently on his wedding day? Fu Qi's face immediately turned green, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. He had already put Yang Kai on the list of people he must kill, so it was natural for his eyes to turn red when he saw his enemy. That's right, I am her man. Yang Kai smiled faintly, hugged Zhu Qing, and kissed her forehead. His posture was unrestrained, as if there was no one around. Fu Qi's face became even more unsightly. His bride was kissed by another man in front of so many people, and not only did she not reject it, she even revealed a blushing expression. The anger in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and even the breath he exhaled became hot and heavy. On the other side of the three elders, Zhu Yan looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He only just realized Yang Kai's identity, so he wasn't angry, and was even a little surprised. He didn't approve of the marriage between Zhu Qing and Fu Qi, but Zhu Qing did make a mistake, and the dragon race needed to continue their bloodline. Since the second elder was determined to do it, he couldn't interfere too much and could only let the situation develop. In his opinion, after Zhu Qing and Fu Qi got married, she might forget about that human after a few hundred years. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to make further plans. Who knew that such a scene would happen today? Fu Qi glanced at Zhu Yan coldly and snorted, "Do you know something? How could Dragon Island be entered and exited as one wished? As early as 10 years ago, Dragon Island had strengthened its defenses. Even if the great emperors came personally, the dragon race would sense it. When the time came, the entire race would move out, and the great emperors would not be able to barge in." She suspected that the reason why Yang Kai could enter Dragon Island was because of the Great Elder. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What can I know?" Fu Qi snorted coldly, feeling puzzled. If this matter had nothing to do with the Great Elder, how did this person appear on Dragon Island without anyone knowing? Could it be that the arrangements made over 10 years ago were ineffective? A trace of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart, and Fu Qi frowned. This guy's courage is not small. The fourth elder, Zhu Kong, looked at Yang Kai with interest and said with a smile, "No wonder Qing is so loyal to him. I just don't know how his luck is." If today's matter was not handled well, he and Zhu Qing would face a great disaster. The impartial second elder did not have any human feelings. Hearing this, the great elder's expression could not help but become solemn. "May I ask, which one is the second elder?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the three elders. Although he asked like this, his gaze was fixed on Fu Qi's face. Among the three elders, the great elder and the second elder were both 10th order dragon veins, so it was easy to distinguish them. The elderly man was older than this cold-faced woman, so the leader of the elders was naturally the great elder. Therefore, even if it was the first time Yang Kai saw the second elder, he could recognize her at a glance. He was cursing in his heart. This woman's cold face was like ice that would not melt even after 10,000 years. Who knew who she was showing this expression to? He did not have the slightest good impression of this second elder and even felt some resentment towards her. This woman was simply too bored. He did not know what was wrong with her brain, but she actually took the initiative to bestow Zhu Qing to Fu Qi. Although he was unhappy, Yang Kai did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Dragon Island. It would be best if today's matter could be resolved peacefully. If it really could not be resolved, then he could only fight. He was already mentally prepared that he would rather die than live in dishonor. No matter what, he would take away Zhu Qing today, even if he had to turn this place upside down. "Let go of her." The second elder coldly spat out this sentence. Her tone was filled with an unquestionable feeling. She did not answer Yang Kai's question. Yang Kai stared at her and said with a calm expression, "This junior Yang Kai greets the second elder. I came here abruptly today because I had no other choice. I hope the second elder can be magnanimous. I know who you are." Fu Qi stared at him coldly and said indifferently, "If you want to live, let go of Zhu Qing." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Qing and I are in love with each other. The second elder should be well aware of this matter. Seeing that she is in trouble today, I specially came to save her from the fire and water. I am not holding her hostage, so how can I let her go? Did the second elder make a mistake? I said, let her go." the second elder shouted in a low voice. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the laws of heaven and earth became chaotic. Those hundreds of cultivator, regardless of their level of cultivation, were all trembling. When a powerhouse comparable to the great emperor's was angry, not many people present could withstand it. They looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster. They thought to themselves, even the second elder of the dragon race is so angry, yet you still dare to talk back to her so wantonly. You must be tired of living. The anger in Yang Kai's heart surged, and his face turned gloomy. He didn't want to make things too tense with the dragon race. It wasn't that he was afraid, but Zhu Qing was also a dragon race. If he didn't have a good relationship with the dragon race, it would only put Zhu Qing in a difficult position. That was why he kept lowering his attitude and spoke sincerely. But he didn't expect the second elder to be so arrogant and order him around. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a low voice, I hope the second elder can give this junior and Qing a chance. We, husband and wife, will be eternally grateful. Husband and wife? Fu Yun's beautiful eyebrows suddenly jumped up, and she said in a cold voice, Zhu Qing is getting married to Fu Qi today, and her husband is only Fu Qi. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly and ruin the reputation of our dragon race? Zhu Qing immediately retorted, the second elder is wrong. Qing-er's husband is only him. Whether the dragon race recognizes it or not, in this life, Qing-er is his. How dare you? Fu Yun shouted. Her dragon power almost materialized, and instantly shrouded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's face turned pale, and she collapsed in Yang Kai's arms. Her dragon vein was sealed, and her cultivation was suppressed. She was the first to bear the brunt of the second elder's anger. How could she bear it? If it wasn't for her strong body, she would have lost her life. Yang Kai also suddenly felt dizzy. His head buzzed, and he was overwhelmed with shock. The anger of the great emperors, this was the anger of the great emperors. With his current strength, he was still too weak to face it head-on. Zhu Qing's resistance had undoubtedly completely enraged Fu Yun. She looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, Today is a joyous day for the dragon race. I didn't want to kill, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. As she spoke, her killing intent was like a tide. Everyone's expression changed. Even if they weren't targeted, the hundreds of cultivator had difficulty breathing. They felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chest, and they were about to vomit blood. It was as if they could die at any time. If they were like this, then what about Yang Kai who was targeted? Yang Kai's situation was naturally not good. When the killing intent shrouded him, he felt a clear sense of death that he had never felt before. His whole body turned ice cold, and his blood was almost frozen. Fu Qi stood at the side and watched coldly. He was delighted to see the situation. Yang Kai's previous words made him burn with anger and lose face. If it wasn't because the elders were here, he would have already made a move on Yang Kai. It was just that he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the elders. Now that he saw the second elder was really angry, he immediately rejoiced in his misfortune. In the entire Dragon Island, no one didn't know the second elder's temper. She always meant what she said, and no one dared to disobey her. Yang Kai being so stubborn, he was destined to not have a good ending. As this thought flashed through his mind, he stared at Zhu Qing who was nestled in Yang Kai's arms with resentment. He secretly made up his mind that after the marriage, he would definitely dote on this slut. How hateful, this slut's primordial yin was actually taken away by that human. A dragon lady's primordial yin was a great supplement, and this was true for both the dragon race and humans. He was an 8th rank thunder dragon. If he could get the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, he might have a chance to break through to the 9th rank. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Fu Qi couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He glanced at Yang Kai with hatred. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging. The second elder looked at him coldly and didn't move at all. She raised her hand slightly, and in the center of her fair palm, the law surged, and a chill spread out. She looked like she was going to kill him. Yang Kai flipped his wrist, and a token suddenly appeared in his hand, as he shouted, "The Dragon Island token is here." Fu Qi's movements paused. The head elder, Zhu Yan, who had been silent the entire time, also took a serious look at the token in Yang Kai's hand and nodded, saying, "Not bad, this is indeed the Dragon Island token." Zhu Kong said, "Oh? The final Dragon Island token is actually in your hands? This really is interesting." The Dragon Island token was something that came out of the dragon race, and there were only 10 of them. Over the countless years, the dragon race had put in a lot of effort, but they had only managed to retrieve 9 of them. The final one was still outside, and there had been no news of it. The last time Zhu Qing left Dragon Island, her main mission was to find this final Dragon Island token. Unfortunately, although she had found out that the Dragon Island token was in Yang Kai's hands, she was unable to retrieve it successfully. Through various coincidences, she had developed an extremely close relationship with Yang Kai. For Yang Kai to take out this Dragon Island token and show it to others, his intentions were very clear. Chapter 3056. When the Dragon Island medallion appeared, everyone was in an uproar. The few hundred cultivators had been living in half of Dragon City for a long time, so they were naturally familiar with the Dragon Island medallion. However, they had only heard about it, and this was the first time they had seen the real thing. In an instant, a few hundred pairs of eyes looked towards the Dragon Island medallion, unable to take their eyes off it. Fu Qi sneered and said, "You casually took out a medallion and called it a Dragon Island medallion? Do you really think that the dragon race is easy to fool?" He was really angry at Yang Kai, so he mocked him. Yang Kai looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Great Elder already said that this is a Dragon Island medallion. Do you have better eyesight than Great Elder? Or do you not trust Great Elder?" Fu Qi was startled, and said with an ugly expression, "Brat, don't slander me." Even if he was a rank 8 lightning dragon, he could not take the label of not trusting Great Elder. He quickly looked towards Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder, that's not what I meant." Zhu Yan waved his hand slightly, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "Although I also feel that the aura of this Dragon Island medallion is pure, I still need to check if it's a real Dragon Island medallion. If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" Yang Kai lowered his head and looked towards Zhu Qing. Seeing Zhu Qing nod, he smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to Great Elder." He extended his hand and tossed the Dragon Island medallion towards the Great Elder. Great Elder received it, formed a seal with his hand, and tapped on the medallion with his finger. In an instant, the dragon image on the medallion suddenly moved, and a loud dragon roar was heard. Fourth Elder Zhu Kong nodded and said, "That's right, it's a Dragon Island medallion without a doubt." Actually, when they saw the medallion, the few elders were already 80% sure. However, this was a serious matter, so it was more appropriate to verify it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. "I heard that the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request to the Dragon Island." Speaking up to this point, his expression suddenly changed. He said in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" Just as he was speaking, the second elder suddenly extended her hand and grabbed the Dragon Island medallion in the Great Elder's hand. Her movement was extremely fast. Her white hand turned into a series of afterimages and swept toward the Dragon Island medallion. The Great Elder obviously didn't expect that Fu Zhen would suddenly make a move. He turned his wrist to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the second elder was already prepared and followed him like a shadow. The 2 great elders of the dragon race didn't move, but their hands turned into countless afterimages as they silently clashed. After a loud bang, everything returned to normal. Zhu Yan frowned, while Fu Tin's expression remained cold. Zhu Kong looked at Zhu Yan, then at Fu Tin, letting out a long sigh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Island token in the Great Elder's hand suddenly turned into a pile of fine powder. It fell through the gaps between his fingers and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. What is the second elder's intention? Yang Kai had a sullen expression as he gritted his teeth and looked at Fu Tin. He never thought that this woman would actually destroy his Dragon Island medallion in public. This was simply shameless. He found it hard to imagine that a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. Previously, he didn't really trust this woman. That was why he gave the Dragon Island medallion to the great elder after consulting with Zhu Qing. However, he didn't expect that he still miscalculated. Zhu Yan also turned to look at Fu Tin, as if waiting for her to give an explanation. Fu Tin said indifferently, "This one doesn't need to explain too much to you. Since the great elder and the fourth elder both believe that it's the Dragon Island medallion, this one naturally won't go back on my word. Let's just say that it's the Dragon Island medallion for now. Let's just say." The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. Wasn't she just lying through her teeth? How could she deny the authenticity of the Dragon Island medallion just by saying, "Let's just say, let"? Fu Tin didn't continue to argue with him on this issue. She only said coldly, "You trespassed on the Dragon Island without the permission of the dragon race. This is your first crime. Pestering endlessly on the wedding day of the dragon race is your second crime. Tarnishing the reputation of the dragon race's dragon lady is your third crime. These crimes deserve to be punished. However, this one won't kill you today. Take that Dragon Island medallion as an exchange for your life. Quickly back off." Yang Kai refused to accept this and said, "Didn't I say that I want to exchange that Dragon Island medallion for my life? Isn't the second elder being too arbitrary?" He was really angered. He took out the Dragon Island medallion, but before he could state his request, it was destroyed by this woman. After that, she even said that she wanted to exchange the Dragon Island medallion for his life as if it was a matter of course. She couldn't force a deal to this extent. Not exchanging your life? You want to die? Yang Kai straightened his neck and shouted, "I want your Dragon Island to release my people. Let me and Qing'er leave this place." Wishful thinking. Fu Si sneered. Zhu Qing said with a pained heart, "Second elder, according to the dragon race's rules, the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a reasonable request to the dragon race. Although you are the second elder, you can't ignore the teachings of your ancestors." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhu Yan. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Great elder, I need an explanation." It was impossible to reason with Fu Si. This bitch was like a piece of stubborn ice that couldn't be melted. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. It would only make him angry. Yang Kai could only shift the focus to Zhu Yan. The Dragon Island medallion was destroyed in his hands. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "That's right. There is indeed such a rule in the dragon race." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. He cupped his fist and said, "If that's the case, I have no other request. I only hope that the great elder can let me and Qing'er leave safely." Zhu Yan remained silent for a while. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't do. Great elder." The hope in Zhu Qing's eyes dimmed. If the great elder didn't make the decision today, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place. Yang Kai sneered, "The dragon race is truly awe-inspiring. I have learned something today." The great elder shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that your request goes against the rules of the dragon race. I can't agree to it. The second elder is right. You have the Dragon Island medallion, we should fulfill your request. However, this request must be reasonable. If you want to leave with Zhu Qing, that's impossible. Therefore, you should leave by yourself." The great elder's words were within Yang Kai's expectations. Therefore, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, he had asked Zhu Lai if he could use the Dragon Island medallion to exchange for Zhu Qing. At that time, Zhu Lai had rejected his idea. Taking out the Dragon Island medallion today was just a fluke attempt. Now, it seemed that Zhu Lai was right. Even if he had the Dragon Island medallion, the dragon race wouldn't agree to taking away a dragoness so easily. Zhu Kong also said, "That's right. You can leave. The dragon race won't make things difficult for you today." According to the dragon race's personality, if it was anyone else who dared to cause trouble today, they would have died without a burial site. However, Yang Kai did indeed have the Dragon Island medallion. Even if he was rude today, the Dragon Island medallion would be enough to protect his life. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Kai had to adapt to the situation. "Leave?" The second elder suddenly snorted, "Did I say that I would let him leave?" Hearing this, Yang Kai curled his lips and sneered, "Second elder, are you going back on your word and want to kill me to the last one? Very well, then let's see who's the real deal. If this young master doesn't have a good time, your dragon race can forget about having a peaceful time." "What arrogance!" Fu Qi coldly snorted. Many members of the dragon race also had gloomy expressions. Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly angered everyone. Daring to steal the bride during the dragon race's wedding, the dragons had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. Now that he was about to die, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. He really didn't know how high the heavens were. "Whether or not I'm arrogant depends on whether or not I'm capable." Yang Kai glanced at Fu Qi and secretly made up his mind. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be the first to make a move. This idiot actually dared to steal his woman. Yang Kai had to vent the anger that he had suppressed for a month. "Second elder." Zhu Yan looked at Fu Qi with a frown. "The dragon race is a man of his word." "What do you mean by this?" The Dragon Island order had already been destroyed. What harm was there in letting him go? He could not understand why Fu Qi would go back on his word. This one naturally means what he says. Fu Qi indifferently looked at Yang Kai. "This one said that I won't kill him, so I won't kill him. But when did I say that I would let him go? If I don't leave behind the dragon race's source, he can forget about leaving Dragon Island." Once this was said, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong's expressions turned serious. They immediately knew what Fu Qi was planning. Yang Kai possessed the ancestral dragon source. Since he had walked right into their trap, they naturally could not let him go so easily. The ancestral dragon source was very important. If they could obtain it, the strength of the entire dragon race would increase by a large amount. Zhu Yan previously wanted Zhu Qing to invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island because of the ancestral dragon source. Therefore, after realizing the second elder's intentions, Zhu Yan could not refute him. Based on what he knew, Yang Kai was proficient in the laws of space. If he really was allowed to leave today, who knew if he would have a chance to find him in the future? He let out a long sigh and immediately shut his mouth. "Second elder, don't go overboard." Zhu Qing was so angry that her entire body was trembling. "You dare to speak to me like this?" Fu Qi's gaze turned sharp. "What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai's gaze was even fiercer than Fu Qi's. "Qing, is speaking to you like this. So what? Brat, you're pushing your luck and don't know when to stop. You're courting death." When had Fu Qi ever been offended like this? In her anger, she could no longer hold it in and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai. Her palm instantly turned into ice crystals as if it was carved out of jade. The unparalleled ice laws turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Yang Kai. Her palm rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes as if it could cover the sky. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, "Is your dragon race going overboard, or am I pushing my luck?" While speaking, he pushed Zhu Qing away. Under everyone's flabbergasted gaze, he did not retreat and went straight for the second elder. Roar! At the same time as a furious roar was heard, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster that was 80 feet tall. There were short horns on his head and scales all over his body. His flesh and blood wriggled rapidly and a series of crackling sounds came from his bones. His hands also suddenly turned into sharp dragon claws. Unparalleled dragon's aura spread out and 2 streams of boiling hot air came out from his nostrils. Dragon transformation secret art. A series of exclamations sounded. Many members of the dragon race were dumbfounded. Dragon transformation secret art was the dragon race's secret art. They were naturally familiar with it, but it was also the first time they saw someone use dragon transformation secret art to such an extent. A body of 80 feet, even though it was only half a dragon's body, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, especially that dragon's breath that was incomparably pure. Chapter 3057. Some of the 6th and 7th ranked dragon race members secretly compared themselves. Even if there was no bloodline suppression, they would not be able to gain any advantage against such a guy. Their faces could not help but become more dignified, and they no longer had their previous contempt and arrogance. Revealing his half-dragon body, Yang Kai immediately urged his dragon pressure to cover Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen's expression did not change, and the jade-like hand that he sent out became more and more crystal clear. In a flash, the two had already exchanged blows. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Fu Zhen's hand easily broke through all of Yang Kai's defenses, and lightly pressed against his chest. Silently, Yang Kai's spacious chest suddenly caved in, as if it had been hit by a huge rock. His back bulged out in an instant, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded behind him, shaking his soul. Kacha, only at this time did a sound come out, but it was the sound of countless bones breaking, which made people shudder. After a slight pause, the half-dragon body that was more than 80 feet tall was sent flying, like thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of feet away, and golden blood splattered along the way, drawing a golden straight line. Overestimating himself. Many dragon race members looked at Yang Kai who was sent flying, and this thought emerged in their minds. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong looked at each other and secretly shook their heads. Although Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon source, and his strength was not weak, the second elder was a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors after all, and he also had a 10th ranked dragon vein. He urged his dragon pressure at the first moment, but it did not cause any bloodline suppression on the second elder. Without the advantage of bloodline suppression, how could Yang Kai resist the power of the second elder's palm? This light palm immediately made Yang Kai realize the gap between himself and the great emperors. He did not even hurt a hair on Fu Zhen's head just now. The scene was quiet, and only a bone-chilling aura shrouded the surroundings. Fu Zhen coldly stared at Yang Kai, who was barely able to stop himself, with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She slowly turned her head and looked to the side. Her eyes slowly narrowed as she said calmly, "Zhu Qing, do you know what you are doing?" Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly came back to their senses and looked in that direction. At first glance, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown when Zhu Qing had come to Fu Qi's side. Her dragon's might emanated and shrouded Fu Qi. Her jade-like hand had already transformed into a dragon claw and clasped onto Fu Qi's head. She stared at Fu Qi as though she was facing a great enemy. She did not have much of a reaction when Yang Kai was injured. It was not that she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but she did not dare to be distracted. In front of the great emperors, the slightest bit of carelessness was enough to cause Yang Kai's plan to fail. Therefore, she did not even dare to think of looking back to check on Yang Kai's injuries. That sharp dragon claw had already pierced into Fu Qi's flesh. It was as though she could kill Fu Qi on the spot with just a slight push. Fu Qi obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. He was just mocking Yang Kai for being an ant trying to shake a tree. When he saw Yang Kai suffering under the second elder's hand, he was secretly happy. He could not wait for the second elder to take Yang Kai's life with that palm. Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure flashed in front of him. Zhu Qing appeared behind him. Immediately, he felt the suppression of the rank 9 dragon vein and felt the pain coming from his head. Fu Qi's face immediately turned ashen. It was as ugly as it could get. The suppression of a rank 9 dragon vein against a rank 8 dragon vein was not too harsh. If they really fought head-on, Fu Qi would be able to hold on for a while. However, Zhu Qing was already prepared and took the initiative. Now, she could completely control Fu Qi's life and death. Everyone's expressions were brilliant in an instant. The scene in front of them was really strange. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. They were wearing bright red clothes for both days. They should be a pair in heaven and a pair on earth, but at this very moment, the bride was actually looking like she wanted to kill the groom. This scene was very awkward no matter how one looked at it. Zhu Qing did not answer. All of her attention was placed on Fu Qi. Your seal has actually been undone. Zhu Kong frowned, feeling a little incredulous. When did this happen? It had to be known that Zhu Qing's dragon vein had been suppressed and her cultivation had been sealed. However, looking at her now, she did not look like she had been suppressed or sealed at all. She had clearly recovered, which was why she was able to catch them off guard. So that's how it is. A look of understanding flashed through Zhu Yan's eyes. He was secretly shocked as he looked at Yang Kai, who was holding his chest and shaking his head as he flew back. Look at what you've done. Fu Qi angrily glared at Yang Kai and shouted. There was no reason for Zhu Qing's seal to be undone inexplicably. From beginning to end, only Yang Kai had come into contact with Zhu Qing. If there was anyone who could unseal Zhu Qing without anyone noticing, it could only be Yang Kai. How could he have this kind of ability? That seal was something that she had personally used. You guys are allowed to do this, but this young master is not allowed to do it? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai's expression was a little ferocious. There was still some golden blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His chest had also not completely recovered and was still somewhat caved in. Fu Qi's palm strike had not been easy to bear. Even if it did not take his life, it had shaken his blood and qi, causing several of his bones to break. His 80-meter-tall figure stepped through the air and stood in front of Zhu Qing like a small mountain, facing the pressure of the three great elders of the dragon race head-on. Seeing that he was full of energy and was not seriously injured, Zhu Qing, who had been on tenterhooks, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her nervous expression becoming much calmer. Qing did well. Yang Kai praised without even turning his head. In the end, they were husband and wife and had a tacit understanding. He did not have time to explain his plan to Zhu Qing in detail, but Zhu Qing had still made the most correct choice at the crucial moment. Creating a diversion. Zhu Kong raised her eyebrows. She also wanted to understand what had happened in that short moment. Yang Kai had used the dragon transformation art to transform into 8 dragon bodies to fight with the second elder. It seemed extremely reckless and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but in reality, it was just to attract everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on him, Zhu Qing, who was being blocked by his huge body, had the space to act as she wished. Reality proved that this move was very effective. Originally, Yang Kai was just a fish on the chopping board. In a place like Dragon Island, he was completely at the mercy of the dragon race. It was impossible for him to have any strength left to resist, but now, the situation was a little different. Zhu Qing's seal had been broken, her strength had been restored, and Fu Qi was also in her hands. She looked like she was going to perish together with him at any moment. Enduring the second elder's thunderous attack, Yang Kai had already grasped a bit of the initiative. Such deep scheming, such a bold plan. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong were slightly moved, secretly feeling that if today's matter could not be resolved perfectly, Dragon Island would most likely have to make a powerful enemy. Zhu Qing, do you want to rebel? Why haven't you released Fu Qi yet? What a scandal. Fu Tianyi's expression was ice-cold, and his voice was similarly bone-chilling. Zhu Qing's expression did not change, only replying, I will listen to Yang Kai, if he says to release, then I will release. Fu Tianyi was furious, don't forget that you are a member of the dragon race, you are a member of Dragon Island. The crime of harming your own race, you should know what kind of punishment you will receive. Seeing that she was really angry, many members of the dragon race trembled with fear. They had not seen the second elder completely angry for a long time. The last time was more than 10 years ago, and the result of the second elder's anger was that her favorite person was sent to the dragon tomb, and that person was the third elder of the dragon race at that time. Zhu Qing now had a rank 9 dragon vein. Logically speaking, she could become the 5th elder of the dragon race. But so what? Even the 3rd elder was personally sent to the dragon tomb by the 2nd elder. How could Zhu Qing be spared? Harming your own race? Yang Kai snorted coldly, turning his hand and grabbing. A huge palm directly grabbed Fu Qi, enveloping Fu Qi with his dragon might. Fu Qi cried out in alarm. A feeling of fear actually emerged from his bones. He was only rank 8, Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein could already suppress him, not to mention Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source. If it was Yang Kai a month ago, even if he used the dragon transformation ability, he would not be so afraid, but in this 1 month, Yang Kai's dragon transformation ability had improved tremendously, and the fusion of the golden divine dragon source with his own body could not be compared to before. Fu Qi only felt the dragon yuan in his body stagnate in an instant, almost unable to circulate. This was not the most unbearable thing for him. The most unbearable thing was that he, a rank 8 lightning dragon, was actually being held in Yang Kai's hand like a toy, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. He immediately felt ashamed and resentful. You bitch, you sealed Qing's cultivation, suppressed her dragon vein, knowing that her heart belongs to someone, yet you still forced her to marry someone of the dragon race she doesn't like. Isn't this harming your own race? In my opinion, the one who should be punished the most should be you. The group of people of the dragon race suddenly had sweat on their foreheads, even the great elder and 4th elder's eyebrows were twitching. This guy was too daring. He actually dared to speak to the 2nd elder like that? Fu Qi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, "What did you call me?" Bitch, 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 bitch. Yang Kai opened his mouth and scolded many times. He opened his mouth wide, spittle flew everywhere, almost spraying onto Fu Qi's face. Fu Qi's face turned from green to white, his delicate body trembled, that terrifying killing intent had almost condensed into a substance. I advise you not to think of killing me. Yang Kai looked down at him, a mocking smile appeared on his face. That's right, if you really want to kill me, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to escape, but I am a rather timid person, I can't be frightened. If I can't control my strength and accidentally crush this little reptile, then this matter will not be easy to deal with. As if to prove that he was not lying, he slightly exerted strength in his hand. Fu Qi immediately cried out miserably. He felt that all the bones in his body were dislocated. He gritted his teeth, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his eyes were filled with resentment. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away by the entire Dragon Island seawater, but now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. I heard that your dragon race has very few members. Any dragon race member is an extremely precious clansman. I wonder what kind of position an 8th rank thunder dragon has in the 2nd elder's heart. Fu Qi gritted his teeth, he shouted word by word, my dragon race and you, today, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhu Qing's face instantly turned pale. Chapter 3058. Fight to the death. As soon as the 2nd elder said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. If someone else said this, it might just be a threat, but since it came from the 2nd elder, then it really was a fight to the death. She was completely enraged, and only Yang Kai's blood could wash away the shame of the dragon race. Zhu Qing's face turned pale. She thought that by capturing Fu Qi, she would have room to negotiate with the elders, but who knew that the 2nd elder would be forced to say such words? She panicked and did not know what to do. She could only look at Yang Kai's tall back. You still dare to threaten me? Yang Kai's face turned ruthless, and without any explanation, he grabbed one of Fu Qi's arms. The huge difference in size made it seem like he was pinching a toothpick. What are you doing? Fu Qi was shocked. After saying this, Yang Kai suddenly exerted force. Qi, blood splattered. Fu Qi was stunned for a moment, then let out a miserable howl. That arm was torn off by Yang Kai, and the cut was uneven. Fresh blood gushed out, and drops of pure dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. Every drop was sparkling and round, and it dripped onto the ground, instantly dyeing it red. Dragon blood was an extremely precious thing, and every drop was priceless. It could be used to refine pills, and it could also be consumed directly. Especially for a descendant of the dragon like Li Jiao, dragon blood was even more effective than dragon blood flowers. But at this moment, this extremely precious dragon blood was gushing out like it was free. The blood-red color impacted everyone's mind, causing them to tremble in fear. Hiss, a series of gasps, could be heard. Everyone looked at him absent-mindedly, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong took a step forward together, and their faces suddenly became serious. Unparalleled dragon pressure enveloped Yang Kai. Previously, they did not say anything because Yang Kai had not done anything that would harm the interests of Dragon Island. They did not want to bully the weak out of respect for Zhu Qing. But now, the situation was different. An 8th-rank Thunder Dragon's arm was torn off by him, and as the Great Elder and 4th Elder of Dragon Island, they naturally could not sit by and do nothing. You dare! Yang Kai turned around and glared at Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong before grabbing Fu Qi's other arm. His expression was as ferocious as a beast that could devour people at any moment, and his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong stopped, and the Great Elder said in a deep voice, "You are too much." Yang Kai shook his head, "It's your Dragon Islands too much. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. Let Fu Qi go, and we can still talk." Yang Kai said without hesitation, "There is nothing to talk about with you. Let me and Qing leave, and I will let him live. Otherwise, we will all die together." If what he said before was just a weak threat, then it now carried a lot of weight. He pulled off Fu Qi's arm without saying anything, and it was clear that he was prepared to perish together with Fu Qi. The Great Elder and 2nd Elder of the Dragon race, no matter who it was, had the ability to take his life, but at the same time, Fu Qi would definitely be buried with him. There were not many Dragon race members, and they could not afford to lose them. "Let him go." The 2nd Elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai did not say much, and only sneered, and exerted more force. Fu Qi's other arm was also torn off. Yang Kai casually threw it to the side, and his eyes stared at Fu Qi, full of provocation. "You threatened me, and I pulled off one of Fu Qi's arms. You yelled at me, and I pulled off one of Fu Qi's arms. Even without an arm, he still had a leg. Anyway, the dragon race had strong vitality, and this injury was not fatal. Didn't you want to betroth Zhu Qing to Fu Qi? I will kill Fu Qi first, and see how you are going to betroth him." Facing the dragon race, one could not show any weakness. "If you are ruthless, I will be even more ruthless." Fu Qi's face was green with anger. Even the things that happened more than 10 years ago did not make her so angry, but this time, Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly caused her anger to rise to a new height. Both of his arms were torn off, and Fu Qi was in so much pain that his face was pale, and his body was trembling. He was a member of the dragon race, and his body should be incomparably strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to tear off his arms like this. But Yang Kai had transformed into an 8-zhang long dragon, and was extremely strong. Not to mention Fu Qi, even if the Great Elder and 2nd Elder fell into his hands, he would be able to tear them off for the world to see. He lowered his head, and his eyes were full of hatred. "I will give you 10 breaths to consider. You can make your own decision." Yang Kai's gaze swept across the 3 Great Elders of the dragon race, and he started counting. He was obviously the weaker party, but his attitude was extremely high, as if he had everything under control. It was as if he was the ruler, and this made everyone feel uncomfortable. 10, 9, 8, his voice was very calm, and there was no trace of nervousness in it. His face was also filled with determination. Zhu Qing flashed out from the side and stood beside Yang Kai. She took a deep breath, and her expression was also very determined. The husband and wife sang together, and they would share joys and sorrows, and live and die together. Zhu Qing did not say a word, but she had already expressed her attitude. 1. Yang Kai finished counting, and the 3 dragon race elders still did not say anything. It was not that they did not care about Fu Qi's life, but the dragon race could not back down from today's matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the entire dragon race would be damaged. Yang Kai's strength forced them to give up on Fu Qi. Zhu Yan sighed inwardly. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Now that he thought about it, the most important reason was that Yang Kai's actions were too extreme. But if it was anyone else who encountered this situation, they would not be able to get the best of both worlds. This was destined to become the tragedy of the dragon race, and Yang Kai was destined to die. Yang Kai lowered his head and stared at Zhu Qing, a grin appearing on his face, but combined with his half-dragon appearance, this grin became somewhat ferocious. Qing, it looks like we'll have to share the same fate here today. Zhu Qing's hair fluttered in the wind, and she smiled slightly. With a companion on the road to hell, no one will be lonely. Good. Yang Kai shouted, and his expression suddenly became serious. Complicated and mysterious syllables suddenly came out of his mouth. These syllables were extremely strange. The few hundred mortals only felt that it was strange when they heard it, but when these syllables entered the ears of the dragons, their hearts beat wildly and their dragon blood started to boil. Dragon race secret technique. Fu Qi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You actually learned the dragon race's secret technique?" Yang Kai stared at her and did not reply. His voice gradually became louder and louder, like a true dragon's roar. It spread to the 9 heavens. The ancestral dragon's origin inheritance. Zhu Yan revealed a look of realization. His face was filled with shock. The inheritance of the Holy Spirit was not passed down orally, it was hidden in one's bloodline. When the bloodline awakened to a certain extent, this inheritance would also be awakened. The dragon race was the head of the Holy Spirits, they naturally could not avoid this rule. The pure-blooded dragon race would gradually grasp some secret techniques that could only be used by the dragon race along with the improvement of their bloodline. Yang Kai was currently using the dragon race's secret technique, and it was an extremely high-end secret technique. From the looks of it, he had obviously obtained some inheritance belonging to the dragon race, and the origin of the inheritance was naturally the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. Zhu Yan was shocked because of this. Yang Kai had obtained the dragon race's inheritance. Didn't that mean that he had already obtained the acknowledgement of the ancestral dragon's origin? No wonder he was able to undo Zhu Qing's seal without anyone noticing. Zhu Qing's seal was planted by the second elder, and he had also used the dragon race's secret technique. From Yang Kai's current performance, he indeed had the ability to undo the seal. If that was the case, then he was no longer a human. He could be said to be a member of the dragon race, and an extremely important member. Zhu Yan understood this matter, so how could Fu Qi not think of it? She couldn't help but be in disbelief. She had previously planned to keep Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take away the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. But now, it seemed that this idea could no longer be realized. The prerequisite for taking away was to be complete. Now that the ancestral dragon's origin had already acknowledged this human and had even fused with him, how could she take it away? Even if she was lucky enough to succeed, there would still be some missing parts, and this would be an unacceptable loss to the entire dragon race. Only the dragon race could use the dragon race's secret technique, and this was an unbreakable iron rule. The syllables that came out of Yang Kai's mouth were extremely ancient dragon language. Others might not understand it, but how could the dragon race not understand it? In an instant, all the members of the dragon race were shocked, and the 3 elders were in a daze. Before they could react, Fu Qi, who had been held in Yang Kai's hand, suddenly screamed. His entire body trembled violently, and his red robe was drenched in sweat. His originally resentful eyes suddenly became absent-minded, as though he had been struck by some kind of evil spell. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning swam, and a crackling dragon shape suddenly appeared above Fu Qi's head. The lightning dragon opened its mouth and roared, as though it was unwilling to leave Fu Qi's body, but under Yang Kai's dragon language, it had no choice but to be pulled out inch by inch. The dragon's eyes were filled with pain and fear, and in a short moment, the entire dragon's head was pulled out. This was clearly Fu Qi's dragon race origin. Once it left his body, he would lose the qualifications to be a dragon race member, and this was worse than death. Dragon's punishment. Many members of the dragon race were shocked, and their bodies turned cold, as though their blood had frozen. After the death of a dragon race member, their origin would not disappear, but would return to the dragon's tomb and turn into a chaotic origin power. When a female dragon was pregnant, the dragon race would hold a ceremony to communicate with the dragon's tomb, allowing the origin power in the dragon's tomb to be transferred to the new baby. In other words, although the death of a dragon race member was a loss, it did not destroy their foundation. However, if their origin was destroyed, everything would turn to dust. This was also the reason why the dragon race had always been rare, but not extinct. Every dragon race member that died would leave behind their origin, contributing their last bit of strength to the continuation of the dragon race. Losing a part of their origin might mean that there would be one less dragon race in the future. Chapter 3059. Dragon punishment was the most powerful method to destroy the dragon race's source. It was a taboo technique of the entire dragon race. If Yang Kai's threat to perish together with Fu Qi was still acceptable to the second elder due to her anger, then the current situation was something she didn't want to see at all. The dragon clan could die, but their source couldn't be destroyed. Stop! Zhu Yan roared, his face as dark as water. Yang Kai stopped as expected, and the words that had been jumping out of his mouth stopped. The lightning dragon that had been peeled off from Fu Qi's head was also no longer in pain. Great Elder, do you have any other advice? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, but he was secretly afraid. Although he acted like a hooligan, who would be willing to die if they were not forced into a corner? Fortunately, the Great Elder gave him face and jumped out at the crucial moment, otherwise, he would not know how to continue. Since things had developed to this point, he had no way out. He could either negotiate with the dragon race and pay a certain price to take Zhu Qing away, or shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. The latter was not what he wanted to see, but if it was the former, he was mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Seeing Yang Kai stop the dragon punishment, Zhu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had obtained the dragon race's inheritance and the ancestral dragon source, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary human. It was useless to put on the arrogance of the dragon race. He pondered for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. A loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and the whole world seemed to tremble. Then, a beam of light burst out from a distant place, and the spiritual energy of the world surged and shook. It was bleak and restless. The three elders of the dragon race suddenly turned around and looked towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, the three dragons' expressions changed. The second elder, Fu Tianyi, shouted in a low voice, "Not good." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and flew in that direction like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't even care about what was happening here. This turn of events left the hundreds of mortals dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai had a look of surprise on his face as his eyes darted around in all directions. No one knew what the second elder was doing in such a hurry. Logically speaking, what happened here was related to the honor and dignity of the dragon race. After all, kidnapping the bride on the wedding day of the dragon race was really bad. The second elder had also shown an absolutely strong stance before, and even said that the dragon race and Yang Kai would not rest until one of them was dead. This could be said to be an irreconcilable enmity. What was it that could make such an expert like Fu Tianyi lose his composure? He couldn't even be bothered to deal with Yang Kai's kidnapping of the bride and wanted to deal with it directly? Something happened on Dragon Island, and it was a big deal. This kind of incredulous thought appeared in everyone's mind. Sure enough, they saw that the great elder, Zhu Yan, and the fourth elder, Zhu Kong, both had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Qi's arms earlier, they did not reveal such an expression. Looking at the other dragon race members, they also had bewildered expressions, as if they had some guesses. Qing, what is that place? What happened? Yang Kai secretly transmitted to Zhu Qing. He was secretly excited, as he keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity. Among the three great elders of the dragon race, the second elder, Fu Tianyi, was the most difficult to deal with. If she had not been so unreasonable, Yang Kai would not have gone so far before. Now that she had actually left, Yang Kai was naturally happy to see this. Without the second elder as a huge obstacle, only the great elder, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Kong were left. If they tried hard enough, they might be able to sit down and talk peacefully. After all, these two elders were from the Zhu faction of the dragon race, so they were more or less biased towards Zhu Qing. This could be seen from the attitude of the two elders before. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhu Qing replied, "Dragon's tomb, that is the dragon's tomb. Something seems to have happened to the dragon's tomb." Dragon's tomb? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew what the dragon's tomb was. It was a place where the dragon race members would definitely enter before they died. It was the forbidden area of the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth to search for the lost source of the dragon race. Her main purpose was to bring it back to the dragon's tomb. Since the dragon's tomb was the graveyard of the dragon race, what could have happened there? For the second elder to run away without even saying a word, this matter was really strange. Zhu Qing could not say why, but she knew that something must have happened to the dragon's tomb. While Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were communicating, the great elder and the fourth elder were also quietly communicating. It was unknown what the great elder said to the fourth elder, but Zhu Kong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. Yang Kai's eyes turned, then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Great elder, fourth elder, this junior was in the wrong today, but there was no other choice." This junior was also thinking of Qing's happiness, which was why I acted so ruthlessly. I hope the two elders can forgive me. His conflict with the dragon race was basically concentrated on the second elder, Fu Tin. Now that Fu Tin had left, if he could take this opportunity to persuade the great elder and the fourth elder, he might be able to leave safely. It was just that he did not know if the dragon race would be willing to let him go. He was worried about his gains and losses and was also a little apprehensive. Hearing this, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong both looked at Yang Kai in amusement and anger. Previously, when he was facing the second elder, this brat had a firm and unyielding attitude, as if he could not wait to fight to the death with Fu Tin on the spot to prove his feelings for Zhu Qing. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had softened his tone. It seemed that he was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan said, "Injuring my clansmen and humiliating my dragon race's reputation is not something that can be explained by saying that you had no other choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then what does the great elder want?" You have also seen Qing's attitude. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why should the dragon race deceive themselves like this? Fu Qi is a dragon race, so is Zhu Qing not a dragon race? You should also think more about Zhu Qing. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "That may be so, but today's matter is destined to not end peacefully." Yang Kai's expression sank. Since the great elder has said so, this brat can only accept. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for the great elder's forgiveness. His attitude towards the great elder was completely different from his attitude towards the second elder. He had already offended Fu Tin, so if there was still a chance, he was not willing to offend the great elder. Today's matter should be repaid with blood. Zhu Yan said in a low voice, then suddenly changed the topic, "But this old man does not want to bully the weak and ruin the reputation of my dragon race." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What does the great elder mean? If you let Fu Qi go, this old man will not make a move on you. Really? Yang Kai was happy after hearing that. In the entire Dragon Island, the people he feared the most were the Great Elder and the Second Elder. These two were existences comparable to the Great Emperors. Now that the Second Elder had left early for no reason, if the Great Elder also did not make a move on him, then this Dragon Island was so big that he could come and go as he pleased. It would be difficult for the Fourth Elder to make him stay. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that this Great Elder had become kind and amiable, even his stern face had become much warmer. As expected of the dragon race, he was still biased towards Zhu Qing and wanted to make things easier for her in a roundabout way. Dragon race Great Elder's words carry enormous weight, this brat naturally trusts him. Yang Kai kept nodding with a happy expression, causing the few hundred mortals to roll their eyes. Just a moment ago, he was still doubting the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising the other party. Then let him go. Zhu Yan looked at him indifferently and said. Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly threw Fu Qi, who had been in his hand, out. Fu Qi had lost both of his arms and was in so much pain that his face had already turned pale. He originally thought that he was going to die here today, but who would have thought that he would be able to survive in such a hopeless situation? After being thrown out by Yang Kai, he immediately grabbed the two severed arms that Yang Kai threw away and quickly ran in a certain direction. He did not dare to stay here and only wanted to find a place to recuperate. Although his arms were torn off by Yang Kai, the vitality of the dragon race was tenacious. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would definitely be able to recover. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai, looking like he was going to come back for revenge. He was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. If not for Yang Kai's surprise attack just now, it would have been impossible for him to be directly subdued by Zhu Qing. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? In front of so many people, he was injured and Zhu Qing was snatched away. If he could still swallow this anger, then he wouldn't be Fu Qi among the crowd. Li Jiao looked at the escaping Fu Qi with a gloomy face and a struggling expression. Previously, when Yang Kai taught Fu Qi a lesson and tore off his arms, Li Jiao was elated. If not for this bastard, how would Sanyang have to suffer 200 to 300 years of pain? He wished that Yang Kai could kill Fu Qi directly. But now that Yang Kai and the Great Elder of the Dragon race had reached an agreement and released Fu Qi, Li Jiao felt a little disappointed and a little relieved. He was disappointed that Fu Qi managed to escape, but he was relieved that Fu Qi did not die in the hands of Yang Kai. Enmity naturally had to be taken with his own hands to vent his anger. Thus, Fu Qi's narrow escape gave Li Jiao a chance to take revenge. But Fu Qi was a rank 8 lightning dragon. Even if he was heavily injured, Li Jiao knew that he was not his opponent. He only had a lower rank 3 bloodline. How could he win against a rank 8 dragon race dragon? Unless he could also raise his bloodline. Thus, he was hesitating and struggling. What should he do to kill Fu Qi? He was very clear about the consequences of killing a dragon race dragon, but as a man, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. He had a scale that belonged to him. Just as he was hesitating, Fu Qi had already disappeared. Among the crowd, other than Li Jiao staring at Fu Qi, there was another pair of eyes that greedily stared in the direction that Fu Qi left. I have already released him. Great Elder must keep his word. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded and said, this old man will naturally not go back on his word. After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Kong, then turned around and left. Looking in the direction that he left, he was also going to the dragon's tomb. Furthermore, his speed was not slower than the Second Elder's. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. This discovery caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 3060. The Second Elder mysteriously heading to the dragon's tomb was already shocking enough, but now even the First Elder had rushed over. What exactly had happened at the dragon's tomb that two powerhouses comparable to great emperors had to go over to handle it? Kai Yang also had a thoughtful expression on his face as he scratched his chin. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hatefully said, "We've been tricked." "What?" Zhu Qing looked up at him suspiciously. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "He really is a sly old fox." Inferring from what had just happened, something huge had indeed happened at the dragon's tomb, and the second elder could not handle it alone, so the first elder had to rush over to help no matter what. In other words, regardless of whether Yang Kai released Fu Qi or not, the first elder could not stay here for long. Perhaps if he had just delayed for a while, he would not have needed to discuss any conditions with the first elder. At that time, with Fu Qi in hand, would it not be easy for him and Zhu Qing to leave Dragon Island safely? He believed that without the first elder and second elder, just the fourth elder alone would not be able to stop them. Now, however, he had accidentally fallen into the first elder's trap. With the hostage in hand gone, he had lost the initiative. But thinking about it, this might have been the best outcome. If he had not agreed to the first elder's suggestion earlier, it might have forced the first elder to personally take action and end things quickly. At that time, Fu Qi would not have a good ending, and he would not have a good ending either. Thinking like this, Yang Kai calmed down. Although he had been tricked by the first elder, this outcome was still acceptable. With the two elders leaving, only the fourth elder Zhu Kong and the many members of the dragon race remained in the temporary imperial residence. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Zhu Kong. "What does fourth elder want to say? Will you let us leave? Or will we fight it out and see who's better?" Today's situation had been unexpected, but everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Facing the dragon race that had lost the first and second elder, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. "Today is an eventful day for Dragon Island. If possible, could you stay on Dragon Island for a few days and wait for everyone to make a decision?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Fourth elder, are you bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? If I don't take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Island today, what chance will I have in the future? Therefore, I cannot agree with fourth elder's suggestion." "That's also true." Zhu Kong gently nodded. "It was this elder who made things difficult for you." Zhu Qing took a step forward and sincerely looked at Zhu Kong, saying, "Fourth elder, Yang Kai and I do not wish to become enemies with the dragon race. We just want to leave this place. Would fourth elder please allow us to do so?" Zhu Kong shook her head with a solemn expression. "You have also heard what the great elder said earlier. Today's matter is destined to not end peacefully unless you surrender yourselves. Then let's fight." Yang Kai took a step forward, his huge body as towering as an iron tower. Monstrous dragon power rolled around him. The fourth elder squinted his eyes and said, "There are only two of you. I fear that you do not have much of a chance of winning. I advise you not to resist." Just as he said this, a person suddenly appeared and stood next to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing turned to look at him and furrowed her brow. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Zhu Lai cupped his fists and said, "Fourth elder, excuse me." The one who had stepped forward was surprisingly Zhu Lai. All of the dragon's expressions changed. Although Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing were siblings, Zhu Lai's actions still made him an enemy of the Dragon Island and the dragon race. To be able to make such a decision, it was not just due to familial ties. It also required a great deal of courage. Zhu Kong's expression did not change, as though she had expected this. Nodding, she said, "It's nothing much. Any choice will require a corresponding price. I just hope that you will not regret your decision today." Zhu Lai solemnly said, "I will not regret it." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Brothers in battle, father and son in battle. Good job, brother-in-law." The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. Every time he heard Yang Kai call him brother-in-law, he would have the urge to beat him up. At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd and stood firmly by Zhu Lai's side. However, his performance was far inferior to Zhu Lai's. His expression was bitter and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid of something. "You also came?" Zhu Lai looked at Li Jiao in surprise. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. Young Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Zhu Lai did not say anything and only reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Jiao immediately had a flattered expression on his face. Although he had come into contact with Zhu Lai before and had even gone through life and death together in the reincarnation world for a period of time, Zhu Lai had never once looked him in the eye. Li Jiao could clearly sense Zhu Lai's disdain for him. He knew himself well and knew that as a descendant of the dragon race, it was impossible for him to be treated seriously by the dragon race. Until today. Although it was just a simple action, it represented recognition and intimacy. Li Jiao did not know whether he should be happy or sad. Although he had received Zhu Lai's recognition by standing up, and if he was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely gain many benefits in the future. However, in today's situation, he feared that he would most likely die. He did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Fire Dragon Palace. Descendant of the dragon race? The fourth elder frowned as he looked at Li Jiao, seeing through his identity at a glance. Descendants of the dragon race were too easy to recognize. The dragon blood in their bodies was not pure, and all members of the dragon race hated descendants of the dragon race because they did not like the aura they emitted. Any descendant of the dragon race would not be able to raise their heads in front of a true dragon race member. They would have a clear sense of inferiority and would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone make an enemy out of them. However, this descendant of the dragon race's performance today was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Kong looked meaningfully at Yang Kai and knew that the reason this descendant of the dragon race had stood up was definitely because of Yang Kai. Did this brat have that much charm? He actually had a descendant of the dragon race work so hard for him, but this was of no use. Although this descendant of the dragon race's cultivation was not weak, his bloodline was too low. Against a true dragon race member, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Fourth elder, there are 4 of us. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward Zhu Kong. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the dragon race, it was at least double the original number of people. Zhu Kong faintly smiled, 4 is not a lot. 4 is indeed not a lot, but what if we were added in? A clear and bright voice suddenly rang out, directly ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone became bewildered because when they looked around, there was no one around. Yet, this voice strangely rang out. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward a certain spot in the air with great surprise. Zhu Kong had clearly also noticed something, as her eyes suddenly focused, this voice, in that empty space, a vortex had strangely appeared. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic void. It was like the mouth of a fierce beast that could swallow everything. A void corridor. Someone cried out in surprise and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was impossible for a void corridor to appear out of thin air. In addition to that person's voice, everyone immediately realized that a strong person had broken through the void and arrived. But who exactly was it that was so daring as to provoke the dragon race before they had even appeared? This was truly reckless. Who could easily endure the anger of the dragon race? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small figure suddenly walked out of the void corridor. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Because this person was truly too small. It was clearly a child, and it was a little girl. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a dress that was slightly oversized with long sleeves that almost reached her feet. Her hair was simply tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her small face was like carved jade, and she looked extremely cute. Not to mention the hundreds of mortals, even the many members of the dragon race could not help but take a few more looks at her. Once the little girl appeared, her round eyes began to look around, sweeping across everyone as though she was looking for something. There was a clear look of excitement and anticipation on her face. Yang Kai let out a cry of surprise before breaking into a smile. The little girl's gaze finally landed on him. She was only stunned for a moment before flying over like lightning, stopping in front of Yang Kai. Everyone couldn't help but worry for her. Yang Kai's incomparably large body and the little girl's petite body gave off too much of a visual impact. Even if the little girl stood up straight, she was only the size of Yang Kai's nose. Especially now that Yang Kai was grinning with his mouth wide open, it was as though he could swallow the little girl at any moment. Just as everyone was on edge, the little girl's clear voice rang out, "Master, how did you become so big?" "Moss." "Master?" Everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing that they had heard wrongly. Zhu Kong's expression also became extremely strange. He could feel that this seemingly harmless little girl was hiding a huge power within her body. Moreover, that power seemed to be the power of the Holy Spirit. It could even be said that it was not weaker than the Holy Spirit of the dragon race. He had never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse before. What made him even more puzzled was that this little girl actually called Yang Kai master. The two had a master-servant relationship. But how was that possible? For the first time today, Zhu Kong felt a sense of uneasiness. It seemed that there would be a great change in Dragon Island today. This kind of uneasiness made his heart heavy. Moreover, the voice that inexplicably rang out just now was definitely not this little girl's voice. That voice sounded like, "Damn, you touched this old lady's butt." Just as everyone was in a daze, a delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire rushed out from the void tunnel. That woman turned her head and glared in the direction of the void tunnel with a face full of anger. Under such a tense atmosphere, such a sentence suddenly popped out, causing everyone's expression to become strange. And with this interruption, that tense and austere atmosphere suddenly disappeared. "What are you blocking here for?" "I did not do it on purpose." A third person's voice rang out. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the man who had spoken at the beginning. The void tunnel disappeared, revealing the figure of a handsome and elegant man. That man had a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was also a little awkward. And after he appeared, the void tunnel suddenly disappeared. Chapter 3061. When Yang Kai showed up to snatch the bride, all the dragons looked at him with disdain. When Yang Kai transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon, all the dragon race members exclaimed in amazement. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Chi's arms, all the dragons were enraged. Their clansmen were being tortured and humiliated, so they naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. But when this man and woman appeared, all the dragon race members' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the fourth elder was the same, gritting his teeth with a solemn expression as he shouted, "Jiu Feng, Li Wui." The two masters who suddenly appeared through the void corridor were Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng and Li Wui. Putting Jiu Feng aside, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of space and was known as the #1 master in the star boundary below the great emperors. For him, bringing a few people to the void corridor was not a difficult task. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the other dragon race members, it seemed that there was some kind of grudge between them and these two. All of them were gnashing their teeth, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on these two and gnaw on their flesh. Yang Kai also asked in surprise, "Seniors, why are you here?" Li Wui glanced at him with a smile. "You didn't forget the well digger even when drinking water. Have you forgotten this king's kindness so quickly?" Yang Kai was a little confused, not knowing what he meant, but soon, his eyes lit up, as if remembering something, and he asked in surprise, "Was that divine sense left behind by Senior?" Li Wui smiled slightly, "Yes." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai suddenly understood and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Previously, when he and Li Jiao broke into Dragon Island, they were trapped in the void labyrinth and couldn't find a way out for a while. In the end, they encountered a divine sense phantom in the void labyrinth. If it weren't for that phantom, he and Li Jiao would probably still be confused in the void labyrinth. He couldn't figure out who left that divine sense phantom, but now that he heard Li Wui's words, he realized it was Li Wui's divine sense. No wonder he felt that divine sense was a little familiar at that time. Li Wui waved his hand slightly. "It's nothing, this king should be thanking you." "Thank me?" Yang Kai was confused. Li Wuyi, however, did not explain anything. He just looked at Zhu Kong and said, "It's been over 10 years since we last met, but Fourth Elder's style is still the same." Zhu Kong coldly snorted. Faced with Yang Kai stealing the bride and injuring the dragon race, there was not much of a change in his expression, but when facing Li Wuyi, there was a clear trace of dread and vigilance in his expression. Without answering the question, he asked, "With the two of you here, doesn't that mean that person has also come?" Li Wuyi chuckled. "Why else do you think the first elder and second elder would go together?" Even though fourth elder had guessed this, his expression still changed when he confirmed this matter. "That person?" Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The conversation between Li Wuyi and Zhu Kong sounded simple, but it contained a great deal of information. Thinking back to the hurried attitudes of the head elder and second elder, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. He glared at the little girl in front of him. Lu Yan's divine sense surged, as he secretly transmitted, "The martial beast has come." Yang Kai's body trembled, as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He finally understood why the first elder, Zhu Yan, and second elder, Fu Xiu, could not even attend to his own matters. He really couldn't intervene in the battle over there, and neither could Li Wuyi, Jiu Feng, and the others. If not, they wouldn't have come here. It was better to stay there and help. It was precisely because Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng were self-aware that they wouldn't stay there for long. While they were talking, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the dragon tomb, and a violent energy fluctuation pushed towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Above the sea, the waves rolled, and the entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. They were already fighting over there. Yang Kai looked in that direction with some excitement, his heart itching as if it had been scratched by a cat. A battle between great emperors. This was a battle between great emperors. It couldn't be compared to the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong that he had seen in the Shattered Star Sea. Back then, although Duan Hongchen and Wukong had the titles of great emperors, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was definitely not as earth-shattering as today's battle. If he could observe such a battle with his own eyes, it would definitely be worth hiding away for a year. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to take a look. Although it was extremely dangerous, who would want to miss such a battle? Master really is impatient. Li Wuyi glanced in that direction and slowly shook his head. When he turned back, he urged, "If fourth elder feels that it's fine for everyone to sit down and chat, this Li has no objections. It just so happens that this Li has brought a few jars of good wine and would like fourth elder to taste." Zhu Kong gave him a deep look. "You've always had so much nonsense to say." Jiu Feng also curled her lips. "I told you to talk less and watch more, but you just wouldn't listen. It's not like you haven't suffered losses before. You really can't change your ways." Li Wuyi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, "It's best not to fight if you can. Fourth elder isn't that easy to bully." Zhu Kong snorted lightly. "You want to bully me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, without any warning, they attacked together. Li Wuyi raised his hand and swatted towards Zhu Kong. The space principles instantly surged, turning into a void vortex that enveloped Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder remained unmoved. His expression was solemn as the phantom of a giant dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. In the void, a transparent barrier seemed to appear, blocking the giant dragon, but Li Wuyi's hand was also suspended in mid-air, unable to descend. The space principles around him were in turmoil. The expressions of the two were extremely serious, and most people couldn't see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sensed Li Wuyi's space principles and compared them with his own. For a while, he actually gained a lot. Ancient and obscure syllables rang out, and Zhu Kong quickly formed a seal with her hands. Facing Li Wuyi's attack, the syllables that came out of her mouth became faster and faster, eventually forming a line. Protection technique. Yang Kai frowned, instantly understanding what kind of secret technique Fourth Elder was using. Not daring to hesitate, he also chanted the dragon language and formed a seal with both hands. Zhu Kong took a deep look at him, a look of surprise flashing through the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai could use the dragon race's secret techniques. This was something that she already knew. Since he could use the dragon race's secret techniques, it meant that he had already received the acknowledgement and inheritance of the ancestral dragon. However, Zhu Kong never thought that Yang Kai would be able to communicate with the Dragon Hall. On Dragon Island, there were two forbidden areas. The first was the Dragon's Tomb, and the second was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon's Tomb was the burial ground of the dragon race, while the Dragon Hall was the place where the heroic spirits of the dragon race were protected. Both were the foundation of the dragon race, and neither could be missing. In order to communicate with the Dragon Hall, not only did one need an extremely pure bloodline, one also needed to pray for many years and perform an important ceremony. On the entire Dragon Island, only a few elders could communicate with the Dragon Hall. And the greatest benefit of communicating with the Dragon Hall was that one could quickly use the dragon race's secret techniques, eliminating some of the tedious methods. Aside from this, the greatest use of the Dragon Hall was to provide a kind of protection. This protection was the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline. Zhu Lai had previously told Yang Kai that the protection of the Dragon Hall could offset the suppression of the bloodline to a large extent. Thus, on Dragon Island, if the dragon race was prepared, Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin would not have such an obvious effect on the dragon race. The reason why Fu Qi had been so easily captured by Zhu Qin was because it had caught her off guard. Fu Qi never thought that Zhu Qin would recover her strength and attack him. The second reason was that Fu Qi had not received the protection of the Dragon Hall. However, the secret technique that the fourth elder had unleashed was clearly a protection technique. He understood better than anyone that the advantage of the dragon race was their numbers, while their disadvantage was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the bloodline of the dragon race, making it impossible for them to use their full strength. Yang Kai turned his head and saw many dragon race members with gloomy and silent expressions. Needless to say, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible to resolve today's matter peacefully. He nodded slightly. Swords have no eyes. If you're hurt or die, don't blame others. As soon as he finished speaking, the 80-meter-tall figure suddenly became absent-minded and instantly disappeared on the spot. The law of space surged, and he had already pounced into the group of dragons. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, domineering and unhindered. He directly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed one of the dragon race members with a cold expression. Facing such a sudden change, the dragon's reaction was not panicked. Obviously, they were already vigilant. When they saw him rushing over, they instantly scattered. However, the dragon race member that was targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the surrounding space was extremely sticky like a swamp, and he could not help but stop. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai had already grabbed him in the palm of his hand. It was unknown whether this dragon race member was of the Zhu or Fu series, but judging from the purity of the dragon breath, it should be at the 8th level. There were not many 8th level dragon race members on Dragon Island. At most, there were only a dozen of them, and among them, there were only 5 8th level bloodlines. Other than Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, there were only 3 8th level bloodlines. This dragon was one of them. Being grabbed by Yang Kai, this dragon turned pale with fright. The scene of Yang Kai tearing off Fu Qi's arms with a snap of his fingers was still fresh in his mind. He knew that if he really fell into Yang Kai's hands, his ending would not be much better than Fu Qi's. In a flash, a dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the sky. His over 20 feet long body suddenly revealed his original form, and an unparalleled dragon's aura filled the air, giving people a strong pressure. When he revealed his true dragon form, it meant that he was going all out. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to crush him with one hand. After all, his size was obvious. Sure enough, after the true dragon form appeared, Yang Kai's hand was immediately pushed away, and his violent strength was also somewhat unable to continue. The dragon race's body swayed and was about to break free from Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai roared and reached out with both hands, grabbing the dragon's tail. His muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have swelled up. He used all his strength, grabbed the dragon's tail, and smashed it down. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant dragon that was about to soar into the sky actually stopped and fell heavily to the ground like a dead snake. With a loud bang, the ground in front of the palace cracked, and a crisscrossing ravine appeared. A sorrowful dragon's roar sounded. After transforming into an 80 feet long dragon, Yang Kai's strength was so great that even the dragon couldn't bear it after being pulled and smashed by him. As it raised its head and roared, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the dragon's body and stepped up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned the dragon's scales. In just an instant, he determined his target. It was a dragon scale about the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it didn't look any different from other dragon scales, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon scale flashed with light from time to time. The Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that the Dragon Hall's protection technique was usually on a certain dragon scale. As long as this dragon scale was removed, the protection from the Dragon Hall would lose its effect. He reached out and stuck his hand under this special dragon scale. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to lift it up. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, turned its head, and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards Yang Kai, turning into a boundless chill, as if wanting to freeze Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this, his huge body suddenly covered in frost, and even his hair became a shocking white. With a chi, dragon blood splashed out as Yang Kai pulled out the shining dragon scale. Without the protection of the Dragon Hall, the 8th Order dragon's aura instantly weakened. The suppression from Yang Kai's bloodline made it difficult for him to circulate his strength, and his over 20 feet long body actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he had shrunk to only a few dozen feet, and it seemed that he would soon be unable to maintain his dragon's true form. Yang Kai stepped down from the dragon's body and sent it flying with a kick. The dragon fell into the sea, causing huge waves to splash. His body trembled, and the frost on his body immediately melted away. Holding the blood-stained dragon scale in his hand, he swept his gaze over the other dragon race members, his voice chilling to the bone, causing the other dragons to tremble in fear. The first one. Who else? Chapter 3063. In the blink of an eye, an 8th Order giant dragon was crippled. Saying that he had been crippled wasn't accurate though. All Yang Kai had done was remove one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was almost nothing. If it had been anywhere else, the 8th Order dragon would still be able to fight at full strength and would hardly be affected. But without the protection of the Dragon Palace Hall, under the shroud of Yang Kai's dragon power, he could not even maintain his dragon true form. How could he fight again? Although he was not seriously injured, he had lost the qualification to participate in the battle. This lightning-fast speed and that direct and fierce style made the eyelids of all the dragon race members twitch. While Yang Kai was attacking the 8th Order giant dragon, the hundreds of mortals and Fu Chi's women finally reacted and screamed in horror as they fled in all directions. There was going to be a big battle here. How could they dare to continue to stay? In the blink of an eye, there were no more idlers in front of the palace. Those who stayed were all related to today's matter. Zhu Qing and her brother, Jiu Feng, Lu Yan, and Yang Kai, these 5 people were all the combat power on Yang Kai's side. On the other hand, there were still more than a dozen people on the dragon race's side. The difference in numbers was extremely large. But in terms of momentum, Yang Kai stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Taking the lead, he suppressed many of the dragon race members until they were out of breath. Ha 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 ha. Jiu Feng laughed. Kid, you did well. You should teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Because of what happened more than a decade ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island did not treat each other well. Seeing the dragon race being defeated, Jiufeng was naturally happy. He also found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. No wonder young Miss could not forget this kid. He was really not a pushover. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not bring young Miss here today. Otherwise, if that little girl saw Yang Kai's brave and unparalleled scene just now, her heart would be swayed. Young Miss was at the age when young girls were in love. She was most easily confused by a man's heroic spirit. Yang Kai looked around and shouted, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you all going to give way or not?" The dragon race members were speechless. Only pairs of angry and hostile eyes were looking at him. "Then let's fight," Yang Kai shouted, his nostrils exhaling a hot breath as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a loud boom, the entire spiritual island seemed to shake. His huge body shot up to the sky like a cannonball and pounced towards one of the dragon race. So, when they saw Yang Kai rushing over, they immediately let out dragon roars and revealed their dragon true forms. In an instant, red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons filled the sky. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. The largest one was more than 20 feet long. The giant dragons hovered in the void. Dragon power filled the air, causing the surroundings to tremble and the universe to be turned upside down. Before Yang Kai could reach them, the dozens of giant dragons opened their mouths and spat pure dragon breaths from above. Scorching dragon flames, icy dragon breaths, emerald green venom, pure origin water that was as heavy as a mountain, and wind blades that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth. They attacked Yang Kai from all directions. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Yang Kai roared. His mouth was filled with complicated dragon language. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light above his head, which turned into a shield. After a series of rumbles, all the attacks hit the golden shield. A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing, its dragon mouth opened and closed, its eyes full of embarrassment. This purple dragon was undoubtedly Fu Ling. She was only a rank 6 dragon vein, facing Zhu Qing who had a rank 9 dragon vein. She really didn't have the confidence. If not for the dragon temple's protection, she wouldn't be able to stop them. The suppression of her bloodline was enough to make her feel helpless. Beside Fu Ling, there was a blue dragon slightly longer than her. Hearing this, she agreed, "Elder Sister Qing, please stop." This blue dragon was the dragon girl who carried the flower basket with Fu Ling and scattered falling flowers along the way. Her bloodline was slightly higher than Fu Ling's, but she was only a rank 7 dragon vein. However, with the dragon temple's protection, if she joined forces with Fu Ling, they might be able to fight Zhu Qing, and maybe even gain the upper hand. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she shouted, "Scram!" The rank 7 blue dragon shook her head and said, "Please forgive me, but I can't agree." Zhu Qing didn't speak any more nonsense. When a dragon roar sounded, she had already transformed into a red dragon of 30 meters long. Her body was emitting a monstrous heat wave, as if there were flames burning on her body. Her huge body was twice the size of Fu Ling, causing Fu Ling and the blue dragon to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although they had long heard that Zhu Qing had advanced to the rank 9 dragon vein, that was only hearsay after all. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that the rumors were true. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 rank 9 dragons on the entire dragon island, and they were the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. The 3rd elder was banished to the dragon tomb more than 10 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The 4th elder was more amiable, and many dragon race members didn't feel too much pressure in front of him. But only at this moment did the 2 dragon girls understand that the gap between them and a rank 9 dragon was too big. Even with the protection of the dragon palace, the 2 dragon girls still felt a little scared when facing Zhu Qing's true body. When the dragon true body appeared, Zhu Qing had already transformed into a red light and rushed toward Fu Ling and the blue dragon. Like a burning flame, she caused the space around her to distort. Fu Ling and the blue dragon hurriedly intercepted her. Zhu Qing was blocked, and Zhu Lai was also not spared. He had already transformed into his dragon true body and was entangled with another rank 8 dragon. Clawing, biting, swinging, and occasionally, the secret techniques of the dragon race would burst forth. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them that couldn't be resolved. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting in the sky, and the battle was incomparably fierce. On the other side, Jiu Feng was fighting 2 dragon race members by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Her figure was very graceful, moving back and forth leisurely, causing the 2 dragon race members who were chasing after her to be enraged. This was a very bad feeling. Jiu Feng had a lot of skills, but she didn't want to fight them head-on. It was as if she was toying with them, and the more they fought, the more furious she became. "Little girl, if you don't want to die, then scram." Fu Qi faced Lu Yan alone. His body, which was more than 10 zhang long, was very distinct compared to the little girl. His head, which was the size of a house, was close to Lu Yan, and a buzzing sound came from his mouth. It wasn't that Fu Qi was pitiful, but that the dragon race members had their own pride. What kind of ability was it to deal with a 7 or 8-year-old girl? But he soon realized that he was wrong, very wrong. This little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, actually had a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to his within her body. When a clear and loud phoenix cry sounded, 2 bright flames suddenly spread out behind Lu Yan's back. The flowing flames turned into a pair of wings behind her back, making a whistling sound. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite body rapidly grew. After a series of distortions, a fire bird that wasn't inferior to Fu Qi's in size appeared. The fire bird's form was beautiful, but its eyes were filled with pride that was even more intense than the dragon race. It had the majesty of a king. "Phoenix race!" Fu Qi shouted, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he knew that this little girl definitely wasn't as harmless as she looked, he didn't expect her to be a member of the Phoenix race. Dragons were more powerful than phoenixes, but the Phoenix race wasn't weak either. Among the holy spirits, it was hard to say which race was stronger, but if one really wanted to compare, the Phoenix race was even rarer than the dragon race. The dragon race at least had a dragon island with its own inheritance, but there seemed to be no news of the Phoenix race for countless years. The Luan Feng in the savage wilderness ancient land in the Eastern Territory wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. She was just a branch of the Phoenix race. Even the Jiu Feng that came this time wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. But the one in front of him was definitely the most orthodox member of the Phoenix race. Fu Qi focused and didn't dare to let his guard down. Chapter 3064. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the sun and moon lost their light, the laws of nature were everywhere, the spiritual energy was in chaos, the void collapsed, and the sea rolled up huge waves. The small world where the Dragon Island was located seemed to have become unstable. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The dragon race turned out in full force, Yang Kai and the others fought on their own. Although there were others to share the pressure, Yang Kai still faced the 7 dragons alone. Everything today started because of him, so the dragon race naturally hated him to the core and took care of him in all aspects. Looking at the whole scene, the most promising battle to determine the winner was between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. Jiu Feng was also 1 versus 2, but she mainly fought in a wandering battle. She couldn't do anything to the 2 dragon race members, but the other party couldn't do anything to her. Like Zhu Qing, it was impossible to determine the winner in the battle between the 2 in a short time. Zhu Lai was fighting one-on-one with his opponent. Both of them were rank 8 dragons, so they were evenly matched. How could it be easy to determine who was better? Although the bloodline of Fu Qi that Lu Yan was facing was not high, the foundation of the dragon race was there after all. Lu Yan had inherited the Phoenix clan, but her growth period was too short, and she had not reached her peak yet. As soon as she fought with Fu Qi, she was at a disadvantage. The dragons and phoenixes were entangled, and the dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded one after another. She could only protect herself. She did not seek to defeat the enemy, but she only wanted to help Yang Kai share some of the pressure. She was worried about Yang Kai's safety, and when she was distracted, she was even more overwhelmed. Several battles were basically balanced, and only Yang Kai's side was at a clear disadvantage. The sneak attack failed, and the 7 dragons immediately surrounded him, not giving him the slightest space to perform. They formed a clear layer, and used the dragon race's secret techniques one after another. Yang Kai was beaten black and blue, and his huge body rolled in the air from time to time. In less than half an incense stick's time, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. Those wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his dragon scales were stained with blood. It was as if a layer of golden powder was smeared all over his body. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique had significantly improved after dragonizing, otherwise he would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He would have died many times over. Thanks to his space divine art, he was always able to reverse the void at the critical moment, turning danger into safety. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down, and countless sea beasts in the sea rushed over, swallowing the blood-stained seawater to refine their own draconic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and it was impossible for the dragon race to bleed during normal times. Therefore, even after living on the Dragon Island for so many years, these sea beasts had never had the opportunity to consume dragon blood. But today, the drops of dragon blood were dripping down as if they were free, and naturally attracted countless sea beasts to fight over them. In the sky, Yang Kai and the 7 dragons were entangled in a fierce battle. Below the sea, countless sea beasts were biting and killing each other. The entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The battlefield kept moving, and after a while, Fuqi's spiritual island could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Kai was panting heavily, and his 8 zhang long dragon body stood tall in the sky. His eyes were arrogant, and the 7 dragons were glaring at him covetously, surrounding him. Insulting the dragon race, you deserve to die. One of the dragons roared. You deserve to die. The other 6 dragons responded. Their roars were obviously mixed with the traces of the dragon race's secret technique. When the roars were heard, they turned into formless divine soul attacks and blasted towards Yang Kai's sea of consciousness. After fighting for such a long time, they were not as careful as before. Previously, Yang Kai's violence of crippling one of their clansmen in the blink of an eye had indeed frightened them. But now, it seemed like this person did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and the reason he could do that was because he was relying on the suspicion of a sneak attack. The Battle of 7 Dragons had already given him a great honor. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Yang Kai did not move, and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. He grinned, it's still not certain who will be the one to die. Don't be so sure of your words, it won't end well if you bite your tongue. Stubborn. The dragon race leader roared impatiently, since you are so eager to die, we will fulfill your wish. As soon as these words fell, dragon roars shook the heavens as the 7 dragons rushed over from all directions, rolling dragon pressure filling the void. Even an ordinary 3rd layer Emperor Realm Master would lose the ability to resist if they were hit by this dragon pressure. Although Yang Kai was not so weak, the frivolous smile on his face suddenly disappeared and his expression became extremely solemn. Although he was unwilling to admit it, facing 7 dragons alone was indeed not a match for them. The dragon race was not easy to provoke. I have to quickly call for help. Thinking so, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 7 dragons while secretly circulating his divine sense. On the other side, Fu Ling and the blue dragon joined forces to attack Zhu Qing, but they were also evenly matched. The 3 dragons were entangled in mid-air, fighting back and forth, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Fu Ling's movements paused for a moment before she sent a message to the blue dragon with her divine sense. The blue dragon understood, and with a twist of its body, it pounced straight at Zhu Qing. But at this moment, the the purple dragon transformed by Fu Ling suddenly flew to the blue dragon's abdomen and clawed out fiercely. With a swish, the blue dragon's body trembled and almost instinctively avoided the attack, but immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from her waist and abdomen. At the same time, the dragon pressure of a ninth-order great dragon enveloped her and the dragon yuan in her body became blocked, making it difficult to circulate. With a painful groan, the nearly 200-meter-long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon's eyes were filled with panic and confusion, not knowing why such a situation had occurred. When she turned her head to look, a look of disbelief flashed across her eyes as she roared, "Fu Ling, you..." At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale on Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that dragon scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon scale, it would be fine, but this dragon scale was the existence of the Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the dragon scale removed, the protection technique lost its effect, and the bloodline suppression was immediately displayed. She couldn't understand why Fu Ling would suddenly attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't on guard against her, she wouldn't have been hit by Fu Ling's attack and broken the protection technique of the Dragon Hall. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect that at the same time Fu Ling launched a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she had already appeared in front of Fu Ling. Her huge dragon body wrapped around Fu Ling, tightly restraining her. Her sharp dragon claws were stuck on Fu Ling's body, and dark red dragon blood seeped out from the tip of her claws. "Sister Qing, don't!" Fu Ling shouted in horror. Compared to Zhu Qing's dragon body, the gap between her dragon body and Zhu Qing's was simply 2 times. Previously, when she joined forces with the blue dragon to fight against Zhu Qing, it wasn't so obvious, but now that she was facing Zhu Qing, she was terrified. It was as if Zhu Qing could take her life at any time. This feeling of her life and death being controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing was surprised and didn't continue to attack. She turned her head to look at the blue dragon, then looked down at Fu Ling, and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She also didn't understand the scene of Fu Ling launching a sneak attack on the blue dragon. Her relationship with Fu Ling wasn't very harmonious. "I am brother-in-law's subordinate," Fu Ling quickly explained. "Brother-in-law? It's big brother Yang Kai." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Fu Ling was startled and suddenly realized where the problem was, so she immediately declared, "Brother-in-law planted a brand in my knowledge see before, so I will listen to his orders now." She also understood why Zhu Qing suddenly wanted to kill her. She said that she was Yang Kai's subordinate, so Zhu Qing would definitely think that she had an affair with Yang Kai. It would be strange if Zhu Qing didn't get angry. "He actually planted a brand in your soul," Zhu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, and only now did she understand why Fu Ling suddenly helped her. Fu Ling quickly nodded, "Yes, he just sent an order to attack." "Understood." Zhu Qing withdrew her dragon claws and glanced at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had already reverted to her human form. Under the suppression of a ninth-order dragon vein, it was meaningless for her to maintain her dragon form, so she might as well save her energy. There was a foot-long wound on her abdomen, and blood was flowing out. She was covering the wound with her hand and glaring at Fu Ling with an angry expression. No one would be in a good mood after being sneak attacked like this. However, after listening to Fu Ling's explanation, she also understood that Fu Ling probably had no choice, but a dragon race member being planted a soul brand by a human was simply a disgrace. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Big Sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked at Zhu Qing anxiously. "Don't call him brother-in-law, Zhu Lai will not marry you." After Zhu Qing said this, she swung her dragon tail and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. She obviously knew what kind of person Fu Ling was, so she naturally didn't want Zhu Lai to marry her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon awkwardly and apologized. "You can tell this to the second elder when the time comes, see if she will forgive you." The blue dragon sneered. Fear flashed in Fu Ling's eyes, but she couldn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly chased after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so her speed was extremely fast. Her huge body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a burning flame. Wherever her dragon body passed, even the void would be burned. Although Fu Ling set off later, she couldn't catch up to her, so she was a little annoyed. The order she received from Yang Kai wasn't just to help, but more importantly, to defeat them one by one. This was the key to today's victory. Their biggest disadvantage was the number of people. However, if they could first deal with Zhu Lai, Jiu Feng, and Lu Yan's opponents, they would have 6 people on their side. Against 7 giant dragons, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength would definitely be much stronger. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing had already flown away. This made Fu Ling a little uneasy. She didn't know if Yang Kai would blame her later. The distance between Yang Kai's battlefield and Zhu Qing's battlefield wasn't far, so they arrived in just a few breaths' time. Zhu Qing's eyes instantly turned red when she saw them. The 7 giant dragons were almost gangsterly and inhumanely beating up Yang Kai. There was almost no place on Yang Kai's huge body that was intact. Some parts of his flesh were torn off, revealing his white bones. Chapter 3065. Even though Yang Kai was constantly resisting and dodging, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He looked extremely miserable, as if he could be killed by the 7 dragons at any time. Zhu Qing roared angrily, and monstrous flames shot out toward the 7 dragons. The dragons were shocked, and they turned to look with Yang Kai. Everyone had the same depressing thought at the same time: why is Zhu Qing here? A mouthful of flames alleviated Yang Kai's crisis, and Zhu Qing immediately flew toward him. Clearly, she wanted to fight side by side with him and share his burden. However, the 7 dragons only looked at each other, and they already had a plan to deal with her. 2 of the dragons flew out from the crowd and blocked in front of Zhu Qing. The 3 dragons instantly confronted each other, and their dragon might clashed forward, causing the void to tremble and the universe to shatter. Get lost! Zhu Qing roared. The 2 dragons confronting her naturally couldn't back down. One of the dragons said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, don't make a mistake. You are now a level 9 dragon bloodline, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5th elder of our dragon race. Please consider the big picture and the dragon race." Zhu Qing said coldly, "I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the big picture. I only know that you are bullying my man." The dragon race was furious. "Watch your words, she is just a despicable human. Don't embarrass our dragon race." The other dragon also said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened more than 10 years ago? That person was no worse than you, and you know what happened to her. Do you want to follow in her footsteps?" Zhu Qing said leisurely, "More than 10 years ago, I didn't understand why she was so stubborn, but I understand now. If I had another chance to choose, would have chosen to help her more than 10 years ago instead of standing against her. Unreasonable. You will be banished to the dragon tomb." Zhu Qing, stop. You are the ones who should stop. While the few of them were talking, Fu Ling had finally arrived. The purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long had a beautiful form and a powerful aura. However, as soon as it appeared, it was reprimanded, "Trash." This voice naturally came from the dragon race. The 7 dragons couldn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing even after joining forces. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the blue dragon had been crippled. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't be the only one chasing after them. Logically speaking, if Fu Ling and the blue dragon work together, with the blessing of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to hold back Zhu Qing. However, in reality, Fu Ling and the blue dragon only managed to hold back Zhu Qing for a few dozen breaths of time, forcing them to send out 2 dragons to deal with Zhu Qing. The other reprimand naturally came from Yang Kai. He didn't expect that Fu Ling couldn't even complete such a simple task. If Fu Ling could accurately convey his plan and let Zhu Qing help the others to defeat their opponents one by one, then his side would have the upper hand in today's situation. However, Zhu Qing rushed over directly. It was obvious that Fu Ling's task wasn't completed. This made him quite dissatisfied with Fu Ling. Fu Ling's expression was also a little awkward. She paused in mid-air and felt a little helpless. "Why aren't you going to help?" One of the dragons that was confronting Zhu Qing shouted at her in a low voice. Hearing this, Fu Ling could only rush over to Yang Kai's side. Seeing her arrive, the remaining 5 dragons snorted. Originally, they were 7 against 1 and had the upper hand. Although Zhu Qing's sudden appearance forced them to send out 2 people, at least they had one more Fu Ling. Their overall strength wasn't too different. Now that they had basically figured out Yang Kai's background, they knew that Yang Kai didn't have any hope of winning today's battle. Now, they only needed to slowly fight and wear down his spirit and strength, so that he couldn't use that mysterious space divine technique again. Then, they could capture and kill him. Thinking of this, all the dragons looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. They didn't know what was wrong with this person. He actually dared to come to Dragon Island to cause trouble. What kind of place was Dragon Island? What good would come of daring to cause trouble here? Choose one. Just as the dragons were looking down on him, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ling and said something inexplicable. All the dragons were bewildered. Choose one. Choose what? A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Yang Kai immediately snorted and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't dare to take your life." The several hundred feet long purple dragon's body trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple light towards one of the dragon race. The dragon race's body was about the same size as Fu Ling's dragon true body. In terms of strength and bloodline level, it should be about the same as Fu Ling. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy. Originally, he was focused on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Fu Ling would suddenly attack him? He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple light. He immediately rolled on the ground and roared in anger. "Fu Ling, are you crazy?" One of the dragon race roared. This scene was too sudden. As a member of the dragon race, she actually helped Yang Kai attack another dragon race. It was simply unreasonable. It was fine if it was Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, but why did Fu Ling also go crazy? Fu Ling knew that she was in the wrong, but she couldn't defend herself. Her huge body turned into a purple light and pounced towards the target she had set her eyes on. Her opponent finally recovered from his anger and turned to face Fu Ling. In an instant, the 2 dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Dragon language shook the heavens as they unleashed their secret techniques. Their bodies rolled into the sea and huge waves surged. What did you do to Fu Ling? Not everyone was an idiot. One of the dragon race's eyes flickered a few times as if he had seen through something. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "Take a guess." The dragon's expression darkened as he felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Originally, with 7 dragons against 1 Yang Kai, no matter what Yang Kai did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, Zhu Qing came and took away 2 of their clansmen. Fu Ling turned against them and took away another dragon. Now that the 7 dragons had been reduced to 4, their numbers had been halved in an instant. This caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yang Kai's unpredictable space divine ability was something they had all experienced before. Previously, they had relied on their huge advantage in numbers to surround and intercept Yang Kai without making too many mistakes, but now that there were only 4 dragons left, the situation would definitely not be as perfect as it had been before. If Yang Kai really found an opportunity to break through the dragon race's protection technique, then today's battle would be a complete loss for them. No one in the dragon race would be able to accept this kind of humiliation. While being cautious, the 4 dragons didn't dare to attack rashly. They looked at each other and were obviously communicating something. However, Yang Kai didn't give them the chance to do so. His 8-zhang-long dragon body was wrapped in a domineering aura as he charged forward under the fearful gazes of the 4 dragons. The battle started again. On an uninhabited island, Fu Qi's face was pale and bloodless. He sat cross-legged in a place filled with spiritual energy as he silently circulated his Xian Qi. His arms that were torn off by Yang Kai had been reattached. However, even with the strong vitality and recovery of the dragon race, it wasn't easy to recover from such injuries. It would take at least a year and a half to return to his peak state. His face was distorted. No one knew if it was because of the pain or something else. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Although the dragon race was humiliated today, the humiliation that Fu Qi suffered was thousands of times worse than the entire dragon race. He had been kidnapped on the day of his wedding, and his bride had even subdued him. That despicable human had even torn off both of his arms. If it wasn't for the great elder stepping forward to vouch for him at the last moment, he would have died today. With that man's decisiveness and viciousness, he would definitely do such a thing. Such humiliation was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that after today, his reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't have the face to see his other race members in the future. Thinking about the expressions they would have when facing him, Fu Qi felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. As his blood surged, he opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The figures of a man and a woman kept flashing in his mind. Fu Qi hated Yang Kai and Zhu Qing to the bone. He swore to himself that he would definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased. Especially Zhu Qing. Fu Qi hated her even more than Yang Kai. Just as he was thinking about this, Fu Qi suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze immediately turned ruthless. In the void not far ahead, there was a person standing there quietly. No, it wasn't a human. It was a dragon descendant. Fu Qi felt the chaotic aura of dragon blood from him. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. All the bastards in Half-Dragon City had this disgusting aura. Every member of the dragon race hated this aura. It was almost an instinctive repulsion. Fu Qi was naturally no exception. Scram! Fu Qi shouted with a cold expression. He had already suffered great humiliation and escaped to this island to heal his wounds alone. He didn't expect that a dragon descendant would follow him and look at him from not far away. A despicable human had humiliated him, and now this bastard wanted to humiliate him too? If it was any other time, Fu Qi would have already dealt with him. However, he was currently healing and wasn't in the mood to talk to this bastard. He originally thought that if he roared, wouldn't this bastard be scared witless and run away pathetically? In fact, any bastard from Half-Dragon City wouldn't have the heart to resist when facing a pure-blooded dragon race. This had nothing to do with strength. It was a sense of inferiority that came from the depths of their hearts. The division of dragon bloodlines was very strict. The difference between a pure-blooded dragon bloodline and a half-dragon bloodline was like heaven and earth. But to Fu Qi's surprise, the bastard opposite him didn't react to his roar at all. He continued to look at him quietly with a calm expression. Fu Qi was completely enraged. He finally found a target to vent the anger in his chest. He said coldly, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his dragon might spread and envelop Li Jiao. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a huge ball of lightning smashed toward the golden lion halberd. A blood-red light appeared on Li Jiao's body. His pores opened, and his blood essence spread out. The blood-red light was clearly the result of his blood essence. He knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only with the courage of his anger could he have a chance to determine victory or defeat with Fu Qi. The longer the battle, the slimmer his hope of revenge would be. So, He didn't hesitate to stimulate his blood essence, hoping to fight to the death with Fu Qi in a few moves. Bolts of lightning struck down and bombarded Li Jiao's body. The blood-red light flickered as if it could collapse at any time. The lightning ball that Fu Qi spat out also collided with the golden lion halberd. With a loud bang, Li Jiao was sent flying. Fu Qi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also lost his balance and retreated more than 100 feet. "You're courting death," Fu Qi roared. All the humiliation he suffered today erupted like a volcano at this moment. When he looked forward, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his golden lion halberd. He formed a few complicated seals and pointed at Fu Qi. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The golden lion halberd suddenly twisted and turned into a huge lion. The aura of a beast king filled the air and turned into a golden light that smashed towards Fu Qi. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Fu Qi didn't dare to be careless. When the dragon roar sounded, he had already revealed his giant dragon true body and clawed at the golden light that was flying over. The lion collapsed, and the golden lion halberd reappeared. Its light was dim, and it was clearly heavily injured. Even its spirituality was damaged. The most direct reaction was that Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura decreased greatly. "How dare you provoke the dragon race? You will die today." Fu Qi's dragon body was coiled up, and his dragon head was high up in the air. He was like a god that mercilessly announced Li Jiao's end. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. When he looked over, he saw a pearl the size of a longan shoot out from the mouthful of blood that Li Jiao spat out. That pearl looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning. Fu Qi clearly felt a threat from this pearl that made him feel uneasy. "Dragon pearl, you actually cultivated a dragon pearl," Fu Qi exclaimed. It was unbelievable that a mixed-blood dragon descendant could cultivate a dragon pearl. Although the dragon pearl's quality was low, it was undoubtedly a dragon pearl. Every dragon race had their own dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was the foundation of the dragon race, and it was extremely precious. It was equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. Although he wasn't in a good state, Fu Qi was also heavily injured. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was also pale. He covered his chest and looked at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. His chest was badly mutilated. If they were to fight head-on, he believed that even if this bastard had the Dragon Hall's protection, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this bastard's decisiveness and bravery were completely different from ordinary people. Fu Qi was also caught off guard. If not, how could he have suffered such heavy injuries? This was simply a great humiliation. He stared coldly at Li Jiao and said word by word, "You are dead meat." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fu Qi calmly. Failed. Even if he risked his life, it was impossible for him to kill a member of the dragon race. This was already his limit. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Why were there so many things in the world? Why did the dragon race have to stand above all things? Chapter 3067. Fu Qi walked toward Li Jiao step by step. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Although his body was swaying, his condition was much better than Li Jiao's. He could see that Li Jiao was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could do anything with just a thought, and there was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached its peak after being severely injured by a dragon descendant. He decided to use the cruelest method to torture Li Jiao and let him know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would fight with his life on the line. He disdained to understand the thoughts of a bastard. Fu Qi took half a cup of tea's time to walk the short distance. He was staggering, which showed that his condition wasn't good either. He stood in front of Li Jiao with the posture of a victor. He looked down at Li Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, with a cold smile on his face. Li Jiao sighed. He closed his eyes slightly and stretched his neck to stab. If he still had the slightest strength to resist, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. But first, his golden lion halberd lost its spirituality. Then, his dragon pearl cracked. Li Jiao's foundation was already injured. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Did he accept his fate? Fu Qi looked on coldly and sneered in his heart. So what if he accepted his fate? He had to pay a corresponding price for offending him. Just as Li Jiao's eyelids were about to close, they suddenly opened again. He looked behind Fu Qi with a face full of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were wide open. Fu Qi saw this and snorted. "You're about to die, and you still want to play tricks?" He thought Li Jiao was trying to distract him. But the moment he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, there really seemed to be the aura of a living being. Who is it? The hair on Fu Qi's body stood on end as he turned his head to look. He happened to see a scoundrel with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him with a smile. That smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's you." Fu Qi frowned as he recognized the newcomer. He remembered that this guy was the person in charge of the construction of the temporary imperial residence. A few days ago, when he and Zhu Lai went to the temporary imperial residence to investigate, this guy was accompanying them. Fu Qi naturally would not forget this guy's ugly face. His servile attitude made him despise him fiercely. In front of the dragon race, the inferior humans would always be like ants. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi frowned at him. Everything that happened today was strange. First, a bastard followed him here and fought with him. Then, a human appeared. Once bitten, twice shy. Fu Qi was naturally wary of this person. If it was any other time, this kind of guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him, but today he had suffered heavy injuries one after another, so he was naturally more careful than usual. He always felt that this guy's smile had a thought-provoking flavor, which inevitably made him angry. Wuchen didn't answer Fu Qi's question. He just smiled and looked at Li Jiao before sizing up Fu Qi. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good." After saying "good" 3 times, his smile became even weirder. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, like a wolf that had come out to hunt in the winter and found delicious food. "Are you also here to make an enemy out of the dragon race?" Fu Qi looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He was not a fool and could naturally see that this guy with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin was up to no good, but this human was only a third-layer Emperor realm cultivator. Even if Fu Qi's condition was not good and he was seriously injured, this person could not possibly be his opponent. The man walked around Fu Qi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Fu Qi. "Sir, who exactly are you?" Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and asked. At this point, he could see that this guy who had transformed into Wu Chen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The reason he had transformed into Wu Chen to sneak into Dragon Island should be because he had a motive. Inferring from the current situation, his motive was probably not simple, and it was very likely that it would shake the entire Dragon Island. However, Wu Chen turned a deaf ear to his words. He still looked at Fu Qi and said, "This king has to thank you for this matter. If you hadn't severely injured him, this king would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Tisk, it's also troublesome if your strength is low." "Low strength?" Li Jiao's expression was aghast. The strength that Wu Chen displayed now was definitely not low. With a thought, he could freeze and rank 8 lightning dragon in place. If this kind of strength was considered low, then what was his strength? "Stay here obediently. This king will give you a quick death after dealing with this little dragon." Wu Chen stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Li Jiao's entire body turned cold. When he heard the other party thanking him before, he was hoping that the other party would let him go. However, after hearing this, how could he not know that he would definitely die this time? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, Fu Qi didn't have a good ending, so he might as well take revenge for Lu Sanyang. He didn't waste his life as a man and could die without regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in front of this person, he knew that there was no chance for him to escape. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would die even faster. He gently closed his eyes, and his face was calm. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A strange aura actually fluctuated from the man's body. When this aura appeared, the man's face changed and he shouted, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" He took a few steps back, and his expression became extremely solemn. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. At the same time, the two auras on his body began to conflict and entangle, making him look extremely strange. Li Jiao looked at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Don't be presumptuous. If you dare spoil my plans, then I'll absolutely not let you have an easy time. Don't think that I can't eat you." The man roared furiously once more, and the conflict between the auras on his body became even more intense. The wanton force actually caused Li Jiao's skin to hurt. Li Jiao was even more bewildered. As far as he was concerned, this man was clearly talking to himself as if he had a split personality. He'd lived for so many years and had seen many strange things, yet it was the first time he'd seen something like this. As the man spoke, his hands suddenly moved. Moreover, the extremely strange thing was that these two hands formed different seals, and they were extremely swift, causing Li Jiao to be dazzled and unable to take it all in. Moreover, the profundity of those seals caused even Li Jiao to be shocked. He'd simply never heard of or seen anything like it. After a short moment, the man suddenly turned around, and his face was extremely warped as he glared fiercely at Li Jiao, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly fuck off. Do you want to die?" Li Jiao was shocked and faintly realized something, and he pointed at the man and said, "You." The man roared once more. "Quickly go look for Yang Kai and tell him." As he spoke up to hear, the man suddenly shut his mouth and shouted explosively, "It's useless no matter who I look for. No one can stop me today. Two souls in one body. This person actually has two souls in one body." Li Jiao finally understood why the man in front of him was behaving so strangely. There were actually two souls in his body. That was why he was talking to himself and contradicting himself. One moment, he said he wanted to kill him, and the next moment, he wanted him to escape. Chapter 3068. Li Jiao didn't want to die. He had stretched his neck out earlier because he couldn't see any hope of survival, but now that there was hope, he naturally didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Reaching into his space ring, Li Jiao took out a handful of pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, a cracked bead flew out from the sea and was swallowed by Li Jiao in one gulp. That bead was his inferior dragon bead. With the dragon bead in his stomach and the help of pills, Li Jiao finally recovered some strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiao recalled his golden lion halberd, which had lost most of its spirituality, then struggled to catch his breath and quickly fled into the distance. He didn't know the identity of the person behind him, but he knew that the soul that let him escape definitely knew Yang Kai, so he had to rush over and report to Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the soul didn't explain it clearly at that time, or rather, he didn't have the opportunity to explain it clearly. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have been able to figure out the true identity of that person. Dragon roars shook the sky. Above the void, Yang Kai was entangled with the four dragons. Even with Zhu Qing and Fu Ling coming over to share the pressure, he was still at a disadvantage. Dragon race were divine spirits, and the four dragons present were all adult dragon race. Although there was a difference in their bloodlines, each dragon race member had the ability to easily crush an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Master. Even if he transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon and was incomparably powerful, he was still no match for them. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling came over to share the pressure, otherwise, he would have already been defeated. Although the current situation was not good, there was still a chance. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to severely injure the 4 dragons in one fell swoop. He still had a trump card he had yet to use. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was because it could bring about a huge effect when used unexpectedly. Blood dripped from his body and there was almost no place on his body that was undamaged. His aura was also not at its peak, as if he could collapse at any time. Seeing this, the 4 dragons no longer hesitated and rushed at him from all directions. Yang Kai's body swayed, dodging a dragon's claw, dodging a dragon's breath, and taking another dragon's dragon race secret skill head-on. His body shook violently, but he was caught off guard by the 4th dragon. That giant dragon was the strongest of the 4 dragons present. It had a rank 7 bloodline and was nearly 20 meters long. The dragon bound Yang Kai's body, making it impossible for him to use the space divine technique to escape. Cracking sounds came from all over his body. The other 3 dragons were overjoyed when they saw this. They turned around and rushed over again. Each of the dragons had a cold light in their eyes. If Yang Kai couldn't break free before they pounced on him, he would most likely die today. Kai Yang roared, his eyes flashing a sharp light. At this point, he was unable to conceal anything any longer, and he could only utilize his final ability to fight desperately. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. With a flip of his wrist, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. He then threw the object in his hand at one of the dragon race dragons and roared, "Kill him!" His actions were seen by the other 3 dragons and they were all shocked. Before they knew what Yang Kai had thrown out, they didn't dare to rashly take action. They had all witnessed Yang Kai's ferocity and tenacity. At this time, Yang Kai's method was definitely not bad. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a round stone flew out. This stone was about the height of a person and was round and smooth, looking very ordinary. What is this? Seeing this, the several dragon race dragons were a little puzzled. The dragon race dragon flying towards this stone impatiently swung its tail, trying to sweep away the round stone blocking its way. But when the dragon tail swept the round stone, a sudden change occurred. With a loud explosion, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire round rock suddenly split into pieces. Such an unforeseen event startled all of the dragons. They focused their gazes and saw a stone golem that was as tall as a human emerging from the rubble. The stone golem's entire body was angular, and its facial features were complete. Its limbs were extraordinarily long. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the stone golem's entire body was burning with red flames. Furthermore, there was an aura unique to the Holy Spirit within its body. Stone fire. One of the dragons shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As fellow divine spirits, the dragon race was naturally no stranger to stone fire. Although stone fire's ranking among the divine spirits wasn't too high, it wasn't bad either. The only thing the dragon clan couldn't figure out was how this stone fire had jumped out of a boulder, and it had been thrown out by Yang Kai. Above the vast sea, how did Yang Kai do it? As soon as Shihuyo appeared, he let out a furious roar. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were almost visible to the naked eye. Like a shockwave, it caused ripples to appear in the void. The dragon clan, who bore the brunt of it, could not help but stop in their tracks. He instinctively felt that this stone fire was not simple. Get lost. The dragon claw suddenly reached out and grabbed at stone fire. So what if he was stone fire? In front of the dragon race, no divine spirit could raise their heads, and this stone fire seemed to have just been born, so he shouldn't have any skills. In the next moment, the dragon race knew that he was wrong. After roaring, stone fire, who was as tall as a person, rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, in almost a breath's time, stone fire, who was like an ant in the eyes of the dragon race, actually expanded to a size almost the same as his own. The flames that emerged from his body were fierce and surging, as if they could burn all things in the world. With a bang, the dragon claw scratched at Stonefire's chest, causing dazzling sparks to sputter out and an ear-piercing friction sound to be heard. Stonefire's body staggered slightly, and he took a few steps back, several scratches appearing on his chest. The dragon race was stunned, obviously not expecting such an unforeseen event. Was this still Stonefire? When did Stonefire have such a divine technique? Sherhua was hit by the claw and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then, he raised his head. His two red eyes were flickering like flames, and a strange laughter came from his throat. Then he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the lower half of the dragon race's body, and fiercely dragged it towards him. With a dragon's roar, the dragon race was caught off guard, and the two bodies slammed together, making a loud noise. Then, the smell of barbecued meat spread, causing the dragon race to roar in pain, entangled with each other, and fell into the sea, splashing huge waves and rising steam. Four dragons had joined forces, but because of Stonefire's appearance, one of them had been distracted, so now there were only 3 dragon race left to deal with Yang Kai. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai suddenly grinned, his laughter rolling like thunder. You dare to be so arrogant in the face of death? The dragon race that bound Yang Kai shouted, not understanding what was so funny. Although today's events were constantly changing, Yang Kai was still at a clear disadvantage. 3 dragons against him, victory was assured. It's time. Yang Kai's face turned serious, and his voice became low. When the words came out, the 3 dragon race all had an extremely bad feeling, and no longer hesitated, they all released their killing moves. The giant dragon that had been using its own body to bind Yang Kai even used all its strength to bind him, not giving Yang Kai any room to struggle. The other 2 dragons also pounced from the left and right, their dragon claws flashing with a sharp cold light, cutting through the barrier of space, directly attacking Yang Kai's vital points. Dragon transformation. When the low voice sounded, the 3 dragons were stunned. Dragon transformation? With his current appearance, wasn't he still in dragon transformation? It was already an incredible achievement for a human to be able to transform into a dragon's body of 8 feet, but he still wanted to dragon transformation? Could it be that he wanted to transform into a true dragon? The 3 dragons couldn't help but snort at this thought. In their opinion, no matter how hard Yang Kai worked, he would never transform into a true dragon in this life. This was the limit of their race, and it was not something that could be broken through by human strength. But then, their disdain turned into amazement. Because after Yang Kai said the 2 words dragon transformation, the dragon pressure that was already extraordinary rose to a level that made the 3 dragons feel terrified. At the same time, a burst of crackling sounds came out, and Yang Kai, who was already 8 feet tall, began to grow again. This is... The dragon race that had been binding Yang Kai widened his eyes, only to feel an incomparably huge force pushing from all directions, causing his coiled-up body to involuntarily expand. 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. With the blue sky above his head and the void under his feet, Yang Kai was like a towering giant, and a terrifying pressure wantonly spread out, causing the world to tremble, and thousands of waves to roll up on the sea. The eyes of the 3 dragons trembled violently. The dragon race that was fighting Zhu Qing and Fu Ling were all stunned, and they all looked over. Zhu Qing was also stunned, but soon, a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She also did not expect that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for a chance to counterattack. And now, that chance had come. The difference between an 8-meter dragon body and a 15-meter dragon body was like the difference between heaven and earth. The dragon race determined the strength of their bloodline by their size, and Yang Kai had naturally inherited this characteristic after cultivating the dragon transformation art. The larger one's body, the purer their bloodline. More than a month ago, he only had a dragon body of 15 meters. However, a month later, he was already 15 meters tall. The 3 times difference in size did not bring about a threefold increase in strength. In fact, the increase in strength was not that much. However, it brought about a threefold increase in dragon vein pressure and bloodline suppression. To be able to grow to this extent in the dragon transformation art, it was naturally thanks to the dragon blood flowers. Especially the dragon blood pills refined from the 2 top-grade dragon blood flowers. Most of the results in this month's growth were due to them, and the rest was due to the high-grade dragon blood flowers. If he was given a little more time, this 15 feet dragon body would be even taller. The change was not just in size. The dragon scales that covered Yang Kai's body were originally nothing special, but at this moment, the dragon scales on his body were actually glowing with a faint golden light, as if a layer of golden water had been poured over his body, shining brightly under the sunlight. They swayed as if they were drunk, and even standing was extremely difficult for them. They fled hundreds of feet away as they looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fear and dread. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes focused on a certain spot, and in the next moment, spatial laws surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already broken into Zhu Qing's battlefield. The 2 dragon race cultivators intercepting Zhu Qing were shocked and they saw him appear. They were entangled with Zhu Qing and were not far from Yang Kai, so they naturally saw the previous scene clearly. The 3 dragon race cultivators had joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely powerless to fight back. Now, how could the 2 of them have the courage to face Yang Kai's ferocity? The dragon's might rushed over, and their bloodlines were instantly suppressed to a certain extent. They looked at each other, and suddenly turned into rays of light, wanting to escape. Today's matter was no longer something they could solve. In other words, it was not something they could solve by relying on their advantage in numbers. If they wanted to save Dragon Island's face, only the Great Elder and the Second Elder could do it. They needed to hurry over and report to the 2 elders. But how could they have this opportunity? Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding space became incomparably sticky, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Spatial laws. The 2 dragon race cultivators were shocked and angry. They desperately urged their might to break through the influence of the spatial laws on their bodies. Yang Kai had already pounced on them. He grabbed the tail of one of the dragon race cultivators, and after fiercely spinning it a few times, he smashed it towards the other dragon race cultivator. With a bang, the 2 dragon race cultivators were sent flying with miserable cries. Yang Kai took the opportunity to pounce on them, and took off 2 of their dragon scales, forcing them to reveal their human forms. What happened next was simple. Yang Kai, who was 150 feet tall, was simply invincible in front of this group of dragon race cultivators below the 8th rank. No one could stop him. After dealing with Fu Ling's opponent, the scene suddenly quieted down. Yang Kai cast his gaze towards the depths of the sea. There, the embodiment was fighting fiercely with another dragon race cultivator. They seemed to be evenly matched. The embodiment that suddenly woke up gave Yang Kai a pleasant surprise. After all, the embodiment had been in a comatose state ever since he fused with the source of the stone fire in the desolate ancient land. This time, he suddenly woke up, which was really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He had been paying close attention to the embodiment's situation recently. According to his calculations, the embodiment should still need some time to wake up. He didn't know if the embodiment had sensed the situation on his side, so it woke up earlier. But although it woke up earlier, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai could feel that the embodiment had completely fused with the source of the stone fire. It was now the holy stone fire. After exhorting Zhu Qing, Yang Kai was about to give the embodiment a hand. But suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the Dragon Island. This dragon's roar was completely different from the dragon's roar Yang Kai had heard before. It was a sorrowful cry. It gave people the feeling that a bird was about to die, and its cry was also sorrowful. When the dragon's roar resounded, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling's expression changed. They turned their heads to look at the source of the roar. Not only them, all the dragon race cultivators on the dragon island were the same. That dragon's roar lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. Because a few drops of something suddenly fell on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, "It's raining on a sunny day. The weather on the Dragon Island is really strange." In the sky, a round sun hung high in the sky. There was not a single cloud in sight. But unexpectedly, raindrops fell from the sky. Moreover, it was a heavy downpour. It was extremely fierce. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was that this rain seemed to be full of spirituality. "It's not raining." Fu Ling's face was pale. She had been staring at the source of the roar. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she subconsciously replied. Her delicate body started to tremble. Zhu Qing's expression was also incomparably pale. She said in a deep voice, "Falling dragon rain." "What?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something big had happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing's expression wouldn't be so solemn. A dragon race cultivator died. Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with shock. Yang Kai was startled. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "How did you know? That dragon's roar just now?" Even if that dragon's roar was extremely sorrowful, it didn't necessarily mean that a dragon race cultivator died, right? Maybe it was just a serious injury. The battlefield here calmed down, and so did the other place. In front of the dragon tomb of the dragon race, 4 figures stood quietly. One of them was a burly man with broad shoulders and a round waist. He wore a dark red cloak, and his expression was dignified. The aura emitted from his body was enough to make the world tremble and space distort. In his arms was a woman who looked extremely weak. The woman's face was pale as she quietly nestled against his chest. Her breath was like orchids, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her expression was calm, as if to her, as long as she could nestle in this man's arms, it would be fine even if the sky fell down. But if one looked carefully, they could still see that under this calm face, there was a deep sense of guilt. On the other side, Grand Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si were in a pincer position, standing not far away from the man and woman. Green light spread out from the Great Elder's body, and the Second Elder's Law of Ice was also pushed to the extreme. They were both facing a great enemy. The man had a rough appearance, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was panting slightly, looking like he had consumed a lot of energy. After the spirit rain fell, he suddenly grinned. "You too, you don't need this king to remind you what the falling dragon rain means, right? If the two of you continue to entangle with me, I'm afraid all the dragon descendants on the dragon island will fall. At that time, the two of you will become the eternal sinners of the dragon race. I don't think the two of you can bear this responsibility." The Great Elder and Second Elder's expressions did not change. At their level of cultivation, it was very difficult to be disturbed by external things. Although the fall of the dragon race was a huge matter, the two of them did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. There was no other reason. The man in front of them was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, Mo Huang. In terms of ability and strength, he was not inferior to either of them. Any bit of distraction or carelessness could give him an opportunity to take advantage of. The fall of the dragon race was indeed a huge matter, but Mo Huang breaking into the dragon tomb and bringing out the exiled dragon girl was also a huge matter. Tisk, Mo Huang saw that the 2 elders of the dragon race were indifferent and couldn't help but curl his lips. He said somewhat angrily, "How do you want to settle today's matter? Why don't the two of you draw a line? This king will accept it." The second elder said indifferently, "Let Fu Xian go and never step into Dragon Island again. I will let your people of Spirit Beast Island leave safely." Mo Huang snorted coldly, "Little Xian and I are husband and wife. We have feelings for each other and are in love with each other. Why does the second elder say that this king is holding her hostage? Your dragon race is unreasonable and abides by the rules of the sect. You exiled little Xian into the dragon tomb. This king will not settle this account with you. Let me take little Xian away. The two of you can go and settle the matters of Dragon Island. This king will not stop you. Fu Shi shook his head and said, Fu Xian is the fourth elder of my dragon race. She was born on Dragon Island and died in the dragon tomb. You can't take her away today. Mo Huang sneered, this king is really going to take her away today. You can try to stop me. Fu Shi said, then we can only end this quickly. While speaking, the aura on her body suddenly became extremely dangerous. Mo Huang didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and said, what does the great elder say? If you really want to fight, this king is willing to exchange pointers with the two of you. I'm just afraid that your dragon race is facing a great disaster today and is in danger of being exterminated. Zhu Yan's expression was grave and he sighed in his heart. Troubled times, it really was troubled times. The changes of Dragon Island today were simply dazzling. Even he had never encountered such a situation in his many years of life. First, it was Yang Kai who possessed the ancestral dragon's origin that went to kidnap the bride. Then, the martial beast brought the people of Spirit Beast Island and barged into Dragon Island. They even went deeper into the dragon tomb and brought Fu Xian out. Before the matters here were settled, another member of the dragon race was killed. Even if the great elder's cultivation was exceedingly high, he also felt that today's matter was incomparably tricky. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed that the most troublesome matters in tens of thousands of years had gathered together. The dragon race being killed couldn't be ignored. The number of clansmen had always been very small. It had been many years since such a thing happened. The most important thing was that Zhu Yan didn't know if the murderer would or even had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race. If the dragon slayer still had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race, then he must rush over to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the matters here couldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Yan was really in a dilemma. Great Elder also insists on making things difficult for this king? Mo Huang asked in a deep voice. He was already a little impatient. Zhu Yan raised his eyes and said, Mo Huang, this old man has a proposal. Let's hear it. Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Let's put aside the grudges between you and Dragon Island for the time being. Fu Shi frowned when she heard that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Mo Huang laughed heartily, Great Elder is wise. Zhu Yan continued, the premise is that you have to come with us. Mo Huang restrained his laughter and stared at Zhu Yan seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was joking or not. After a while, he sneered, Great Elder, are you muddle-headed? Dragon Island has changed, this king naturally should take the opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, when the two of you are free, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Great Elder, please don't humiliate my intelligence. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, if you don't agree, then this old man can only join hands with the second elder to take you down first. Mo Huang bellowed, Great Elder's confidence is truly breathtaking. Zhu Yan sighed and said, if you are alone, even if this old man and the second elder join hands, we still won't be able to stop you. But you still have Fu Xian with you, how can you go all out? You don't want her to get hurt because of this, right? Mo Huang's face sank. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and his ruthless expression softened a little. Zhu Yan continued, correspondingly, this old man is willing to give you a chance. If you agree to this old man's proposal, this old man can communicate with the Dragon Palace Hall and beg for the forgiveness of the ancestor on behalf of Fu Xian to see if there is a chance to leave the dragon tomb. Mo Huang's eyes lit up when he heard this, are you serious? Zhu Yan said, this old man can only promise to give it a try. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will also depend on the ancestor's attitude. Mo Huang nodded and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement? Zhu Yan looked at him inquiringly. Mo Huang turned his head to look at Fu Xian and said, that will depend on the second elder's attitude. Fu Xian didn't say a word. She suddenly turned into a white light and flew away. Her actions had already expressed her attitude. She didn't agree or disagree. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. After all, it was the great elder's proposal. Even if she had an opinion, it wasn't good for her to disagree with the great elder. Furthermore, this proposal was the best way to solve the problem at hand. Seeing this, Zhu Yan nodded at Mo Huang and also turned into a stream of light and flew in that direction. The two elders of the dragon race actually left just like that. Because they knew that since Mo Huang had agreed to the proposal, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. After all, Mo Huang's identity was there. Furthermore, even if he went back on his words, so what? He could take Fu Xian and escape this time. But even if he could escape, could Spirit Beast Island escape? If they really went back on their word, the dragon race on Dragon Island might visit Spirit Beast Island in a few days. That was why the two elders left without worries. Chapter 3071. Is it worth it? A soft question sounded. Fu Xian raised her head and looked at Mo Huang. The thick stubble on his chin poked her forehead, making her feel itchy and numb. However, she missed this feeling very much. She moved her head slightly and gently rubbed it, as if she wanted to imprint this feeling into the depths of her soul. Mo Huang's rough face was filled with tenderness and sweetness. He reached out and stroked her cheek, smiling slightly. How can a picturesque landscape compare to the cinnabar between your eyebrows? Fu Xian's beautiful eyes were extremely bright. Mo Huang grinned again. That brat Li Wui said so before. I'm just using it. Fu Xian giggled, so it's Wui's words. Mo Huang sighed, you've suffered all these years. Fu Xian shook her head, I already expected this. There's nothing to suffer. Aren't we meeting again today? Mo Huang said solemnly, this time, I won't let you leave my side again. That will make me an enemy of the entire Dragon Island. Fu Xian rested her head on Mo Huang's broad chest and listened to his heartbeat. It was as if she heard the most beautiful celestial music in the world. Her face was full of happiness. Mo Huang snorted, since the day you and I met, I've already made plans to become enemies with Dragon Island. When they met back then, he was in his prime. He recognized at a glance that the arrogant person was a martial beast of the dragon race. She could control all the beasts in the world, but he had never had the experience of controlling a dragon. His heart immediately became restless, and thoughts surged uncontrollably. He tried to get close to her several times and even used force to finally subdue her. However, he didn't expect that he would step into the land of tenderness and couldn't extricate himself from it. He also formed a grudge with the dragon race. Thinking back, a warm smile appeared on Mo Huang's face. That was the wisest decision he had ever made. How's little Seven? Fu Xian suddenly asked. She's grown up. She's just a little spoiled. You should follow me back to Spirit Beast Island to discipline her. Fu Xian said, she doesn't know her identity, right? Mo Huang shook his head, I haven't told her yet. Speaking of this girl, she's been quite annoying recently. What happened? Fu Xian was shocked. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Although she had never seen her again after giving birth to her, how could she not care about her? There's a brat that the girl can't forget, Mo Huang said with a dark face. Fu Xian froze for a moment, then laughed. What are you laughing at? Fu Xian stopped laughing and said, counting her age, little Seven should be at that age. It's not strange for one or two men to enter her sight. Mo Huang shook his head like a rattledrum. No. She's still too young. It's not the time to think about this. Fu Xian leisurely said, although I gave birth to her, I never had the opportunity to take care of her. You should worry about her matters, but you must not let her hate you." Mo Huang was shocked. "She hates me because of that brat?" Fu Xian pursed her lips and smiled. "That's hard to say. Daughters tend to be more outgoing when they grow up." When Mo Huang heard this, his face turned even darker, and he suddenly felt a little worried. "All right, let's go take a look." Mo Huang frowned and said, "Let's not go. Let's talk here and wait for those two old guys to finish dealing with the dragon race." Fu Xian raised her head and looked at him. "Take me there. They are my clansmen after all." Mo Huang couldn't stand her cute and obedient look. He nodded repeatedly and said, all right. Since you said so, let's go take a look." After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "If we're lucky, we might be able to see that brat." When he finished, he had already flown out with Fu Xian. "Yang Kai, did you do it?" Jiu Feng looked at Yang Kai and asked with a frown. If that dragon race cultivator was really killed by Yang Kai, then he must be in trouble, so Jiu Feng could not help but ask. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't me." Jiu Feng suddenly wondered, then who was it? Could it be that one of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun really died? Forget I said it. She turned her head and looked in one direction. There, two rays of light, one green and one white, rushed over like lightning and landed in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye, revealing the figures of Zhu Yan and Fu Dun. Chapter 3072. The expressions of the two great elders of the dragon race did not look good. As soon as Fu Zhenyo appeared, she glanced at Yang Kai, Jiu Feng, and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Replying to the second elder, "We are fine." Fu Qi stepped forward and cupped his fist. Fu Ling also hurriedly said, "We are fine too." Fu Zhenyo frowned. Zhu Yan glanced at the dragons and said in a deep voice, "The fourth elder and Fu Qi are not here." There were only so many people in the dragon race, so it was easy to find out who was missing. The reason why Zhu Kong was not here was because Li Wui had used the divine technique to pull her into a void. With Zhu Kong's ability, she should not be at a disadvantage against Li Wui. Then the only possibility left was that something had happened to Fu Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Yan's expression also sank. Fu Qi was a rank 8 thunder dragon, ranked in the upper middle of the dragon race. If something really happened to him, then Dragon Island's loss today would be too great. Previously, Fu Qi was heavily injured by Yang Kai, so his strength must have dropped. But on Dragon Island, other than these people, who else could kill a rank 8 thunder dragon? This was what Zhu Yan could not understand the most. Yang Kai pondered for a while, then cupped his fist and said, "Great Elder, I have something to tell you." Zhu Yan did not have a good impression of him. Today's matter was all caused by Yang Kai. Although Mo Huang's appearance was not related to him, he was the one who stirred up the muddy waters of Dragon Island. If not for Yang Kai drawing attention here, they would not have failed to notice Mo Huang sneaking into Dragon Island, leading to him trespassing into the dragon tomb and breaking the rules of the dragon race. But the great elder was still a gentle person. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "What is it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Wukong might be on Dragon Island." "Wukong?" Zhu Yan frowned. "Which Wukong?" Yang Kai said, "Is there anyone else named Wukong in this world?" Zhu Yan's expression finally changed. "You mean, the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor?" As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai in shock, as if they wanted to see if he had gone crazy. Not many people knew the name Wukong, but the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor was too well known. Even Zhu Qin looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Fu Ti even scolded angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Wukong has already fallen for many years, how could he appear on my Dragon Island? Kid, don't lie through your teeth." She already had a lot of opinions about Yang Kai, and now that the dragon race had fallen, her mood was even worse. How could she be happy? Yang Kai said with a calm expression, Wukong is not dead. Zhu Yan and Fu Ti were startled when they heard this. The former shook his head continuously, while the latter snorted disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't believe Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was also a little annoyed by their attitude. He just provided the information he knew, he didn't have any ulterior motive. He didn't ask for the gratitude of the dragon race, but at least they didn't show a look of disdain. The attitude of the two elders of the dragon race made him dissatisfied. Yang Kai no longer argued. In any case, it was the dragon race that died, it had nothing to do with him. The only thing he had to consider now was how to take Zhu Qing and the others away under the eyes of Zhu Yan and Fu Ti. He's not spouting nonsense. When a loud shout came, a burly figure suddenly landed on the side, holding a pale woman in his arms. Third Elder. Zhu Qing looked at the woman and called out in surprise. Many members of the dragon race also looked at Fu Xian with complicated expressions, greeting her one after another. He didn't need to ask to know who the child of the dragon race's third elder and Mo Huang was. There was only one little princess on Spirit Beast Island, and Mo Shaoqi was the only child of the martial beast Great Emperor. It was no wonder that their appearances were 70 to 80% similar. The mother and daughter naturally had some similarities. What did you say? Zhu Qing turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, Don't worry, even if we have a child, I won't let you be banished to the dragon tomb. Zhu Qing's face turned red, and she no longer discussed this issue with him. How difficult was it to have a child when the human race and the dragon race married? Martial Beast and Fu Xian had been in love for 1,000 years, but they only gave birth to Mo Shaoqi a little more than 10 years ago. One could imagine how difficult it was. In the past 1,000 years, Dragon Island had always been against this, but because Martial Beast was involved, the dragon race couldn't suppress them. It wasn't until Mo Shaoqi was born that the dragon race was decided. That time, the dragon clan mobilized all their forces and attacked the Spirit Beast Island. Although Mo Huang had the intention to resist, Fu Xian still took the initiative to follow the dragon clan back to the dragon island. Mo Huang naturally followed as well, but in the end, he was still outnumbered and was chased out of the dragon island. This wait lasted for more than 10 years. While the two were quietly communicating, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both looked at Mo Huang in shock, almost thinking that they had misheard. Mo Huang sneered, You dragon race people are conservative and self-righteous. You don't hear about the outside world, so you naturally think that everyone is lying to you. What do you mean? Fu Su looked at him coldly. Zhu Yan also frowned, Are you trying to say that Wukong really didn't die? Mo Huang said in a deep voice, Wukong came back to life. What? At this time, Zhu Yan and Fu Su both paled. Many dragon race people were also shocked. Is this news accurate? Zhu Yan looked at Mo Huang with a solemn expression. If this was the case, then this world would change greatly. The dragon race also participated in the War of Emperors back then, and Zhu Yan was one of them. Only those who had faced Wukong directly knew how terrifying this heaven-devouring great emperors was. Mo Huang said, A year ago, this king communicated with him. Do you think this news is accurate? Communicated. Zhu Yan frowned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant. The heaven-devouring great emperors were not easy to communicate with. Martial Beast also had grievances with him. If they met, they would definitely fight, so how could they sit down and communicate? Mo Huang said impatiently, Wukong's situation is a bit special. He has been hiding in the Shattered Star Sea's origin sea. He wanted to gather blood essence to form a body and was almost successful. But at the critical moment, Duan Hongchen broke in and fought with him. In the end, both sides suffered. Wukong failed to form a body and was reborn, but occupied half of Duan Hongchen's body. This matter also involves Duan Hongchen. Mo Huang said, after the shattered Star Sea, old Duan tried to find a way to seal Wukong's soul. He went to the Serene Soul Palace, but the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything. He came to my Spirit Beast Island and stayed for a while. That's how I know about his situation. Spirit Beast Island and Serene Soul Palace were both in the Eastern Territory. From Serene Soul Palace to Spirit Beast Island was just on the way. Even the person from the Serene Soul Palace couldn't do anything? Zhu Yan was surprised. If there was anyone in the world who had the deepest understanding of the soul, it would be the person from the Serene Soul Palace. But now, even he couldn't deal with Duan Hongchen's situation. Perhaps no one else in the world could. So, Wukong is indeed not dead. Mo Huang looked at the two elders of the dragon race disdainfully. You people from the dragon race should go out more often and learn more about the world's affairs. But then again, only a few people in the world knew about the matter between Wukong and Duan Hongchen. Even if the dragon race really went out, they might not be able to get any information. Although I fought with Fu Qi, I couldn't do anything to him. I almost died in his hands, but that Wu Chen suddenly appeared. I don't know what kind of secret technique he used, but he instantly subdued Fu Qi. That Wu Chen has such ability. Zhu Yan was also shocked. It was not easy to subdue an 8th order thunder dragon in an instant. How could there be such a master hidden in Half-Dragon City? He pondered for a moment and said, "Tell me everything in detail. If there is even half a lie, you will die without a burial place." Li Jiao looked miserable, but his expression was calm and didn't look like he was lying. Li Jiao nodded lightly and chose his words carefully. Yang Kai placed his hand on Li Jiao's wrist and sent his Emperor Qi over. Li Jiao's expression became much better and he cast a grateful look. In the next moment, Li Jiao spoke tirelessly. He didn't hide anything and told Yang Kai about how he followed Fu Qi to the spiritual island, how he fought with his life on the line, and how Wu Chen mysteriously appeared. He told Yang Kai everything, including how Wu Chen's appearance and personality changed drastically. After I escaped from there, I heard Fu Qi's miserable cries. Then, it started raining. Although I am a descendant of the dragon, I know about the falling dragon rain. Therefore, in my opinion, Fu Qi is probably dead and the one who killed him is Wu Chen. He was naturally happy that Fu Qi was killed. Even if he didn't kill him, the 3 moves he used to fight with Fu Qi had caused him irreparable damage, and it could be said that he had vented his anger. Li Jiao even thought that if it weren't for his 3 moves, Wu Chen would have to spend more effort to kill Fu Qi. From this point of view, he also contributed to Fu Qi's death, and it could be said that he had taken revenge with his own hands. Wu Chen gave him a dangerous feeling, but he was grateful to Wu Chen. After he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Yang Kai murmured with a solemn expression, appearance change, personality change. Wu Chen, Wu Chen, Wu Chen. Wukong, Duan Hongchen. Wu Chen was just an alias, a homophone of Wukong's surname and a combination of Duan Hongchen's surname, which was very fitting. After all, the 2 great emperors had 2 souls in the same body, and it was very appropriate to put their names together to make an alias. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a bitter smile. No matter how rich his imagination was, it was impossible for him to link Wu Chen with the 2 great emperors. After all, Wu Chen's previous performance didn't have any of the spirit of the great emperors, and there was no need to talk about his appearance. He had the head of a snake, the eyes of a rat, the mouth of a monkey, and the cheeks of a monkey. He was completely unrelated to the great emperors. Now, it seemed that the one controlling the body was still Wukong, and Duan Hongchen should have been suppressed. He didn't know how Wukong did it. As he thought about it, Yang Kai was shocked. He suddenly remembered that the 500 people who built the palace had been reduced to less than 200 to 300 after a month, and most of them had disappeared from the emperor realm. Before this, Yang Kai didn't think about what happened to these people, because their life and death didn't have much to do with him. But now that he knew Wu Chen's true identity, it was obvious what happened to these people. Wukong had devoured them. There was a reasonable explanation for Wu Chen's explosive increase in strength in a short month. He was the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, a legend who created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. From the situation of the Dharmakayas cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, those cultivators had probably become Wukong's capital to become stronger. Yang Kai could confirm Wu Chen's true identity. Mo Huang, Zhu Yan, and the others could naturally do the same. Mo Huang had said before that Wukong and Duan Hongchen were now two souls in one body. Didn't this confirm what Li Jiao had said about Wu Chen's change in personality? Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Fu Tianqi reached out and grabbed Li Jiao. "Come with me." Wukong had killed a dragon, and the dragon race had shaken up. Now, the most important thing was to confirm Wukong's whereabouts. He had snuck into Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to lower his status and endure humiliation. Perhaps it wasn't as simple as just killing a dragon race. And if they wanted to track down Wukong's whereabouts, Li Jiao was indispensable. Only he knew where Fu Qi had died, and only he knew where Wukong had attacked. When Fu Tianqi's jade hand reached out, Li Jiao's entire body froze in place. The Emperor Qi in his body froze for a moment, and even his breathing was involuntarily held. He was like a rabbit that had no experience in dodging. Facing the claws of a falcon that was swooping down from the sky, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood how big the gap was between the three-layer Emperor realm mirror he was so proud of and a great emperor. His already pale face turned even paler. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Yang Kai's hand turned into a dragon's claw, ignoring the obstruction of space, and grabbed towards Fu Tianqi's jade hand. As soon as he moved, the embodiment moved as well, smashing a fist towards Fu Tianqi's side. The moment he made a move, his might was extraordinary, like a thunderbolt. A phantom flashed past, and Yang Kai only felt a fierce blow to his chest. He couldn't help but retreat a few hundred meters, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The embodiment also seemed to have been struck by lightning. Its body stiffened, and it fell straight down, smashing into the sea and disappearing. Zhu Qing was shocked and quickly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai covered his chest with his hand. When he looked up, he saw Li Jiao being lifted up like a little chick by Fu Tianqi and flying in a certain direction. Seeing this, the other dragon race members followed. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. He knew that he was no match for the great emperors, but he couldn't just stand by and watch Fu Tianqi attack Li Jiao. No matter how big the gap was, he had to show an unyielding attitude. Fortunately, Fu Tianqi wasn't in the mood to waste time with him, so he was able to repel him. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. "You've got guts," Mo Huang glanced at Yang Kai, not knowing whether it was praise or ridicule. From the moment he appeared until now, he hadn't even looked at Yang Kai once, until now. Inexplicably, he didn't like Yang Kai. He knew the reason, but he wasn't willing to admit it. If Mo Shaoqi hadn't been thinking about him, this young man in front of him would have been a dragon among men in Mo Huang's eyes. After all, among the younger generation, who would dare to trespass on Dragon Island with just a first-order Emperor realm cultivation? Not to mention, this place had been turned upside down. Zhu Yan stayed behind. His gaze swept across the void 1,000 meters away, and he looked at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing who were standing side by side, and said, "You two go with us." He couldn't let Yang Kai and Zhu Qing stay here, because if something went wrong, Yang Kai might take the opportunity to escape from Dragon Island. The dragon race couldn't accept such an outcome. Too many things had happened on Dragon Island today. If Yang Kai abducted a dragon girl, and a dragon girl who could become an elder, where would Dragon Island's face go? Chapter 3074. Yang Kai's face was ashen. He looked at Zhu Yan and said, "What if I don't agree?" Now, there were only two paths in front of him. One was to agree to Zhu Yan's suggestion and go with him, which was equivalent to being monitored. The other was to fight with Zhu Yan now and solve the problem with violence. However, he estimated that his end would not be good. He was not even a match for Fu Tan, not to mention Zhu Yan, who was ranked above Fu Tan. This was the great elder of the dragon race. Even if Yang Kai used all his abilities, he would not be qualified to compete with him. Zhu Yan slowly shook his head. I advise you to agree. This old man does not want to bully the weak. Yang Kai was depressed, his mouth full of bitterness. However, speaking of which, Li Jiao was now under the control of others. He could not just leave Li Jiao alone. It was reasonable for him to go with them and see what the result was. Young man, let's go together. Mo Huang will take care of you. Fu Xian suddenly spoke, causing the corner of Mo Huang's eyes to twitch. Since he had already said so much, Yang Kai naturally made a decision and gently nodded. Many thanks, third elder. Then let's go and have a look together. Fu Xian smiled. Zhu Yan turned to look at Mo Huang. Shouldn't we ask them to stop? Mo Huang did not say anything. He just casually threw a punch. Silently, a layer of ripples appeared in the void, spreading forward like a ripple. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Two figures suddenly appeared. It was Li Wui and Zhu Kong. The two looked fine. It was unknown what kind of battle they had. At the very least, it was impossible to tell who was stronger from the surface. After the space divine technique was broken, Li Wui and Zhu Kong pulled away. They looked at Mo Huang and Zhu Yan suspiciously. They did not know what was going on outside. Let's talk on the way. Zhu Yan turned and flew out. Zhu Kong frowned and quickly followed. Let's go. Mo Huang also called out. The group of people flew towards the spiritual island in a mighty manner. Along the way, Zhu Kong and Li Wui had clearly heard about what had happened. Zhu Kong's expression couldn't help but become ugly. She had never thought that in less than an hour, there would actually be people who died on Dragon Island, and this matter even involved the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Li Wui also had a look of shock on his face as he whispered to Jiu Feng. Spiritual energy was abundant on the spiritual island. There were some traces left behind by the battle between Li Jiao and Fu Qi when the group of people arrived. Many of the dragon race were already investigating the situation here. Li Jiao was trembling with fear as he was surrounded by several dragon race members with a bitter expression. How is it? Zhu Yan flew over and landed beside Fu Tin. Fu Qi did die here. Where's Wukong? There's no trace of him. Zhu Yan nodded. After killing the dragon race, Wukong couldn't possibly continue to stay here. He definitely ran off to God knows where. Find out where he is. Zhu Yan coldly snorted and was completely enraged. Previously, Yang Kai snatched the bride and Mo Huang barged into the dragon tomb to bring Fu Xian out. He wasn't actually that angry, but Wukong's actions had clearly touched the reverse scale of the entire dragon race. The crime of slaying a dragon must be repaid with blood. Fu Tin nodded. As his red lips opened and closed, profound dragon language sounded. At the same time, his hands quickly changed seals. It was clear that he was using some secret technique to trace Wukong's whereabouts based on the traces here. Fu Qi had just died not long ago. Even if Wukong had the divine technique, he couldn't have escaped from Dragon Island. In other words, he was definitely still here, just hidden. While Fu Tin was using the secret technique to search for Wukong's whereabouts, Mo Huang wasn't idle either. Although he had a lot of grudges with Dragon Island and couldn't wait for all the dragon race members to die, since this matter was related to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, he couldn't just stand by and watch. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperor escaped, the entire star domain would be in turmoil. Even if his spirit beast island was content to stay in a corner, he couldn't just stay out of it. No one knew how terrifying Wukong was more than these great emperors. His existence was simply a tumor to the entire world. A snow-white little beast scuttled out from Mo Huang's sleeve. That little beast looked like a mink or a fox. It was unknown what species it was, but it was about a foot long. Its fur was snow-white and shiny, and its 2 eyes were rolling around like a human. After it landed on the ground, it kept sniffing lightly. When Zhu Yan saw this, he didn't have any intention to stop it. Instead, he started to chat with Mo Huang. Brother Mo, why do you think Wukong infiltrated Dragon Island and didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter our dragon race members? Previously, the 2 of them were still fighting fiercely, but in the blink of an eye, they were like old friends. It wasn't strange at all. Instead, it was natural. Mo Huang said indifferently, I'm not Wukong. How would I know what he's planning? Great Elder is asking the wrong person. He really couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Wukong was notorious and was hated by everyone in the star domain. After escaping with great difficulty and gaining control of Duan Hongchen's body, it was natural for him to hide. With his heaven-devouring Great Emperor's mystical battle method, it wouldn't take him more than a few hundred years to recover to his former peak. After a few hundred years, he would come out again. At that time, he would be the strongest person in the star domain again. Unless there was another war of emperors, no one in the world could stop him. Zhu Yan nodded lightly and didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Yang Kai and the others also arrived. When the group of dragon race members saw them, they all looked at him angrily. Especially the dragon race members who had fought with Yang Kai before. The battle between 7 dragons should have been a sure-win situation, suppressing Yang Kai to the point where he couldn't even lift his head, but in the end, Yang Kai had broken through the Dragon Temple's protection technique and caused all of them to lose face. Now that they were seeing each other again, how could they be happy? Yang Kai glared at them. How could a defeated general dare to be brave? After their eyes met for a while, many of the dragon race members looked away embarrassedly. Yang Kai suddenly became complacent and looked around majestically. He just happened to catch a glimpse of Fu Xian looking at him with a smile. He immediately looked embarrassed and coughed lightly. I feel that Wukong seems to be very eager to restore his strength. He also heard a few words of the conversation between Mo Huang and Zhu Yan just now, so his words weren't too abrupt. Naturally, he wants to improve his strength. Zhu Yan nodded. He had once stood at the peak of the star boundary and looked down upon all living beings. Even many great emperors were suppressed by him to the point they couldn't raise their heads. Now that his cultivation had plummeted, how could he be willing to endure in silence? It was natural for him to want to improve his strength. Yang Kai said, when Wukong and Senior Duan came out of the shattered star sea, he was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. When I saw him a few days ago, he was already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Then, a month later, he was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The speed of his cultivation improvement is simply incredible. He didn't hesitate to expose his identity to slaughter the dragon race. Perhaps there is something on Dragon Island that can help him improve his strength quickly, such as Fu Chi's dragon race source. The essence of the dragon race was an extremely powerful force, and it was very attractive to Wukong. As soon as this was said, Zhu Yan's face suddenly changed as a horrifying thought involuntarily emerged in his mind. He suddenly raised his head and shouted, "The Dragon Tomb!" Mo Huang's face also sank, luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Wukong's goal was really the Dragon Tomb, then it made sense. The Dragon Tomb contained the source of many dead dragon race members. If he could devour all the source in the Dragon Tomb, then Wukong's cultivation would definitely improve greatly. He had the heritage of the great emperors and occupied Duan Hongchen's body, so there was no such thing as a bottleneck. With the magic of the heaven-devouring great emperor battle method, as long as he had enough resources, he could easily improve his strength to a terrifying level. Even if he wasn't as good as the great emperors, he was definitely not an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. The source of the dragon race was extremely rare, and the energy it contained was beyond imagination. If Wukong's real goal was the Dragon Tomb, then it would be very troublesome. The reason why he exposed his identity and killed Fu Chi was to lure the tiger away from the mountain, attracting Zhu Yan, Mo Huang, and the others. After all, these top powerhouses were at the Dragon Tomb at that time. No matter how stupid Wukong was, he wouldn't walk right into the trap. Everything made sense now. At this moment, Fu Chi's casting stopped and he raised his head to look in the direction of the Dragon Tomb. The strange little beast that was released by Mo Huang also growled in that direction. Seeing this, everyone no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Dragon Tomb. For a moment, streams of light streaked across the sky, each of them exuding a powerful aura, an extremely shocking aura. If others saw such a lineup, they would be horrified. The Dragon Tomb was very far from here. Even if everyone flew at full speed, they still wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. Yang Kai looked calm, but in fact, he was secretly worried, not for anything else, but for Duan Hongchen. He was now an elder of Azure Sun Temple, and the relationship between Duan Hongchen and Azure Sun Temple was also inextricably linked, so he was somewhat related to Duan Hongchen. What's more, he had also received kindness from Duan Hongchen. He admired this person's determination to sacrifice himself and enter the Shattered Star Sea. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't want anything to happen to Duan Hongchen. But now, it seemed that Duan Hongchen had been completely suppressed by Wukong, and he couldn't even easily control his body. Such an encounter was really bad. Wukong's strength hadn't recovered yet, but he could do this to this extent. If he was stronger, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have any way to survive. He was afraid that, as he said, the great emperors of the secular world would be swallowed up. At that time, the fall of the great emperors would be a loss to the entire star boundary. After a while, the Dragon's Tomb came into view. It was a dusky world, as if it was isolated from this world. It made people feel extremely depressed just by looking at it. Zhu Yan and others suddenly narrowed their eyes and stared at the void in front of the Dragon Tomb in a daze. Wukong. A figure stood in the void over there, tall and sturdy, wearing a robe that fluttered without wind, and with a faint smile on his face, he looked over with a calm expression. Who else could it be but Wukong? All the people of the dragon race widened their eyes and looked over there, wanting to see if this overlord of the universe, who had disappeared for countless years, had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 3075. Wukong didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they didn't already know his identity, no one would associate him with the name of the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor. Not only was there nothing special about him, even the figure standing in front of the dragon's tomb at this moment was somewhat unreal. It was neither real nor illusory, it was like an illusion. Zhu Yan stopped and his expression became unsightly. Oh no, void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang also shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. The figure in front was indeed Wukong, but it wasn't Wukong's real body. It was Wukong's secret technique phantom image that almost perfectly replicated his aura and appearance. We've been tricked. Fu Shi clenched her teeth. Whether it was the secret technique she used to track Wukong or Mo Huang's little beast's guidance, they all pointed to the location of the dragon's tomb. Coupled with Yang Kai's seemingly reasonable urging, everyone thought that Wukong's destination was the dragon's tomb and the many sources of the dragon race in the dragon's tomb. But when they really arrived at this place, everyone discovered that everything was wrong. Wukong only used a void soul wandering shadow to successfully draw everyone's attention to this place, while his real body was carrying out some kind of conspiracy. This was the real lure of the tiger away from the mountain. In this world, only the existence of the great emperors could deceive the great emperors. Although Wukong's strength had not recovered, he hid in the dark and played everyone in the palm of his hand. He was bold, but also extremely confident. Just when everyone was lost in thought, Wukong's void soul wandering shadow smiled faintly. Everyone, I trust you have been well since we last met. No one paid attention to him. This was just a void soul wandering shadow secret technique, it was useless to communicate with him. They might even accidentally fall into Wukong's trap. Since the dragon's tomb wasn't Wukong's goal, what did he want to do? Yang Kai and Li Wu-yi turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction, then glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. What rich space force fluctuations! Of everyone present, only the two of them were proficient in space principles, so when this fluctuation spread out, the two of them were the first to sense it. Immediately, Zhu Yan, Fu Shi, and even Mo Huang also sensed it. Fu Shi, and Li Wu-yi, Zhu Yan's void soul wandering shadow. Mo Huang's face was ashen as he shouted, "It's the Dragon Palace." As soon as this was said, everyone's SSS Wu Kuang's real target was actually the Dragon Palace. He had used his phantom shadow to attract everyone's attention while his real body had already sneaked into the Dragon Palace. No one knew what he was up to. Heat want to escape. Mo Huang shouted in a low voice, as if he had guessed something, and hurriedly rushed towards the Dragon Palace. For the first time, an anxious look appeared on his face. Obviously, this was a matter of great importance. While everyone was running, a dazzling light suddenly burst out in the distance, followed by a pillar of light soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds and into the firmament, as if it had poked a hole in the sky. And the fluctuations of space force were becoming more and more obvious and rich. Yang Kai pulled Zhu Qing's hand and flew side by side with her, his expression extremely solemn. He, who was proficient in space principles, knew very well what such fluctuations meant, but he couldn't figure out how Wukong did it. Although he was the heaven-devouring great emperors, he had never heard of him having any attainments in the Tao of space. Yang Kai sighed in his heart. This time, all the masters on Dragon Island had been fooled by Wukong. Yang Kai observed their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. When he got closer to take a look, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. Because the source of the light was actually a void corridor, and at the end of the corridor, there were specks of twinkling stars. It was as if someone had torn a piece of the star field at night, shrunk it, and placed it here. Zhu Yan's face was ashen, and Fu Sui's expression wasn't any better. His pretty face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Mo Huang kept shaking his head and sighed, "It's too late. If they let the Wukong escape from Dragon Island today, who knows how many lives would be plunged into misery and suffering in the future." The great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor had done this before. Now that the celestial realm was vast and boundless, no one knew where the Wukong had escaped to. Even if they wanted to track him down, it would be impossible. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. He moved closer to Mo Huang and whispered, "Master, did the Wukong escape?" Mo Huang gently nodded. Yang Kai said, "But how did he shatter the space? And the feeling this void corridor gives me, it's not a small matter." Even the spatial array he had set up across territory didn't have such rich spatial fluctuations when it was activated. He faintly felt that this void corridor seemed to lead to an extremely distant place. Mo Huang didn't answer, and Fu Xian said, "He borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace? He actually has such ability? The Dragon Palace was the foundation of the dragon race. How could it be casually borrowed by an outsider? Furthermore, Yang Kai had already felt that there were some extremely powerful auras hidden in this Dragon Palace. Many of these auras weren't inferior to the three great emperors present. Yang Kai guessed that these auras were the auras of the dragon race's ancestor spirits. Fu Xian patiently explained, he killed Fu Qi and stole the dragon race's origin so that he could smoothly enter the Dragon Palace. As for how he borrowed the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space after entering the Dragon Palace, I'm not too sure. She turned to look at Mo Huang and asked softly, "Do you know why?" She was basically asking on behalf of Yang Kai. Of course, she was also a little curious. Mo Huang said, "Wukong is older than any of us here. It's just said that when Wukong first became one of the great emperors, he had a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If this came from someone else, it wouldn't be very credible. It could basically be said to be groundless accusations." However, since it came from Mo Huang, it meant that it wasn't just a rumor. It was very likely that Wukong really did have a good relationship with the previous elders of the dragon race. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for him to know some of the dragon race's secret techniques or profound secret techniques. Borrowing Fu Chi's dragon race's origin to communicate with the Dragon Palace, then borrowing the power of the Dragon Palace to shatter the space. This was probably his entire plan. Moreover, he didn't make any mistakes as he walked step by step. Everything went smoothly, and there was no danger. Even though Yang Kai had a bad impression of Wukong, he couldn't help but praise him for devising strategies. The wisdom and methods of the great emperors were indeed extraordinary. The void corridor still exists. Why didn't you chase after it? Yang Kai asked again. Chase after it? Mo Huang glanced at him and sneered. Yang Kai frowned and said, "What's wrong with that? Then do you know where this void corridor leads to? Please enlighten me, master." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. Although he could guess that this void corridor led to an extremely distant place, he really couldn't guess the specific location. The Lower Plane Star Territory. Mo Huang's words were earth-shattering. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and exclaimed, "The Lower Plane Star Territory?" These words were a bit loud and attracted everyone's attention. Fu Chi's eyes were especially cold. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly became anxious. Why would it be the Lower Plane Star Territory? Isn't there a force called the Star Court guarding the entrance between the Star Boundary and the Lower Plane Star Territory? Why would the entrance open here? Wukong actually escaped to the Lower Plane Star Territory. How could he not be anxious? Although there were many Lower Plane Star Territory, who knew if Wukong would run to the Hangluo Star Field? If Wukong entered the Hangluo Star Field, then the entire Star Territory would be finished. Yang Kai's roots were there. She couldn't understand why Yang Kai suddenly became so agitated, as if he urgently wanted to track down Wukong. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just can't figure it out." "Shut up, how do you still have the face to speak?" Fu Xian suddenly raised her head and looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her and also lost his temper. He said indifferently, "What does Second Elder want to say?" Fu Xian gritted her teeth. "If not for you today, why would my dragon race have so many unforeseen events? If Fu Chi wasn't injured by you, why would he die so easily? If not for Fu Chi's dragon race origin, how would Wukong be able to enter the Dragon Hall?" Her accusation was overbearing. Yang Kai sneered. "Why does Second Elder sound like I'm the culprit? My cultivation is still shallow, I can't take up this responsibility. Second Elder is thinking too highly of me." He didn't have a good impression of Fu Xian at all. She wanted to ruin Mo Huang and Fu Xian's good thing. She also wanted to interfere in his matter with Zhu Qing. It was as if she was born to like to break up Mandarin ducks and couldn't bear to see others in a good situation. Even if she was born with a heavenly fragrance and was cold and elegant, to dare to betroth Zhu Qing to someone else, she is still detestable in my eyes. I can't beat you now, so I'll bear with you for now. When I can take care of you, I'll let you know how it feels to be forced." After saying that, without waiting for her reaction, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said to Zhu Yan, "Great Elder, this happened on Dragon Island. Wukong also escaped from Dragon Island. No matter what, the dragon race has an unshirkable responsibility. The most important thing now is to track down Wukong's whereabouts and nip this danger in the bud. Otherwise, it will become a huge disaster in the future. Brat, don't push your luck." Fu Xian shouted solemnly. "Great Elder." Yang Kai still ignored her and looked at Zhu Yan stubbornly. Zhu Yan frowned and said, "This has nothing to do with you, step aside." He was also a little annoyed with Yang Kai. Although Fu Xian's accusation was a little extreme, Yang Kai still took a large part of the responsibility for what happened on Dragon Island today. He was the one who injured Fu Qi, and he was also the one who restrained the dragon race. If it wasn't because of him, Wukong's scheme wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He knew this, and so did Yang Kai, but he wasn't willing to hear Fu Xian's one-sided accusation. Yang Kai's face sank, but he didn't step aside. He said calmly, "It seems like Dragon Island doesn't want to care about this matter. Fine, since you guys don't care, I will." As soon as he said that, everyone looked at him with a weird expression. Fu Xian even secretly transmitted her voice to him, "Don't talk nonsense, listen to me and step aside. Maybe there is still room for negotiation with Qing." Yang Kai looked at her gratefully, but slowly shook his head and said, "I only ask one thing, don't stop me, just let me leave this place. If I can catch up to Wukong, I will take care of him. If I can't, it won't be a loss to you." As he spoke, he pointed at the void corridor. While everyone was talking, the void corridor was slowly closing. After all, the laws of heaven and earth had the power to repair themselves. This void corridor was forcibly opened by Wukong with the help of the Dragon Palace. It could be considered as a kind of damage to the heaven and earth. Under the power of the laws, this kind of damage would quickly disappear. If Yang Kai wanted to leave through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the void corridor closed, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Wishful thinking. Fu Xian shouted. Zhu Yan also shook his head and said, "I can't promise you this." Having a Wukong go to the territory of the lower plains from Dragon Island was already a dereliction of duty on Dragon Island. Although they didn't need to explain it to anyone, it was still a shameful matter. If they also asked Yang Kai to go, wouldn't that be slapping their own face? The two elders of the dragon race didn't agree, there was no room for negotiation. If Yang Kai was tactful, he would naturally avoid the dragon race. Otherwise, if he angered them, it wouldn't end well for him. But to everyone's surprise, not only did Yang Kai not shrink back, he even took a step forward and said with a firm expression, "If you can't promise, then that boy can only force his way in. You want to do this the hard way." Fu Xian snorted, "Take him down." She was obviously talking to the dragon race. Even though she didn't like Yang Kai very much, with her identity and cultivation, it wasn't good for her to bully the weak. As soon as she said that, more than 10 people of the dragon race heard it and moved. Although many of their clansmen had suffered a great loss at Yang Kai's hands before and their protection technique was broken, they didn't suffer much damage. At this moment, there were several elders overseeing this place. How could they be afraid of a Yang Kai? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were tightly surrounded. "Let's see who dares." Yang Kai suddenly shouted and stomped on the ground with one foot. The entire dragon palace suddenly shook. When a resounding dragon roar sounded, a huge golden divine dragon suddenly appeared behind his head. It was shining with golden light and had a threatening aura. The dragon's head was held high and looked disdainfully. As soon as the aura of the golden divine dragon came out, all the dragon race members were dazed, even the several elders of the dragon race were the same. Ancestral dragon's origin. This was the real ancestral dragon's origin. Although they already knew that the ancestral dragon's origin was in Yang Kai's body, this was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. That pure dragon aura was something that even the great elder and second elder couldn't compare to. To all the dragon race members, this ancestral dragon's origin seemed to be the source of everything. It was like a mother's embrace. They couldn't help but feel incomparably close to it. The overflowing hostility disappeared in an instant. The expressions of the several elders of the dragon race became serious. They suppressed their minds and didn't allow themselves to be affected by the ancestral dragon's origin. "Second elder, are you afraid that you've forgotten where this place is and what kind of power I have?" As soon as the ancestral dragon's origin appeared, Yang Kai seemed to suddenly become taller. He clearly didn't have any traces of dragon transformation, but the gaze he looked at Fu Si was high and mighty, as if he was looking down on him. His hands suddenly formed a strange seal. Two completely different voices came from his mouth. It was as if two people were speaking with his mouth at the same time. One of the voices was extremely strange dragon language, profound and complicated. The other voice was a normal voice. Water can't live without a source. Wood can't grow without a root. The ancestral dragon's origin is here. Why haven't you all come and see me yet? The two voices rose and fell together, but they were perfectly coordinated. Not only did it not sound abrupt, but it also gave off a different kind of feeling. Many of the ordinary dragon race members didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this, but the expressions of the several dragon race elders changed. Fu Xian's eyes also revealed a strange splendor as she let out a low cry. The dragon roar sounded again. This time, it came from all directions of the Dragon Palace Hall. It was continuous, rising and falling one after another. The sleeping dragons seemed to have heard the call and woke up together. The dark Dragon Palace Hall flashed with light. It was like a prairie fire that quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Dragon Palace Hall was as bright as day. The dragons swam over. Red, orange, red, green, blue, indigo, and purple. The Dragon Palace Hall instantly became colorful. The first dragon circled above Yang Kai's head a few times before settling down. It faced the golden divine dragon and lowered its noble head. The second one, the third one, everyone was dumbfounded. In any case, he didn't want to see anything happen to the dragon race here. This was the Dragon Palace, one of the two foundations of the dragon race. If the dragon race was massacred here, it would be a big joke. Before he could say anything, Yang Kai's murderous aura suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly became harmless. Everyone is Qing'er's family, so let's not talk about fighting and killing. If there's anything, we can sit down and talk about it. What do you think, Great Elder? Zhu Yan's face twitched, and he said in a deep voice, "The weak are prey to the strong, the winner takes all. Now your fist is the biggest, you have the final say." Yang Kai said, "Great Elder seems to have some opinions about this junior, but it doesn't matter. This junior is only willing to go to the territory of the lower plains. I have no other request. I hope Great Elder can fulfill it. And, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Great Elder is really righteous. This junior thanks you." The corners of Zhu Yan's mouth twitched even more. He lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. From the beginning to the end, he was just talking to himself, but he still had the nerve to say that he was righteous. There was no time to lose. The void corridor broken by Wukong would be completely closed in a while. Yang Kai didn't have time to say anything here. If he wanted to go to the territory of the lower plains through this void corridor, he could only do it as soon as possible. He turned his head and looked at Zhu Qing. "You stay." Zhu Qing opened her mouth, but Yang Kai took a step forward, reached out, hugged her, and kissed her in front of everyone. The expressions of the group of people became extremely strange. They didn't know whether to look or not. They all turned their eyes away, only thinking that this kid was simply too shameless, doing such a dirty thing in such a sacred place like the Dragon Palace. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 lives, they would have been killed. Zhu Qing's mouth was blocked, she couldn't speak. When their lips parted, her face was completely red, and Yang Kai's reminder sounded in her ears, "Wait for me." It was not that he didn't want to take Zhu Qing away, but the road ahead was uncertain. How could he bear to take Zhu Qing and suffer hardships? Fu Qi was already dead. There was no problem for Zhu Qing to stay on Dragon Island. He looked at Fu Tun again and said, "Second Elder, I have offended you today. I hope that Master will forgive this lowly one's offense. After all, this kid is still young and impetuous. Please bear with him, and come back another day to apologize." Zhu Qing wanted to stay. He had no choice but to give in, lest this woman make things difficult for Zhu Qing. The other meaning of these words could also be heard as a threat. If he could break into Dragon Island once, he could break into Dragon Island twice. If Zhu Qing really suffered any grievances after he left, the next time Yang Kai came to Dragon Island, he would probably have a different attitude. At that time, it would not be to apologize, but to denounce. Fu Tun clearly understood and snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at Fu Xian, who had been nestled in Mo Huang's arms, and smiled slightly. I have to thank Fourth Elder for today's matter. I didn't prepare anything for our first meeting. This is my gift of thanks. As he spoke, he made a hand seal with one hand, and a dragon's roar sounded instantly. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards Fu Xian like lightning. Mo Huang frowned. Although he could intercept it, he felt that Yang Kai had no ill intentions, so he let him do as he pleased. That stream of light entered Fu Xian's body, and the sound of something shattering rang out. Zhu Yan looked at him with a gentler gaze, but Fu Tun's expression became more and more unsightly. Fu Xian's pale face finally regained some color, and her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she looked at Yang Kai with gratitude. Yang Kai nodded slightly to her, turned around, and without hesitation, stepped into the void corridor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the figures of the dozen or so dragon race elders who had been summoned slowly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Many of the dragon race members looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if they had just survived a calamity. Mo Huang looked at Fu Xian in surprise and asked in a low voice, "Just now, could it be?" Fu Xian nodded gently. Locking Dragon Seal has been lifted. Locking Dragon Seal was one of the dragon race's secret techniques, and it had always been used on the sinners of the dragon race. Once the Locking Dragon Seal was used on them, the dragon race's essence within their body would be completely suppressed. More than 10 years ago, when Fu Xian was banished to the Dragon Tomb, the Locking Dragon Seal was used on her. This secret technique was not only a punishment for the dragon race, but also a symbol of the sinners of the dragon race. This secret technique bound Fu Xian, and even Mo Huang had no way to remove it. Although he could forcibly bring Fu Xian out of the Dragon Tomb, as long as the Locking Dragon Seal was not removed, Fu Xian would continue to weaken until she died. He had never had a good way to remove the Locking Dragon Seal. That battleship was 300 meters long and had a sleek design. Although it was huge, its speed wasn't slow. The surroundings were filled with meteorites. Large and small meteorites shuttled around the battleship like shooting stars. Occasionally, a meteorite would smash onto the battleship, causing the surface of the battleship to flicker with specks of light and spread out like ripples. However, the smaller meteorites weren't a threat to the battleship. Even if they smashed onto the battleship's surface, they would be blocked by the battleship's defense and turned into rubble. Only those slightly larger meteorites would cause the warship to shake a little, but along the way, they were scared but not in any danger. In the battleship, all kinds of arrays were buzzing. In the control center of the battleship, a group of cultivators' expression was extremely solemn. Through the transparent window made of crystal, they watched the meteorites fly past them. All of them were sweating profusely. Meteorite C. In the star territory, there were two things that the battleship was most afraid of encountering. One was the meteorite sea, and the other was the star field storm. The former was fine. Most of the meteorite sea could be avoided in advance. Only some of the larger ones couldn't be avoided. However, in the vast star territory, the chances of encountering them were not high. In the territory of the star territory, the star field storm was something that would make people pale. It was a natural disaster that could really take people's lives. Even a 300 meters long battleship like this one wouldn't be able to survive if it was caught in the star field storm. Every year, countless battleships and cultivator died in the meteorite sea and star field storm. The battleship in front of them wasn't very lucky. Originally, the battleship was filled with powerful cultivators, and the most outstanding star engineer had drawn the sailing route. Logically speaking, they wouldn't encounter any danger. They would only need to spend some time to reach their destination. However, a large wave of meteorite sea was coming from the front. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to avoid it. The battleship could only brace itself and face it head-on, shuttling through the meteorite sea to avoid it. In the center of the battleship, a woman in a palace dress stood there. She looked to be in her 20s. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her face was stunning. At this moment, her face was dignified. She was constantly giving orders. Because of her nervousness, the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat. A delicate fragrance spread out with her as the center. All the cultivator in the battleship, whether male or female, maintained a higher frequency of breathing than usual. It was as if they wanted to inhale the fragrance into their lungs and imprint it in their minds, never to forget it. How much longer? Around the battleship, 10-star cannon poked out of the holes, and a dazzling white light began to condense, and a shocking energy fluctuation was transmitted out. In the next moment, the battleship vibrated and the force pushed back from one side, causing the entire battleship to shake. 10 white beams of light shot towards a certain spot in the void, converging with incomparable precision. The light bloomed, and the dark star field seemed to suddenly have a dazzling sun, causing everyone in the battleship to involuntarily squint their eyes. Asterisk boom, asterisk an earth-shattering sound followed, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. The area covered by the light was like the end of the world. The meteorites around the target of the attack, no matter how big or small, were all turned to dust in an instant, disappearing without a trace. The group sighed softly. Although they had long known the terrifying power of the star cannon, the shock of 10-star cannon hitting the same spot still left them speechless for a long time. No matter what kind of trick the meteorite had, it was likely that it had vanished into thin air by now. Chapter 3079. The cultivator in charge of monitoring the surroundings suddenly made a strange sound as he stared blankly at the astrolabe. Young lady, that meteorite. Lu Huaishuang looked down and her face instantly paled. On the astrolabe, the bright spot was still there, not damaged by the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons. How could this be? Old Chen also had a look of disbelief. He had personally witnessed the power of 10-star cannons firing at once. Even the strongest masters in the territory did not dare to face them head-on, so how could this meteorite be so hard? What made him even more shocked was that the previous volley did not even change the direction of the meteorite and it was still heading straight for the battleship. Quickly dodge it. Old Chen shouted. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Huaishuang's face. It's too late. If they were in an open area, with the superior performance of this battleship, they might be able to dodge and turn the situation around, but where were they? This was a meteorite sea, surrounded by large and small meteorites. There was no room to maneuver, so where could they hide? It was indeed too late. On the astrolabe, the light that symbolized the uninvited guest was heading towards the battleship at an extremely fast speed. There was only one thing everyone could do now, and that was to pray that the meteorite would not cause too much damage to the battleship. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. Although the meteorite was small, the energy fluctuations it gave off were extremely terrifying. If it really hit the battleship, it was unknown if it could withstand the impact. A dot of light came into view through the crystal window in front of them, like a shooting star. Immediately after, a rumbling sound came from somewhere in the battleship, and the 1,000-foot-long battleship shook violently. Everyone on the battleship turned ashen in an instant, and there was only one voice in the depths of their hearts that was constantly wailing, "It's over, it's really over this time." The sound gradually subsided, and the shaking battleship also slowly stabilized. Inside the cabin, everyone remained silent, and it was a long time before they came back to their senses. Nothing happened. The ups and downs of life and death made everyone feel that it was extremely unreal. The expected scene of the battleship being destroyed did not happen. All of them seemed to have overestimated the destructive power of the meteorite. However, the speed of the battleship had obviously slowed down. It was obvious that it had suffered some damage and needed to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, it was very likely that something would happen in this vast star field. Lu Huaishuang was the first to react. She shouted, "Pass down the order to check the damage of the warship." Send someone to repair it. Leave this meteorite sea as soon as possible and find a place to settle down. Only then did everyone come back to their senses and hurriedly took action. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and looked through the crystal window at the star field. It is said that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I wonder if this will happen to me. The cultivator and the warship quickly became busy. Because the warship had been damaged, its speed had slowed down. Originally, it would only take an hour, but in the end, it took a full 4 hours to leave the asteroid sea. After leaving behind the asteroids that were drifting through the boundless starry sky, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Letting a damaged battleship sail through the meteorite sea was not a fun thing to do. Fortunately, the cultivator on the battleship was well trained and skilled at operating the battleship, so there were no major mistakes. Now all that was left was to quickly find a place to settle down and repair the battleship. Old Chen gave a more suitable target, and Lu Huaishuang immediately gave the order to move towards it. Half a day later, on a dead and desolate star, a 1,000-foot-long battleship broke through the fog-like clouds and slowly sailed over. Such desolate stars were countless in the territory of any star. Although there were many stars in the star field, there were not many that were suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Only those that had a complete source of stars and could nurture the world's spiritual energy were qualified, and such stars were cultivation stars, full of vitality. Correspondingly, those stars that did not have the slightest bit of world's spiritual energy and could not even survive were known as dead stars. Some dead stars evolved from cultivation stars. When the source of a cultivation star gradually declined and was even destroyed, over the years, the cultivation star would become such a desolate scene. Meanwhile, some dead stars might be nurturing new vitality. Perhaps one day in the future, they would possess their own star source, and would bloom with a more dazzling light than other cultivation stars. However, this would definitely take tens of thousands of years, and it would be a long time. The battleship landed somewhere on the dead star, and the hatch opened, and Cultivator continuously walked out, running towards the damaged location. Although they had done some simple repairs during the voyage, if they wanted to set sail again, they would have to completely repair the damaged location. Perhaps Lu Huaishuang was a little bored in the battleship, and also walked out, and all the cultivators she met bowed respectfully, and there was not a trace of lust in their eyes, but heartfelt admiration. In the territory of the boundless star, who would not praise the eldest daughter of the Lu family of the Chaoyang star? Who would not say that she was not inferior to men? The Lu family did not have a male heir, and the head of the family was in his twilight years. Such a large family was all managed and supported by the eldest daughter of the Lu family. When Lu Huaishuang took over the Lu family's affairs, no one thought highly of her. A woman should have stayed at home to take care of her husband and children. What could she do in public? But reality proved that everyone was wrong. Although the Lu family did not rise to the next level, at least they did not decline, and all of this was due to Lu Huaishuang's efforts. This was something that even the Lu family's enemies had to admit. Lu Huaishuang's beauty and the Lu family's property also attracted countless people. Beauty and wealth had always been the goal of men, and the Lu family was such a big piece of cake, exuding a fragrance that made people drool. If one could win Lu Huaishuang's favor, not only would he have a beauty in his arms, but he would also be able to receive such a huge dowry from the Lu family. It was a good thing that he could achieve in one step, and save a few lifetimes of hard work. Every year, countless people visited the Lu family to propose marriage, but not one of them caught Lu Huaishuang's eye. My man must be a good man. His name will be as dazzling as the sun at noon in the star field, and I will marry whoever can do it. This request was not a request at all, it was too difficult. No man would deny that they were a good man, everyone looked at themselves and felt that they were good, and that other men could not compare to them, but to make their names shine like the sun in the star field, how could they do it? The only people who could do this were the few strongest people in the territory, and which of those old guys were not half buried in the ground? The Lu family's young miss was destined to be alone for the rest of her life, no one to love her, and she would never be able to taste a man. Sour grapes existed everywhere, and since they could not get what they wanted, they did not want you to have a good life. The idea that as long as you were well, it would be a sunny day was too weak. Stepping on the yellowed ground and sniffing the stuffy air, Lu Huaishuang frowned slightly. She was a woman after all, and no matter how smart and capable she was in the eyes of others, she was still a weak and delicate woman. The environment on the dead star was very bad, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of dust and sand. As the wind blew, the dust flew, and even the air was filled with fog, making it difficult to see too far. She walked for a while and stood still, wanting to stretch her back without any scruples, but even this simple idea could not be realized. She had to maintain her appearance and dignity. Her heart was tired. She stood there quietly, guessing the history of this dead star. Perhaps a long, long time ago, or a long, long time in the future, this dead star would have a brilliant civilization and a rich life. On the sandy ground in front of her, there might have been a thatched cottage, and then a couple would live there, the man plowing and the woman weaving, happy and harmonious. After 3 to 5 years, they would give birth to a pair of children, and take care of them carefully. When they were old, they would wander the world hand in hand, and be buried together in an unknown corner. They did not need too much money, as long as they had enough to spend, and did not need to be too strong, as long as they had someone to accompany them. The higher one stood, the simpler their wishes were. Only those who stood at the bottom would dream of plucking the stars and the moon and becoming famous. Miss. A person's voice suddenly sounded. Lu Huaishuang's imagination was interrupted, but she was not angry, only turning her head to look in that direction. A guard of the Lu family was staring at her in a daze, somewhat shocked and in disbelief. He actually saw the young miss smiling, although it was not very obvious. The corners of her mouth were curled up in a casual smile. The young miss was beautiful to begin with, and when she smiled, it was even more beautiful. He had been in the Lu family for more than 10 years, and ever since the young miss took over the Lu family, he had never seen her smile again. Lu Huaishuang's lips curled up, and she said lightly, "What's the matter?" The guard's expression quickly turned serious, and he said, "We found something strange." Lu Huaishuang frowned. "What strange thing?" The guard scratched his head, not knowing how to explain. It was really too strange just now, and he could not explain it clearly. At this moment, a group of people walked out from the hole in the warship. That group of people seemed to be carrying something, and were quickly rushing over. This strange scene attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. In the blink of an eye, those people were already in front of Lu Huaishuang. With a bang, a person was thrown in front of Lu Huaishuang, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked over, only to see that the person did not look very old, a young man, his clothes in tatters, as if he had been tortured. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was somewhat pale, and after being thrown out, he lay motionless on the sand. Lu Huaishuang did not feel any signs of life from him. This person was not even breathing, clearly dead. Chapter 3080. It was not that Lu Huaishuang had never seen a dead person before. In fact, she had killed many with her own hands. When she first took over the Lu family, the He family, another major family on planet Chaoyang, had once invaded. The two families immediately went to war, resulting in countless casualties. It was because of her outstanding performance in that war that Lu Huaishuang was able to secure her position. Today, planet Chaoyang was ruled by the Lu family and the He family. The two families had divided up the resources of planet Chaoyang, almost half of it. However, the appearance of this young man made Lu Huaishuang frown, not out of disgust, but out of curiosity. She studied the young man's face carefully. After a long while, she looked up and asked an old man, "Third uncle, is this one of us?" There were hundreds of cultivators on the warship. Although she could not name all of them, she had seen most of them. However, this young man gave her a strange feeling. She was very sure that she had never seen this person before. Lu Ling shook his head. No. No. Lu Huaishuang's eyes narrowed. If he was not one of them, why would he be on the warship? She thought of many possibilities in an instant. The most likely possibility was that he was a spy sent by someone who had a grudge against the Lu family. If that was the case, there could be other troubles waiting for her. As if guessing what she was thinking, Lu Ling said, "This person was found in the damaged part of the warship." "Third uncle, you mean?" Lu Huaishuang looked up at him. Even with her intelligence, she could not figure out what her third uncle meant. Lu Ling's expression was complicated. "According to my observations, the reason why the warship was damaged seems to be because it was hit by this person." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Everyone was trying to figure out what Lu Ling meant. Then, a sensational thought appeared in everyone's mind. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Huaishuang also came to her senses and looked at her third uncle in a daze. If she did not know her third uncle well, she would have thought that he was playing with her. Lu Ling smiled bitterly. "I thought that the warship was hit by a meteorite too. However, after careful investigation, I did not find any trace of a meteorite. Instead, I found this person. The damaged part of the warship also seems to be hit by someone." Gasps could be heard as everyone looked at Lu Ling with a strange expression on their faces. Lu Huaishuang remained silent. Lu Ling said, "I know this sounds a little unbelievable, but I really can't find a more reasonable explanation. It was more than inconceivable. It was simply sensational. How could a single person create a hole in the battleship, slowing it down and forcing it to stop here for repairs? This was one of the two best starships on Rising Sun Star, an Origin King grade starship. It could even withstand the attacks of an Origin King grade master for a long time without breaking, so how could it be damaged by a single person? If a battleship like this could be damaged so easily, then it wouldn't be able to travel in the star field. A few meteorites could easily destroy the ship and kill the crew. To say the least, even if there was someone in this world who could do this, it would be impossible. Could it be that the simultaneous firing of the 10-star cannons was just an illusion? The previous 10-star cannons had all hit the target. Who could withstand the attack of 10-star cannons? Looking at the young man's condition, he didn't have any injuries on his body. Only his clothes were a little tattered. Even if his body was made of steel, it would be impossible for him to withstand such damage. Suddenly discovering this young man in the damaged battleship caused everyone's thoughts to become chaotic. All their common sense and understanding seemed to have been subverted. "There's no point in talking about this now, let's repair the starship as soon as possible," Lu Huaishuang made the final decision. Lu Ling sighed in his heart, knowing that she didn't believe his speculation. Not to mention others, even he himself didn't believe it. He always felt that his speculation was wrong. So, he didn't try to explain anything. As for this person, find a place to bury him. Lu Huaishuang looked down at the dead young man. No matter what his identity was or why he appeared on the starship, since he was dead, he should return to dust and return to Earth. All of a sudden, rays of light shot over from all directions. Chaotic energy fluctuations rose and fell. Before the people arrived, the attacks had already arrived. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and as the light flashed, the place where the Lu family members were standing turned into a sea of energy. Enemy attack. Someone shouted in horror, but his words came to an abrupt halt, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his throat. The next moment, his aura disappeared, and he was obviously dead. Screams rang out all at once. Lu Huaishuang's face paled, never having expected to be attacked in such a place. This was a Death Star, and they had only settled here on the spur of the moment. Who would ambush them here? With no time to think, Lu Huaishuang reached out and touched her delicate earlobe, crushing one of her earrings. A bright white light blossomed and suddenly turned into a huge bowl-shaped protective shield, enveloping the Lu family cultivator in it. With a rumbling sound, the attacks from outside slammed into the protective shield, creating layers of ripples. The light of the protective shield dimmed at a rate visible to the naked eye, and in less than 10 breaths of time, with a crisp cracking sound, the protective shield shattered. However, with this 10 breaths of time, the Lu family members finally reacted, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack the enemies around them. In an instant, the energy around them became chaotic and the earth shook. A person suddenly swooped down from the sky, his hands intertwined, turning into a giant curtain that covered the sky and slammed down towards Lu Huaishuang. Lu Huaishuang pursed her lips and flicked her wrist, summoning a long blue sword from its sheath, her entire temperament undergoing an earth-shattering change in an instant. She was beautiful and graceful, but at the same time, she was also an Origin King realm master. If she did not have strength, how could she lead the entire Lu family? What's more, she was a woman. No matter where she went, strength was respected. The long blue sword slashed through the air, instantly forming a territory around it, the sword intent wantonly piercing through one's skin painfully. The long sword in Lu Huaishuang's hand suddenly turned into a phantom as she slashed out hundreds of times, the 100-sword chi condensing into a single point that quickly blossomed like a prairie fire. The terrifying pressure suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a cry of surprise rang out as the enemy who had swooped down from above flipped over and dodged to the side. In just an instant, whether it was Lu Huaishuang or the attacker, both of them felt the strength of the other party. This was an opponent who was not weaker than themselves. The noisy battlefield suddenly became strangely quiet because of the fight between the two strongest people. Everyone had the illusion that they had just walked through the gates of hell. When they came back to their senses, their backs were covered in cold sweat. Lu Huaishuang fixed her eyes on the source of the commotion and saw a fat white man standing there with a harmless smile on his face. He was wearing extremely loose clothes that were unbuttoned, exposing his white belly, making him look like a fat worm that had just eaten its fill. Coupled with his almost imperceptible squinting eyes, he gave off an inexplicable sense of humor. No one dared to laugh, instead feeling a chill run down their spine. Lu Ling's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Ma Chaochuan." A cold light flashed across the white fatty's eyes as he smiled. "Oh? You recognize this king?" Lu Ling gulped. With such an obvious physique and characteristics, with such a ferocious style, how could he not recognize him? Fierce Wind Ma Chaochuan. Fierce Wind was not Ma Chaochuan's nickname, but the name of a force that was extremely troublesome in the Star Territory. There were many bandits in the mountains, pirates in the sea, and there was also a kind of existence in the star field called star pirates. What they did was not much different from the bandits and pirates. They did business without capital, robbing people and committing all kinds of crimes. There were many star pirates in the Star Territory, but there were only a few famous ones. Fierce Wind was one of them, because this star pirate force had an Origin King realm master in charge. An Origin King realm master was a peak existence in the entire Star Territory, an overlord of any cultivation star. If such a master engaged in robbing people, it would be a disaster. The top forces of the star field had once worked together to exterminate these galactic pirates. However, galactic pirates were like weeds that would sprout again when the spring breeze blew. Even if one or two galactic pirate forces were eliminated, more would spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The Squall were also extremely cunning. They never touched those existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Those that were targeted by them were all forces that could benefit them but were powerless to resist. Moreover, they didn't have any moral bottom line. The targets that they robbed never had a good ending. They were all killed and robbed. When Fierce Wind passed, not even a blade of grass grew. It could be said that Fierce Wind was the most notorious group of star pirates in the boundless Star Territory. Around the people of the Lu family, the galactic pirates of the Wild Wind Gang surrounded them in their strange-looking tiger chariots. Every one of them had a malicious smile on their faces, especially when they looked at Lu Huaishuang. Their eyes shone with a shocking light as they brazenly scanned her beautiful position, as if they were looking at a delicious dish. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face became more and more obvious as the fat on his belly shook and rippled. This must be young Lady Lu. Sure enough, you are an outstanding beauty with good cultivation. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. Lu Huaishuang's face was sullen as she swept her eyes over the Lu family. Although it had happened suddenly, today's events were really strange. Chapter 3081. This girl had shown extraordinary cultivation talent and aptitude at a very young age. She was of noble birth and had a good family background, so there was no shortage of cultivation resources. Her outstanding aptitude, coupled with the unconditional support of her family, represented the rise of a new cultivation star. It took her less than 100 years to reach the Origin King realm step by step. She did not have the strange temperament of other young ladies of great families, and was extremely kind to her servants. She was very popular on Rising Sun Star. If it were not for the old patriarch's old injury suddenly relapsing and his body falling ill, she would probably still be in retreat. Cultivation was not boring for her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Experiencing the strength in her body growing bit by bit gave her an indescribable joy. Taking the command of the Liu family in the face of danger was not her wish. Her quiet cultivation time was broken and replaced by all kinds of miscellaneous matters. Every day when she opened her eyes, it was as if she heard countless mouths crying for food. In the past 30 years, she had spent a lot of effort for the Liu family, but her own strength had not increased at all. She could not understand why someone from the Liu family would betray her. Why? What was their goal? 30 years of hard work, was this betrayal all she got in return? She tightened her grip on the sword and slowly loosened it. Her gaze swept past the uncle and turned to Fatty Ma. She said indifferently, since second master is here, then first master and third master must be nearby, right? Why don't you show yourself? Her beautiful eyes swept around as her red lips parted slightly. Although Fatty Ma was not bad, she was not afraid. She had probed the other party's strength in the fight just now. They were probably on par with each other. Both of them were first-order Origin Kings, so no one was much weaker than the other. She had the advantage of powerful Saint Chi, while Ma Chaochuan had the advantage of rich combat experience. After all, he was a star pirate, a master who had fought his way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. If it was only Ma Chaochuan here, the Liu family would be able to carve out a bloody path with their strength. But when Fierce Wind moved out, it was always in full force. Fierce Wind had 3 masters. The first master was Sheng Yao, a second-order Origin King. The second master was the white fatty Ma Chaochuan, and the third master was Gu Ming, a first-order Origin King. The Gale force was able to survive the encirclement of so many forces not only because of luck, but also because of their own powerful strength. Ma Chaochuan chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Liu. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm the only one who's come today. Eldest brother and third brother have other matters to attend to. If Miss Liu wants to see them, why don't you come with me to Fierce Gale territory? You'll be able to see them then." Liu Huaishuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Second master, are you inviting me?" Ma Chaochuan's smile did not change. "If Miss Liu is willing to cooperate, then that is an invitation. What if I don't cooperate?" Hee hee. Ma Chaochuan only smiled. His intentions were obvious. If he didn't cooperate, it would be a threat. Liu Huaishuang said calmly, "I have long heard of the Tempest's reputation. The territory of the Star Realm is vast, and it is fate that we can meet here. I have not prepared anything, but the Liu family is willing to offer some humble gifts and invite the brothers of the Tempest to have some wine and tea. I would also like to ask the second master to make way for us. Most space pirates only sought wealth." If possible, Liu Huaishuang did not want to have any conflicts with them. Of course, the main reason was that she had a bad feeling about this. Ma Chaochuan was definitely not the only person here. That first master Sheng Yao and third master Gu Ming might be lying in ambush somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If a fight really broke out, the people of the Liu family would probably not be able to survive. She herself might not be able to escape either. It would be best if she could spend money to avoid disaster. Ma Chaochuan's eyes shone brightly. He praised, I've long heard that the first miss of the Lu family is a heroine who does not lose out to men. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Since ancient times, women were difficult to raise. This young miss of the Lu family had a heart and courage that most women lacked. No wonder she could lead the Lu family and occupy half of the morning sun. If she were a man, there would probably be another overlord in the territory of the star realm in the near future. He shook his fat head. What a pity. Although I would like to invite Miss Lu over, I'm afraid some people won't agree. Who is it? Lu Huaishuang asked in a low voice. A pitch-black warship suddenly broke through the thick fog and descended from the clouds. Its huge hull was not inferior to the Lu family's warship in the slightest. It was almost as if it was carved from the same mold. At the bow of the warship, a conspicuous He character could be seen clearly even from afar. The crowd was in an uproar. It's the He family's warship. How could it be them? This is a trap. Motherf ****. The He family is actually colluding with the fierce gales. How shameless. The He family was the other top family on the morning sun. They shared the morning sun together with the Lu family. As the saying went, two tigers cannot live on one mountain. On the same cultivation planet, two top families were at odds with each other. Naturally, there would be friction between them. Today, one side would attack the other. Small conflicts would escalate, and large conflicts would become life and death grudges. The two families on the morning sun could be said to be like fire and water. But Lu Huaishuang would never have guessed that the He family was actually connected to the fierce gales. What was the fierce gales? They were the most notorious pirates in the entire territory of the morning sun. There was no other. Anyone who had anything to do with them would never be able to clear their name. Was the He family not afraid that the news would leak and cause the entire territory of the morning sun to attack them? At that time, even if they took over the Lu family's property, they would not have the chance to enjoy it. But soon, Lu Huaishuang's face darkened. Since the He family's warship dared to come out so openly, it was obvious that they did not intend to leave anyone alive. Dead people would never reveal any secrets. Her eyes were cold as she turned her head to look at the clan uncle. That person's mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were filled with shock. Clearly, this change was not within his expectations. Chapter 3082. Each of the three masters of the Fierce Wind family had their own unique skills. First Master Xingyao was a powerful second-order origin king, one of the strongest existences in the entire star territory. Second Master Ma Chaochuan was a charmingly naive fatty, but his fat wasn't just a result of eating too much, it was also the capital he relied on to survive. His defense was extremely amazing and he was like a meat shield. With his fat, he could exchange a few blows with a master a realm above him without falling into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was only a few blows. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be made up for with some fat. As for Third Master Guming, he was a thin but strong man who was best at concealment and assassination. His whereabouts were unpredictable and he came and went without a trace. Enemies hiding in the dark were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to defend against an arrow in the dark. The one who suddenly attacked Lu Huaishuang was the third master of the Fierce Wind family, Guming. Lu Huaishuang's previous guess was correct. The Fierce Wind family had indeed mobilized all their forces. Ma Chaochuan's claim that eldest brother and third brother had important matters to attend to was just a blatant lie. Guming relied on his superior concealment divine technique to quietly sneak to Lu Huaishuang's side. Just as Lu Huaishuang's attention was attracted by Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, the water splitter suddenly attacked. He was also a first-order origin king and had the advantage of a sneak attack. He was confident that even if he couldn't take Lu Huaishuang's life, he could at least severely injure her. The Lu family was led by Lu Huaishuang, so as long as this woman was seriously injured, the rest of the Lu family would be nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. The sudden accident caused Guming's soul to leave his body. In a flash, a young man in ragged clothes stood in front of Lu Huaishuang and stared at him calmly. Although there was no color in his eyes, Guming couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. The young man in front of him was like a towering mountain. Even when he looked up, he couldn't see the top of the mountain. Even the mountainside was shrouded in mist, making it hazy. Who is this person? When he sneaked over earlier, he had also noticed this person lying at Lu Huaishuang's feet, completely lifeless. He was obviously dead. But why was he able to stand up? Furthermore, an extremely powerful vitality burst forth in an instant. How was this a dead person? He was clearly alive and well. Guming only panicked for a moment. Being able to cultivate to the Origin King realm, both Guming's temperament and wisdom were top-notch. After a moment's deliberation between retreating and advancing, Guming released a dazzling cold light from his water-splitting dagger and stabbed forward at an even faster speed. No matter who you were, at such a close distance, even a third-order Origin King would be able to pierce a hole in your path. Go away. Lu Huaishuang finally regained her senses. Seeing that Guming was advancing instead of retreating, while the young man in front of her had no reaction, she immediately shouted and put a hand on his shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, what shocked her the most was that the other party did not react at all. His feet seemed to have taken root in the ground. Not only did she not manage to pull the other party away, she even staggered and almost bumped into the other party's back. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. The viciousness on Guming's face stiffened and was replaced by extreme fear. He raised his head to look at the young man, and his eyes trembled violently. At that moment, he had imagined many scenarios in his mind. The biggest possibility was that this reckless brat would be killed by him, or that he would only injure him, or that the other party would counterattack and he would act accordingly, but he had never imagined the situation in front of him. The other party remained motionless, allowing his water-splitting dagger to stab into his chest. His flesh remained intact, and even his skin was not damaged in the slightest. On the contrary, his water-splitting dagger flashed and its color dimmed slightly, causing Guming to almost lose his grip. The water-splitting dagger was an Origin King grade artifact and was extremely sharp. Not to mention flesh and blood, it could even pierce through iron. Guming did not even feel any fluctuations of power from the other party's body. In other words, this strange young man had indeed resisted his blow with his flesh and blood, and then, nothing happened to him. Is he even human? Guming was proficient in concealment and assassination, and was good at killing people in one blow. His sense of danger was also extremely keen. So, when he found that his full-powered blow had no effect, he decisively fled, his thin body blurring as if he was about to merge into the air. He had no choice but to flee. The existence of this young man in front of him was beyond his understanding, and a voice in his heart was screaming, "If you don't flee, you'll die." The young man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly not fast, and even seemed a little stiff, but with just a casual grab, Guming, who was about to merge into the air, was grabbed by the neck, and his translucent body instantly solidified. The divine technique of concealment was inexplicably broken just like that. Guming was frightened out of his wits. He felt a strong force on his neck, as if his neck could be broken at any moment. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. The young man raised his hand and lifted him up directly. This situation made everyone's hair stand on end. It would have been fine if they did not know Guming's identity and strength, but Guming was an Origin King after all. How could he be captured so easily like a helpless chick? Third brother. The smile on Ma Chaochuan's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grim look on his chubby face. He Wu Zui's expression was also extremely solemn. He silently summoned his artifact, his eyes drifting, as if he was looking for a way out. Under everyone's gazes, the young man looked at Guming, scrutinizing him from head to toe. After a moment, he frowned and curled his lips. Weak, too weak. He had not fought with an Origin King for many years, and all the enemies he had encountered over the years were all people with exceedingly high cultivation. Thinking about it now, he was not used to it. He even felt a little nostalgic, and his mood was inexplicably complicated. Thinking back, he had experienced the same thing in the past. "Who are you, sir?" Ma Chaochuan asked in a deep voice. The faces and figures of the several overlords of the Star Territory flashed in his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. He had never heard of a young man with such astonishing strength. "A bunch of trash, you want to know this king's name?" The young man coldly snorted. His tone was extremely arrogant, but no one felt it was out of place. This young man's tone was arrogant, and he had the strength to back it up. If it was anyone else who said this, they would probably laugh. Ma Chaochuan did not even dare to get angry. He swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists. "Please calm down, sir. It was us who had eyes but failed to see. We ask Sir Master to be magnanimous and forgive our third brother. We will leave now and never offend you again." He acted cautiously on the surface, but in his heart, he was cursing He Wu Zui. His fourth brother was an idiot. When did the Lu family find such a strong backer? He actually did not know. He and the others had even come here to humiliate them. Now that they had kicked the stone floor, they did not know if they would be able to return alive. If they had the chance to return, they would definitely cut off all ties with their fourth brother. If they continued to be together with him, they would be killed sooner or later. "You come and go as you please? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world?" The young man sneered. Although he was in a special state before, he was not completely unaware of his surroundings. He had heard everyone's conversation, so he naturally knew what was going on with these people. Although he was not a swordsman, it was not a big deal for him to do something that came to him on a silver platter. Ma Chaochuan complained in his heart, but could only lower his stance again. "Please make a decision, sir." "I, Kuang Feng, admit defeat." He could not even tell the depth of his opponent's cultivation. He really did not have the confidence to make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, why would he humiliate himself like this? He was a man of honor after all. The young man frowned, deeply despising this white fatty. He had no backbone at all. He could not arouse his killing intent at all. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky. At the same time, the atmosphere of the entire world suddenly became extremely dangerous. Arcs of lightning began to swim in the air. Everyone's expression changed as they raised their heads to look at the sky. They saw that a pitch-black vortex had appeared in the clouds, and there seemed to be an electric dragon swimming in the vortex, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. "Are you crazy? I hit it so well." The young man also looked up and suddenly cursed. Lu Huaishuang frowned and stared at the young man's back with a strange expression. Was he cursing the heavens? She suddenly felt a wave of sympathy. This young man's cultivation seemed to be very strong, and his figure was also very handsome. Just now, she had caught a glimpse of him and saw that his appearance was not bad. Why, did it seem like there was something wrong with his head? If that was not the case, why would he curse the heavens? Was the heavens jealous of the talented? This thought came to Lu Huaishuang's mind. Before she could finish her thought, there was a loud crack that made everyone's eardrums tremble. As if in response to the young man's curses, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket came crashing down from the cloud vortex. It connected the heavens and the earth like a divine pen, splitting the heavens and the earth. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lu Huaishuang, who was closest to the young man, turned pale. It could not be helped. That bolt of lightning was actually heading straight for the young man. Its target was obvious and precise. The heavens had struck him with lightning. How many bad things had this young man done that even the heavens could not tolerate him? "Let's go." The young man suddenly turned around, grabbed Lu Huaishuang's collar, and threw her. Before Lu Huaishuang could react to what had happened, her whole body flew out like an arrow from a bow. Then she saw the bolt of lightning strike the young man's body. The young man's black hair instantly stood on end. With him as the center, the area within a radius of 100 feet became a sea of lightning. Several cultivators who couldn't dodge in time didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothingness. A burnt smell filled the air at the same time, as if someone was roasting meat. As the smell entered their nostrils, it was nauseating. The lightning strike lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. In these 10 breaths of time, the lightning in the sky poured down like moonlight, constantly pouring down. The young man was struck until his whole body convulsed, as if he had contracted chicken plague. It was painful to look at. Chapter 3083. Lu Huaishuang turned her gaze away, her face full of pity. No matter how evil this young man was, such a death was too tragic. What's more, he had helped her just now. If he hadn't intervened, she would have been injured. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue were overjoyed. They almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, the heavens had its way. If you don't believe it, just look up and see who the heavens spared. The two of them looked at each other. There was no need for discussion. They knew what the other was thinking. After a while, the lightning that fell from the sky subsided. The black cloud vortex in the sky also disappeared. The whole place was silent. The young man was still holding Guming, but whether it was him or the third head of Wild Wind, their hair was standing on end. Their faces were charred black and their auras were almost non-existent. Not to mention what happened to that young man, the third head of the Fierce Wind Gang was dead. Everyone had seen the power of that lightning punishment. Even a third-order origin king wouldn't be able to survive it, let alone Guming, who was only a first-order origin king. This was simply an undeserved disaster. Although the young man had the ability to take his life, he didn't really kill him. Instead, it was the heaven's lightning punishment that took Guming's life. Two silhouettes suddenly shot over. Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, one on the left and one on the right, pounced over like lightning. Cut the grass by the roots. If you beat a snake to death, you'll hit it with a stick. How could they not understand such a simple principle? Previously, he had been cautious only because this strange young man had displayed superhuman strength. Now that this young man had been struck by lightning punishment, it didn't matter if he was dead or alive. They had to ensure that this young man was thoroughly dead. Only then would they have a chance to live. Otherwise, they could only put their lives in the hands of others. Although Ma Chaochuan was fat, his movements were extremely nimble. His white rolling body was indescribably strong and agile. The two golden pills in his hands emitted a dazzling light. Before he arrived, the two golden pills had already flown out. They carried an unparalleled momentum as they smashed towards the young man's head and chest. He Wuzue formed a seal with his hands and released a powerful divine technique. Suddenly, the silhouette of a giant python appeared in midair. The giant python raised its head and opened its bloody mouth to bite down on the young man. Everything happened in a flash, and Lu Huaishuang had no time to react at all. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hand, sending a sky full of sword chi at He Wuzue and Ma Chaochuan in an attempt to surround them and rescue them. However, she realized that it was obviously too late. She was only doing her best and leaving the rest to fate. She was of no help at all. Swish. 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 As the sword chi flew, Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue, who were lunging forward, seemed to crash into an invisible wall. They came to a halt with a swish. They stared ahead in horror, and their hearts sank. It was not Lu Huaishuang's sword chi that stopped the two of them, but the young man's reaction. The young man who had been struck by the lightning punishment for over 10 breaths of time suddenly moved. He stretched out his hand and wiped his disheveled hair. His originally calm and deep eyes were now filled with resentment and indignation, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with something. It was just a simple movement that made Ma Chaochuan and He Wuzue lose the courage to attack. They were forced to stop. The scene seemed to be restrained by an invisible hand. Time seemed to have stopped as well. Everyone stood where they were, stunned. He wasn't dead. He had been struck by lightning punishment for over 10 breaths, yet he was still alive. Lu Huaishuang could not help but widen her eyes as well. A strange light flickered in her eyes. Only Ma Chaochuan's 2 golden pills were still hurtling towards the young man, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The young man put down his hand that was touching his hair and shook it slowly. Ma Chaochuan's heart skipped a beat. He had actually lost his connection with the 2 golden pills in that moment. He focused his gaze, and his body began to tremble violently. The 2 golden pills had actually reached the young man's hand. The young man's fingers moved nimbly, and the 2 golden pills moved around in his hand leisurely, turning into blurs. He had stolen his personal treasures with just a raise of his hand. What divine technique was this? What the hell was this guy doing? He Wuzue's python divine technique lunged over as well, but he Wuzue no longer had the strength to maintain it due to his shock. The python only vanished with a single movement. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva as his face began to twitch uncontrollably. That. Ma Chaochuan pursed his dry lips and tried his best to find an excuse, but he discovered that his courage had completely vanished. Even his voice trembled. I didn't kill him, the young man casually tossed Guming's body away. The only reason Guming had died was because of the lightning tribulation. From the beginning to the end, he had not tried to kill Guming. Master, this is probably a misunderstanding. Ma Chaochuan smiled along, but it was even uglier than crying. What kind of misunderstanding? Tell me about it. The young man looked at him indifferently. How could Ma Chaochuan tell him the truth? Normally, he would suppress others with his strength. He would start a fight as soon as he disagreed with a single word. His eloquence had always been mediocre, so he was not skilled at being eloquent. Sweat seeped out of his forehead, and he constantly wiped it with his hand. If he could not explain himself, he would probably die today. He gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He turned around and fled as quickly as he could. If they had any chance of survival before the lightning punishment, then they had no other choice but to flee now. Who told him and he Wuzue to attack the young man recklessly? He could only blame himself for not bringing his eyes with him when he came out this time. Now that he had fled, how could he Wuzue stay any longer? He made a prompt decision to flee in the opposite direction. This was his subconscious reaction. He only hoped that the young man would chase after Ma Chaochuan and give him some space to flee. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. The young man did not even look at them. He only tossed the golden pill in his hand before taking a step back. He leaned backwards and swung his arm. A golden pill shot through the air. Wah! A miserable cry rang out, followed by the sound of something falling to the ground. He Wuzue did not even dare to look back. He used all the strength he had when he was young to flee. Although this was the first time she had seen this person, Lu Huaishuang still recognized him at a glance. Who else could a second-order origin king appear here at this time be but Xingyao? This first master of the Wild Wind tribe, who could live an extremely comfortable life even when the great forces of Star Territory had joined forces to hunt him down, but at this moment, he was like a pimp in a brothel, humbly trotting over with a cautious smile on his face. Passing by Lu Huaishuang, Xingyao arrived directly in front of the young man, half knelt on the ground, and said in a clear voice, Xingyao greets Master. Master's strength is unparalleled. Xingyao is completely convinced and is willing to follow the Master and serve him faithfully. Please allow me. The Lu family did not have the heart to deal with such a group of star pirates. Their target was only the He family's elites. Hence, Squall's group was able to leave this place easily. They didn't even attract any pursuit. Xingyao was completely abandoned. They had shared joys and sorrows. Their great master might not live to see the sun tomorrow, so they naturally didn't want to leave their lives in the hands of others. Xingyao was still half kneeling there, cursing his little brothers in his heart. Normally, They would eat meat, drink wine, and play with women by his side, each one more active than the last, but now that their boss was in trouble, each one of them ran away faster than the last. The coldness of human hearts was vividly reflected at this moment. Half an hour later, the Lu family retreated. Hundreds of people had only paid a small price to achieve a huge victory. In today's battle, the Lu family had lost hundreds of elites, including the patriarch. Even the Lu family's only Origin King grade starship had been captured by them. Such a record could only be described as amazing. Thinking about how the Lu family would dominate Chaoyang's star in the future, everyone couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. Everyone knew that this was all thanks to the inexplicable appearance of the young man. If he hadn't killed He Wuzui, it would have been hard to say who would have won today. Lu Huaishuang rushed back, her clothes neat and tidy, her hair neat and tidy, a charming smile blooming on her stunning face, but when she looked again, she couldn't help but be stunned. Because the place where the young man was originally standing was empty. Only Xingyao was still half kneeling on the ground, motionless. The sand on the ground was almost soaked with his sweat. Lu Huaishuang frowned and looked around, but couldn't find any trace of the young man. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Walking forward, she asked, "Where is he?" Xingyao didn't answer. "He's not here," Lu Huaishuang said again. Xingyao was stunned and carefully looked up, but when he found that there was no one in front of him, he suddenly trembled. There was no surprise, only shock. He didn't even know when the young man had left. They were only 2 steps away from each other. With his powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, even if a third-order master wanted to leave, he would definitely be able to detect them. But the young man had magically disappeared without a trace, which made Xingyao feel horrified, but also somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision just now. Although he had lost all face, he had at least saved his life, not following in the footsteps of his second, third, and fourth brothers. "Can I get up?" Xingyao asked. Lu Huaishuang coldly snorted, "You're asking me that?" She didn't have a good impression of Fierce Wind. Almost all the cultivator in the territory of Chaoyang's star didn't have a good opinion of star pirates, so naturally, she wouldn't give him any face at this moment. This first master of Fierce Wind's sect was a bit talkative, chattering endlessly with her every day. Unlike a second-order Origin King, he was more like a resentful housewife. Moreover, Lu Huaishuang also found that when Xingyao looked at her, he did not show any covetous eyes. This should not be just awe towards this young man, there should be some other reason. However, this was also fine as Lu Huaishuang was extremely disgusted with this kind of gaze. "Young lady Lu, this time we didn't get to know each other. If you have time, you might as well visit my Fierce Wind sect's territory." "My Fierce Wind sect's territory has nothing but, we'll talk about it after you return alive," Lu Huaishuang interrupted his chatter without any trace of politeness. Xingyao's face suddenly became bitter. Chapter 3085. A few days later, Lu Huaishuang and Xingyao's hearts suddenly moved and they looked up towards the top of the mountain. The young man who had been sitting cross-legged finally got up, stretched lazily, and yawned twice, as if he had just woken up from a dream, standing there with his hands behind his back as he stared off into the distance, his gaze deep. Lu Huaishuang and Xingyao exchanged a glance before their figures flickered and flew towards the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the 1,000-meter peak. Landing, both of them were startled. Because at this moment, the young man in front of them gave them a feeling of nothingness. He stood there like a wisp of smoke, ethereal and undetectable. If not for their eyes, their divine sense would not have been able to detect his aura. Had he been sitting cross-legged here for half a month in retreat just to restrain his aura to the extreme? What was he doing this for? Not daring to neglect, Lu Huaishuang curtsied and said, "This mistress, Lu Huaishuang, thanks master for taking action and turning my Lu family's misfortune into a blessing. This mistress is deeply grateful." The young man said, "It was just a slight effort, consider it an apology for damaging your starship." Sure enough, the starship was damaged by him. Although she had some guesses before, hearing him admit it himself, Lu Huaishuang's heart shook and she respectfully said, "This mistress wouldn't dare." She was also a powerful master, but facing this young man who didn't seem to be much older than her, she no longer had the confidence of an Origin King realm master. Standing in front of him, she was like a toddler learning how to speak, someone who could easily topple her to the ground with a single finger. She wanted to ask how this young man had fallen into a coma since he was so strong, but she was afraid that she would make a mistake if she spoke too much, so she kept her mouth shut. Sheng Yao's eyesight was much sharper than hers, so he quickly put on a flattering smile and asked, "May I ask Master's honored name?" Lu Huaishuang also turned her beautiful eyes towards the young man. "Yang Kai, my name is Yang Kai." The young man replied. A strange light flashed across Sheng Yao's eyes. He had never heard of this name before, but he was certain that there was no such master in the star territory. His heart shook. Could this person have come from that place? If that was the case, then everything made sense, including why this person was suddenly struck by lightning. That was because the heavenly Tao did not tolerate it. His heart was filled with excitement, and he increasingly felt that he was right to endure the humiliation. If he put in effort, he might be rewarded in the future. Lu Huaishuang had obviously thought of this as well, and the splendor in her beautiful eyes became even more obvious. "Where is this?" Yang Kai asked. "A dead star?" Sheng Yao answered cautiously. If it was someone else who asked such a ridiculous question, they would have slapped that person. There were countless dead stars in the territory of the universe, and they had existed since time immemorial. Who could give those countless dead stars a name? This question really didn't make sense. "I'm asking, where is this place?" Yang Kai pointed at the vast star field and drew a circle. His movement was not big, but it seemed to be able to draw the stars in the sky into his arms. Lu Huaishuang suppressed the excitement in her heart and said softly, "The territory of Limitless Star." The territory of Limitless Star. Yang Kai's eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he did not return to the Hangluo star field, which disappointed him a little. Although the void corridor in the Dragon Temple was connected to the territory of the lower planes, Yang Kai also knew that there were countless planets in the lower planes. The probability of directly returning to the Hangluo star field through the void corridor was less than 1 in 100. He did not know how to return, and after entering the void corridor, he could only follow Wukong's aura. Unfortunately, he lost track of him. He did not know whether Wukong was in the territory of this universe, or if he had already fled without a trace, hiding somewhere and waiting for a comeback. "Master, could it be that you are not from the territory of this universe?" Sheng Yao asked boldly. His heart beat violently in his chest, and Lu Huaishuang also stared at him without blinking. No. There was nothing to hide, and with these two's eyesight, he believed that they could tell. This question was just a confirmation. Hearing this, Sheng Yao and Lu Huaishuang's expressions turned serious. Sheng Yao was so excited that his lips trembled, and he said with a trembling voice, "May I ask if Master is from?" Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. Sheng Yao immediately kept quiet out of fear. He was so excited that he forgot about the other's power, and he was scared. Lu Huaishuang said, "This place is simple, Master, why don't you follow me back to talk?" Since he was not from the territory of Limitless Star, then he must have a lot to ask. There was no need to worry about not having a chance to get closer to him. As long as this person was treated well, the Lu family would have nothing to worry about. Yang Kai nodded and said, "All right." Lu Huaishuang smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Yang Kai walked down the mountain. Just as he reached Lu Huaishuang, his left foot tripped over his right foot for some reason. He stumbled and fell forward with a blank look on his face. Instinctively, he reached out to steady himself. Coincidentally, he caught hold of 2 plump mounds of softness and immediately felt the surprising elasticity in his palms. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and time seemed to stop flowing. The scene was completely frozen. Lu Huaishuang's face quickly turned red, as if she was on fire. The feeling of the hand on her chest made her feel at a loss, and she almost couldn't resist stabbing him with her sword. With her skills and reflexes, she could have avoided Yang Kai the moment he fell towards her, but because of the other party's strength, she didn't dare to make any excessive movements and simply stood there, and the result was like this. Her body had never been touched by anyone before, and now her sensitive spot was grabbed by a man she had never met before. She didn't even know anything about him. Lu Huaishuang's eyes couldn't help but redden. Shen Yao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai with a strange look on his face, thinking that even if his master was lustful, he shouldn't have done this, right? How could he fall down after tripping over his right foot? What the hell was going on? Where's your earth-shattering cultivation? What happened to his ability to kill 2 origin kings with a snap of his fingers? Yang Kai also wore a look of shock as he slowly withdrew his hands, stood up straight, and opened his palms to take a look, his brow furrowed. Seeing this, Shen Yao and Lu Huaishuang couldn't help but misunderstand. Was this master reminiscing about something? I didn't do it on purpose. Yang Kai looked up at Lu Huaishuang with a sincere expression, but this explanation seemed weak. Lu Huaishuang pursed her red lips and lowered her head. It's fine. How could it be fine? It was a matter of honor, but since her strength was inferior, what could she do? Did she want him to take responsibility? Even if the other party was willing, Lu Huaishuang would reject him. Yang Kai sighed. Let's go. There was no point in explaining. Only he himself knew what had happened. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. Shen Yao was a little stunned, feeling that this person's temper was really strange. Obviously, his cultivation was heaven-defying, so he could have just flown over, but now he was actually walking. However, he couldn't understand the thoughts of this master, so he could only follow behind Yang Kai. Lu Huaishuang stood in place and waited for a while, calming her mood before gritting her teeth and following. First master, you don't need to follow me, just go back where you came from, Yang Kai suddenly said without looking back. After half a month, he no longer had any killing intent towards Shen Yao. What's more, he didn't want to kill Shen Yao at that time. A trivial second-order origin king was nothing in his eyes. Regardless of whether Fierce Wind's sect had committed all kinds of crimes, that was a matter of Limitless Star's territory and had nothing to do with him. As soon as these words came out, Shen Yao immediately seemed to be humiliated. His face turned red as he said, Sir, as a man, I'm a man of my word. Since I said that I will follow you and serve you, I will definitely not leave. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned his head to look at him, and smiled. Are you a man? Shen Yao's face couldn't help twitching, not knowing how to respond. As you wish. Yang Kai stepped forward again, and Shen Yao quickly followed. Lu Huaishuang couldn't help frowning, secretly despising this first master of Fierce Wind's sect. Even after being insulted like this, he still didn't take it seriously. At the same time, she admired his thick skin. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Yang Kai obviously didn't walk fast, nor did he use any movement skills, as if he was just an ordinary person, but whether it was Lu Huaishuang or Shen Yao, both of them had to circulate their Saint Qi to keep up with him. In less than half an hour, they had returned to the previous starship. The 2 starships were anchored in the barren desert, like 2 giant compatriots. Lu Ling was standing outside, and when he saw Lu Huaishuang appear, he hurriedly greeted her. His eyesight was also quite good, so when he saw Lu Huaishuang and Shen Yao following behind Yang Kai, he immediately bowed and said, Lu family's Lu Ling greets the master. Yang Kai nodded lightly, brushed past him, and walked straight into the open hatch. Lu Huaishuang passed by Lu Ling and quietly sent a message, we'll talk later. She also followed Yang Kai into the starship. She was the head of the Lu family, so she had to make proper arrangements for Yang Kai before she could do anything else. Shen Yao also wanted to go in, but he was stopped by Lu Ling with a hostile expression on his face. Shen Yao quickly said, I am the master's follower, so I must accompany him. Get out of my way. Pushing his Saint Qi, Shen Yao pushed Lu Ling and the others away, the huge gap in cultivation giving him an advantage. As he spoke, there was a sense of pride in his words, causing Lu Ling and the others to be surprised. A second-order origin king, the first master of the fierce wind tribe, was actually willing to be someone else's follower? What is wrong with this world? The interior of the starship was extremely spacious, so Lu Huaishuang took the lead and led Yang Kai through the corridors of the starship. A short time later, she led him to a room, pushed open the door, and said, "Master, please." Entering the room, a faint fragrance immediately wafted out. This was not the smell of incense, but rather the natural fragrance of a woman. The interior of the room was luxuriously decorated. The walls were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls that emitted a soft glow. The floor was covered with a thick and soft red carpet. On the left side was a large bed with a pink curtain hanging on it. To the right was a huge bath filled with fresh flowers. Although Yang Kai was not inside, he could still feel that the temperature of the water was just right. On the other side was a dressing table, and although there was no rouge or other tacky things, it was still a dressing table. This was obviously a woman's boudoir.